All right. I'm going to go into the recording area. Recording live. Make sure that this is working. Okay. And I'm going to just entire screen, stream that. And we're good. Actually, it might be best if I just record the... Maybe just OBS, maybe? I don't know. All right. Let me let everybody know that I am, in fact, streaming. In the notifications. Oh my God, why does it do that? Oh, Jesus. All right, hold on. Let me fix that. I have to fix that. It has this bad habit of not uploading my thumbnail. Oh, let's try that again. Here we go. Updating, save. All right. Hello. Hello, everybody. Say hello to Pepper. Say hello to Pepper. Say hello. Look at her. She's rubbing her face on stuff. She wants to rub her face on stuff. All right, it's your show. Here you go. It's your show, Pepper. Go ahead. Go ahead, do your thing. Pepper. I swear, she knows exactly when I hit play. She knows exactly when I hit play. And as soon as I hit play, she comes right on over. And she's like, I want to rub my face on your camera. She has also been getting into the very, very poor habit of eating paper. This is her doing. I gave her this piece of paper to prevent her from eating my bills. The bill is paid. I just have it saved because I feel that there's like an automated website to like pay, and the website is just like completely down, and I can't confirm that the bill has been paid, right, until the website's like back up and functioning. And they keep like pushing the date, and I'm just like, bro, I just want to know that it's paid. And once I know that it's paid, I'll throw it out. Emperor Fat Ass Dog says, what's up? Hello. April Cox says, cats are pointless. Whoa. My heart. My poor heart. Why would you say something so mean? I love my cat. Wonderful things don't have to have a point. Let's see. Chris Falcon says, good morning, Amender. The white supremacists are busy fighting each other, so calls may be scarce. Why would it be scarce? Are you saying like the only people that call me are white supremacists? I hope not. By the way, can you guys recognize what game this is? Can you figure out what game this is? Really? I'm dead. I'm gonna die. I'm dead. That's a werewolf. I can't kill that. I don't have a way to kill that. How do I... Yeah, there's like no way for me to kill that. I just have to like leave. Like my only option is to leave. Let's see. Chris Falcon says, smart Pepper, destroying bills. Hold on. Let me get a... Let me let everybody know. Add everyone. Streaming live. And taking calls. Okay. All right. Well, we'll just wait a little bit. So there's a werewolf, and this werewolf will just immediately murk me. Like, I don't have a way to stop a werewolf. Like, it just, my character is just started. So that werewolf will just kill me. All right, I dodged him. We're moving. We're going this direction. Yeah, we're not gonna. We're just gonna go this direction. Okay. Rest in power, pretty. Rest in power? Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, geez. Honestly, I'm astonished, like, how people, even now, like, they're justifying that person's death as well. And I'm, like, watching it, and it's like, no. Like, I'm sorry, it's not justified. Like, but I don't know. Like, we're just kind of, like, in different reality, I suppose. I don't know what to say. Like, it to me, it's like it couldn't be more obvious. And I think, like, it's not even about, like, a right versus left kind of a thing anymore. Dude, another werewolf. I'm just dead. Dude, I can't fight werewolves. That werewolf will just kill me. Number one, I don't have like a steel weapon. I have like an iron weapon. So if he gets to me, he's moving to me. Look at him. Wait, is he moving to me? Can I like sneak?
Hello?
Hello, Illogical Idiot. Is that your name?
Would you like to debate MAGA?
Sure.
Alright, I have a pretty unique reason for supporting Trump, so it's
Okay.
it's not gonna be the same as you're gonna hear from a lot of people.
Are you an
I'm an
accelerationist?
accelerationist.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. Yeah. So what do you think about MAGA accelerationism?
I don't want to see society kind of burn down and build back up. I'm not aware of any historical situation where you destroy society that it doesn't end up taking hundreds of years for it to like recover and go back to where it was, or to be at the level of where it once was. I think like you could work with what currently functions and get rid of the stuff that doesn't function, and make life better that way. I believe that.
Do you believe that resisting might cause more suffering than just accepting?
Resisting might cause more suffering than just accepting.
Yeah, on a global scale. Like, if we all resisted capitalism, we all resisted corruption, don't you think that would cause more suffering than if we just accepted it? And, contributed to the world burning?
That's a complicated question. I don't know. I think it depends on the policy, like the global policy that's enacted. I think you'll get radically different results depending on what is your foreign policy.
And how does it, I mean I'm trying to less on a global scale, more on like a domestic scale. I think America needs to. I think it needs a reset. Is that a good word?
Well, I mean, I heard what you said, but I guess like I'm curious as to like what your thought process is to what I had said to you in response, which is,
oh yeah, my bad.
Why not just like work on the things that already work, and then get rid of the stuff that doesn't work and just continue building? Like,
well,
why does it require a full reset?
Well, mostly just because of resisting usually causes more suffering than not, right?
Well, that's dependent on the policy.
Okay, like for example, ICE. Sure, resisting is probably the right thing to do, but at the end of the day, does it not cause more suffering?
To resist ICE?
Mm-hmm. Because it's just a longer fight, right? Like, I'm not talking from like a point where I'm like defending ICE,
I suppose like whether or not you should like committing like a reset versus like just like defending yourself. I think those are two different things. I'm concerned about like the several hundreds of years that it would require to like basically rebuild the United States where we currently are, like right now. Like how
So
would
if
we...
you look back, the past 700 years, has the United States ever not been corrupt?
Has the United States ever not been corrupt? I mean, I'm sure there's like aspects of corruption that can be talked about, I guess.
No, but I mean, like, in general, like, you're saying that it would take a long time to do, and I can understand that.
I mean, well,
But-
like, take, for example, like, a comparable, like, a comparable country or, like, a fiefdom, if you will, would be, like, I don't know, like the Roman Empire. And when the Roman Empire collapsed, I mean, it was just hundreds and hundreds of years of just like literally forgetting how to do everything. Like it was awful.
Right.
Like we almost went extinct from just disease. Like just because we just forgot how to like do proper sanitation, and our lives were just forever destroyed, and so much knowledge was just lost. And it's like, I mean, eventually we kind of pulled ourselves out of it, but I mean, not without hundreds and hundreds of years of recovery. And it's like, why not, instead of like breaking down all of society and rebuilding from scratch, why not work with what you have and not have to deal with that whole several hundreds of years of death and torment?
Because hierarchy is inherently corrupted, and as long as there's hierarchy, there's gonna be issues, in my opinion. There's gonna be people who are using that authority. I don't know if you ever heard of the Watcher's problem, but it's like if there's an authority figure watching a subject, there's no one to watch that authority figure but another authority figure, and that can go on infinitely. Now,
is there any justifiable form of hierarchy in your mind?
just no, I don't believe in any hierarchy.
So like
whatsoever.
father and child, like that, there should never be a hierarchy.
I don't think
children
there should
be
be a
equal to
hierarchy.
their
I
father?
think it should be a partnership.
I'm like saying like the father is like going to be instructing, right? So there's like a hierarchy.
No, I see it as more as like a teacher.
That's also hierarchical.
Okay, then yeah. Hierarchical family units are fine, but
Dude, what is this dungeon, dude? This dungeon is spawning like the most insane monsters. I'm so sorry.
oh, dude, where are you playing?
I need to get the hell out of this dungeon. This dungeon is way too high level for me. Like I am just not equipped for this place. Sorry. I'm just...
Holy shit! I didn't know you were fucking live. These people know I'm not actually MAGA. This is just a talking point.
Yeah, the channel is called Recording Live, and yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't read that shit.
All right, do you want to dip? So I promise.
Oh no. It was just like surprising. I don't care. It's like, right, yo, what's up, guys?
Amanda, do you seen what I posted in side chat?
I'm having a conversation right now.
I just wanted to show you this comment from Trump.
Anyway.
My king?
Okay, are you in favor of so are you in favor of a of some hierarchy, knowing that, like, you know, parent or teacher, those are hierarchical, right?
Yeah, in like in a family unit, I think hierarchy is, you know, expected and needed. But
Yeah.
outside of that, I don't. Is there any reason for it other than control?
Well, it's there is a reason, in the sense that it's like, hey, these people, they know better, and it's better to have people who know what they're doing try to instruct you on what to do, instead of you just being like, well, I'm equal to you, and so I'm not going to learn off of you. We're all equals. Like, obviously we're not. Like if you're, for example, I don't know, if you're trying to become a pilot, you need an instructor to teach
Right.
you how to do stuff. Yo,
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna
then
get
that guy had to
murked by
learn from
these-
someone, right?
Okay.
It's like it goes back infinitely. That's the thing. It's the same thing. It's the watcher problem.
it-
There's
what is-
always someone who had to be
what
the
is
authority figure.
what is the watcher problem? I've not heard of that.
All right, so it's basically there's a subject, and there's an authority figure. The authority figure is the watcher, but no one's watching the authority figure, so we don't know if they're biased or if they're corrupt. So we'd need another watcher for that person, right? And that
Okay.
would go on infinitely, right?
No,
It wouldn't go on infinitely. Okay, then
no.
where would it stop?
Well, say for example, I could design a tribunal where each one checks one another, and it's like democratic. There you go.
Then what if
It's
what if
recursive.
there? Well, then what if there's just corruption inside of the fucking system? Then
Well, then the other two wouldn't be corrupt.
it says
I'm just giving as an example. I'm saying like
the theoretical.
one could be corrupt, and then the other two would not be corrupt, and then they would be able
But
to.
my
check
my
one
point
another.
is that there's always a chance that they could all be corrupt, no?
I suppose so.
So
That's
we
why
shouldn't have.
it's intelligent to pick good leaders and make sure that we're picking people that are trustworthy.
Yeah, but do you think someone can appear as a good leader without being a good leader?
Sure.
So what if we vote in a
But
good
that doesn't
leader?
mean we shouldn't have
That leader is
any
corrupt.
leaders, I guess.
Okay, but there's always a chance that leader could be corrupt and could do exactly what Trump's doing again right now.
Yeah, sure.
I don't believe it. Someone commented, this guy doesn't fucking believe in the police or military. No, I don't.
I mean, I think like here's the thing. Like I believe that there's probably like a level of hierarchy to be met, and I think there needs to be checks and balances of power to ensure that people are acting in the interest of people.
Right. Okay, that's fair. But at the same time, you do also accept the possibility that the risk that comes with it, right? Do you have anything theoretically
so.
in place to limit that?
Yeah, I explained it. Checks and balances on power.
Right. Yeah, right. But but what I'm trying to get at is that there's always a probability that all of those people could be corrupt. What's your theoretical system to deal with that?
I suppose you got a revolution then.
No system to deal with it?
Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't a gotcha. I was just
No,
genuinely wondering.
you would do a revolution.
Oh, right. Okay. I thought you were mocking me. My bad. If you have anarchy, there is still hierarchy. It's just the hierarchy of how big your stick is compared to the next guy. That's a good point against anarchy, but when I say that we should have anarchy, it's not to completely remove any form of hierarchy whatsoever. It's more so to bring about a dynamic structure of hierarchy, which allows one person to be at the top of, some kind of hierarchical structure, right? So maybe they're, the top of, they're the best farmer or whatever the fuck, right?
I actually wrote about this in the past, and I'm actually curious, like, what your response would be to it.
All right.
Give me a moment. Just gotta pull it up. Okay.
I voted Kamala Harris, by the way, for any clarity.
Okay.
Fucking
So
love milkshake,
all right.
bro.
So the defeater. I have a defeater critique for all of anarchy. This is right-wing anarchy, left-wing anarchy. It's the same problem.
Mhm.
Here we go. Let me just share my Google Chrome. So Thungor, it's called Thungor. Thungor is a hypothetical person. While they do not exactly exist per se, they exist in one form or another in any society. Thungor is the type of person who doesn't care about you or anyone else. All they do is to take things to get more things. They are never satisfied with what they have. So even if things were perfectly equal and material conditions are met, Thungor will simply take other people's material conditions so that he has more of the material conditions. What makes matters worse is Thungor is charismatic. He will walk around and see all the stuff he has over others, and people will rise wanting to be just like Thungor. So in a society where there is an anarchist society where all power has gone away and material conditions are perfect, this would not stop Thungor. And the group of people who end up banding together having more power than the collective of Thungor followers. Thungor doesn't give a single care about your manifesto filled with enough logic to fill a book of Aristotle. He will violate your autonomy, he will kill your children, murder your family, and others will cheer on and run around having a good time, provided that they also support Thungor. The end result is that any anarchist society, be it capitalist or communist, ultimately leads to a Mad Max style of life, which I feel is not the best society, and ultimately leads to a quixotic ideology independent of logic and reason.
Yeah, it's justifiable. That's a good critique on anarchy.
Do you have like a...
I don't really have... No, there's not a response to it. I think that's a pretty good critique. I mean, if you read that and you're still at, like... I think the only way you could be an anarchist from that is if you were a semantic nihilist, I think. If you didn't care about what Thungor was doing, then it's like, sure, anarchism might be cool, but
I mean, the problem is
I
like there
would
will
care
always
about
be
Thungor.
somebody who wants to rise above others. Like it's just
Yeah,
human
yeah.
nature for that to happen. And it's like
Yeah.
it works provided other people can like band together and stop that guy. But what if that guy has more power?
Yeah, that's a good critique. I don't really have anything to say against that. You're right.
Okay. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Why? I guess I could ask. Do you think anything that... This is less political, but do you believe that something that proves itself to be true is a justifiable or trustworthy source?
Repeat that?
Something that proves itself to be true. Something that says it's true because it's proven in its own framework. Do you believe that's a trustworthy source?
If something is proven and justified. Can you repeat that? I didn't understand.
Okay, say okay, I'll just do an example. If I were writing a book,
But just
and
repeat
I wrote
what you're
this
saying.
book.
You don't have to come up with an example. I just
Okay. If something proves itself to be true, or something says that it is true because it works in its own framework, is that a trustworthy, unbiased source of information? Or is that a biased source?
Depends. It sounds like you're talking about an axiom.
Well,
Like
no,
it could be an
in
axiom
general.
or something that's like circular and self-affirming, which wouldn't be justifiable, like the Bible. But if you're talking about like an axiom, then it would be justifiable. It's justifiable in its own pretense.
Okay, so what about math?
What about math?
Like, do you think it's a trustworthy source of information because it only proves itself to be true?
Leads to predictive outcomes. So yes.
But do predictive outcomes mean that it's true?
Do predictive
Or does it just mean it's good at
outcomes-
predicting?
Do predictive outcomes mean that it is closer to truth?
But it is an absolute truth.
I don't think you can get an absolute truth ever. I think there's
So
always something
if there's
to
no
learn.
truth, why care about logic anyway?
There's still truth. There's like getting to truth and getting closer to truth, but we're limited by like our ability to observe. But like that
Can you
doesn't
tell me
mean
what-
that there isn't like something that is just true in and of itself. Like it doesn't require, for example, a consciousness to observe Jupiter. Jupiter existed before humans ever existed. The diameter of Jupiter had existed before humans had existed.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
The matter flowing around and created the disk around their solar system is 4.5 billion years old. And this is because of looking at uranium samples to lead ratio in asteroids as well as the moon.
Then again, doesn't logic prove itself to be true? Doesn't
I mean,
rationale
it
and reasoning prove itself
it
to be
can
true?
be axiomatic, if that's what you're asking.
I mean, that's just why I, choose to reject logic, because, I mean, it's like, there's no defensible
So you just
stance to protect it.
you just reject logic.
Yeah. I mean, unless you want to tell me why it's so important, if you have a reasoning for it.
I think it allows you to have greater predictive outcomes to things.
Yeah, caller, I disagree with bro's politic, but you can't be serious with a how do you know that argument about something science can prove. Okay, can you prove that science is just like it has the jurisdiction to prove itself? Can you prove that the science can do that?
Hold on. At this point, you're talking to the comments. Like, you should be talking.
Well, yeah, they're talking to me. Okay, I'm
All
sorry.
right, well,
Jealous girlfriend.
did you have anything else?
No, I'm gonna call it a night. See you later,
All
man.
right, you have a great day.
Have a good day. You too, man. Peace out. Good luck on the stream.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I guess like what I don't understand is there's a holy crap, there's a bunch of people in chat in BC. Hi guys. Everybody's muted though. Nobody wants to be recorded. That's fine. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. I'm currently playing The Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. If people have not recognized this game, it's a vibe. It's a vibe.
Oh, those graphics look as old as you, Amender.
Oh, it does. Does look as old as me. Well,
I tell you what, I've never actually seen gameplay of this game, but I am pretty impressed by how
it's pretty good looking, right?
how in depth it is for what it
Yeah.
is.
Oh, yeah. It's awesome. I love it. Though I just realized, what is the default mode? Is F2 like is that? Yes. Okay. Grab mode is the default mode. All right, let's just save and. It's The Elder Scrolls 2. I started with Morrowind. I started with Morrowind as well. Great game, by the way. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. I do want to hear what you have to say. If there's anything that you would like to talk about with a woke liberal, I'm right here. I'll hear you out. We'll have a conversation. Don't worry, I won't bite your head off. I'll be real nice. It'll be fun. Let's see here. I've got... what do I have here? I gotta get... I need... I don't have time for your type? What? I thought this guy sold stuff. Does he not sell stuff? Hold on. If I press F5, I don't steal, right? Okay, cool. You just buy stuff here. Okay, cool. I'm cool with that.
He's racist. He doesn't want to deal with you.
What?
He doesn't have time for your type.
Joe Pio says, I can predict that man will be the best class for the next 100 years, but Amender, you don't seem to accept the evidence since the dawn of humanity. but you believe in samples from Saturn. What? What are you talking about? Are you okay? You can call in 202-998-5218. Also, if you have not do me a favor, like anybody who's just listening, hit like on the video. Hit like, hit subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I appreciate you guys very much. Eddie says, it's your accent, bro. He needs your papers. Yo, dude, I saw that. I was like, what is wrong with us? We're just racist now. Like, that's just what the United States is. Like, what am I supposed to say about that? All right, so I want to buy this steel war axe, but how much is it? Steel war axe, 2 to 16 points of damage. Yeah, I want that. Hold on, does steel Elven broadsword? You can get Elven already? What? Let me keep looking around. Let me see if I can find an Elven axe. There we go. We already got it. It's right there. All right, how much is that? Let's get the info on that. How much does that cost? Condition new. Where's the price? Can I just like buy it? Or did I just take it just now? How much was that? I didn't even know what that was. Oh, no, I did not buy it. Hold on. Let me see. Buy? How do I... Sorry. How much is it? Buy. You don't have enough gold. Okay. But how much is it? I have Oh, it's 1,002 gold. Okay, I can see it. It says it right there. Media Watch says, what game is that? This is the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. Isn't it beautiful? I mean, look at this fucking game, bro. This game is goddamn gorgeous. Let me just... Alright. I need to, like... Can I just, like, sell some stuff? Here, sell. Okay. Alright. Sell. How much is... What is it? 5... Not bad, not bad. 345 gold. Okay, you got it, homie. How much gold do I have? Where do I see my gold? Where can I see my gold? Oh, I also realized I should sell that staff. I don't need that staff. Okay. So what? Do I have 963 gold? How much is that Elven's? It's 1,000. Oh no. I have no... Wait, what just happened? Oh my god. No. Ah. Put on those pants. Okay. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Call in. Does nobody want to call in? They're scared, Hopper. Hopper, they're scared.
You know, you're a really scary person. It's from you bullying everyone, you know?
Why would I bully? I'm not bullying anybody. I'm being really nice. I've been nice lately.
I think you've been so nice. It's just disingenuous, you know? Just.
I'm being disingenuous.
How nice have you been?
I've been working hard to be nice. Oh, hey, it's you, Rhetoric. You messaged me to have a discussion. Hello.
Yep, I was trying to make it in for that guy that was asking a whole bunch of weird questions because I know his angle of attack and it's quite annoying. So I wanted to jump in, but I guess I missed him. So sucks to be me, I guess.
I mean, is his angle of attack like to say that logic doesn't exist? Because if so, it was a fabulous form of attack.
I think it's a form of presuppositional apologetics. They'll keep asking, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? And basically their goal is to try to get you to question your own sanity, but there's actually a way around that. And unfortunately, it's a very dishonest tactic. because you could literally apply the same arguments to them, but for some reason it doesn't affect them as much because reasons.
Okay. Anyway, was there anything that you wanted to talk about with me, or?
No, I was trying to get in, but I guess now that I have you on, I need a percentage from you. What's the percent chance, kind of like predicting the weather here, what's the percent chance that Trump is going to do the Insurrection Act?
Just out of my personal intuition, no accurate number whatsoever, probably 80%.
I would say maybe a little bit higher. I'm at around
Really?
90-95.
Really? Okay.
Well, look at what he's doing. Basically,
Oh no, it's terrifying.
he's
my
trying to
hopes-
set the groundwork for this shit.
My hopes is that I think the Minnesotans are onto him, where I think like the goal that he wants to enact is he wants to enact wait for violence to happen, and then when violence happens, then he'll invoke the Insurrection Act. But I think if people remain steadfast and not act violently, no matter what, I think you would end up with a beneficial outcome there, where it's at least he would not have a justifiable reason. You see what I mean? And I think Minnesotans are aware of this.
Yeah, I want to compliment the citizens of Minnesota for holding themselves back all this time, considering that their city is literally being invaded. But Trump basically wants to break them. He wants to get them to lash out and act violently so that he has an excuse to enact the Insurrection Act. That's his game, and basically Minnesota is doing everything in their power to not give him that excuse. So I got to compliment them on that.
Yeah, I get you.
But it's like 2 people have already been shot. One woman in the face, and then another one after they were beating the living crap out of him, and then decided to mag dump him.
Absolutely horrendous.
Go figure, right?
I'm hoping that things in the future will get better. I think that the midterms are around the corner, and I think people will vote.
Yeah.
There's
Assuming
current
we have
active. There's current active attempts to make it harder for Democrats to be able to enact real change, but I have faith that the American people will work together on this. I don't think people legitimately want this.
Last I checked, Trump was in the mid to high 30s in terms of his approval rating, which is absolutely terrible.
That's too damn high.
It is absolutely. But he's at the top. He's at the top portion of where I think his floor is. But what that indicates is that a lot of people, especially independents, they're having buyer's remorse in terms of electing that colossal douchebag to the White House. And especially after he was doing a whole bunch of crazy unhinged stuff like warmongering with Greenland, for example.
So I'm in agreement with you, though I do want to point out that that I'm trying to change people's minds, and so one thing I'm trying to do is lower my overall rhetoric with people and just have a conversation. And it's if we're talking about people who, they're actively supporting, Donald Trump. I agree with you. I don't like him. I think he's a pretty terrible human being. What he's currently doing is destroying our country, as far as I'm aware. And but if we start off by calling him a colossal douchebag, I don't think anybody who is already on that side is going to listen. They're just going to be well, you're the colossal douchebag, and I was right for electing in Donald Trump because he's pissing you guys off,
I mean, that's one avenue, but at some point, we just have to be a little bit more honest about it. Dude's a straight up fascist, and I will say that explicitly with my full chest.
Fair
And
enough.
If people don't like that, well, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not the guy that elected a fascist.
Fair enough. Did you see that one ICE that what was it? The leader of like the ICE agents that was like dressed in full Nazi garb, like he was wearing, like he was like cosplaying. Do you know? Have you seen this?
It's kind of like they're telling on themselves on purpose.
I'll pull it up. It's wild. I'm like, dude, that is a choice of coat. Here, let me see if I can pull it up. I'll pull it up right now. Just by the way, if you're not subscribed, thank you for joining in on the stream. If you guys are not subscribed, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. It goes a really, really long way. I do like having full, legitimate conversations with people. We can have a full conversation. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Just give me 1 second. Let me show you. I'm trying to see like his, Gregory. Ow, Pepper. You need to not do that. All right. So, this is just without me. Let me see if I can. Yeah. So Fist has just subscribed. Thank you for the subscription, Fist. I really appreciate it. So we've got right here. This is. Do you see it? Do you see it on my live? This is Gregory Bovino, and he is the commander of ICE operations in Minneapolis. Why is he dressed like that? What? Reds?
I have no idea. Not what I would choose to do, honestly.
I'm like, guys, it's you can't be this on the nose with it. Like the spasm goes here says because he's a wannabe Nazi. Pepper, why are you gnawing on my hand? Check this out. Look at this.
Damn.
And if I try to pull away, she'll be like, no, I want him to do more. Why? Pepper. That hurts.
There was also that leaked memo that came out that said, hey, even though it might be against the law, we're going to go ahead and enter people's homes without an actual warrant. So that was another example of them just doing whatever the hell they want and getting away with it.
I'm trying to like discipline. I don't know what to do to tell my cat to not do that. Sorry. Can you repeat that? My apologies. My cat is just going insane on me.
They just I was commenting on the memo or whatever the hell it was, an email, insert label here, where they were saying that they are going to enter people's homes even though they don't have a warrant to do so.
I guess like, I don't know, just so like right now, the way that they're doing warrants is it's what is called like an administrative warrant. They're not actually getting like a real judge to do it. They're just getting like an ICE agent that is supposed to be, apparently they're allowed to just write warrants, which is why like when people are asking for a warrant, within 5 minutes they have a warrant. And then they show up and I'm like, okay, so are they're just, there is no judge. They just say, hey, we have a warrant. They flash the papers at you and then they move forward. And it's like
basically a huge ass violation of the Fourth Amendment right there.
Yeah.
And did you see the press conference where I think it was a police chief that was saying that their off-duty officers were being harassed by ICE just because of the color of their skin. That was also very telling.
Yeah, I mean, like, you have to ask yourself, like, what is it that they're like, how are they determining it? And your suspicions.
Racial profiling. It's racial profiling.
Yeah, your suspicions are correct. It is racial profiling. That's correct. I remember that I had a conversation. There was a situation where there was a person who barely spoke English, but was born in the United States. Anyway, it looks like we got a call. I'm gonna take this call. Okay.
Okay.
Appreciate you, Reds. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hi. You wanted some comments on the thing you're broadcasting right now?
Sure.
The question I heard.
Can I get your name?
It's Earl, E-A-R-L, Allen, C-A-W-A-N.
And what did you want to talk about, Earl?
Well, your guy on the TV seems to want to debate, and he was asking why the leader of the ICE in Minneapolis was dressed the way he was.
Mm-hmm. I'm the guy, by the way. You're on live right now. Everybody can hear you.
I had no idea. Sorry. Thank you.
No, you're good.
I would suggest you're talking about a guy in the center of the group wearing an army coat.
Yeah, well, I mean, the choice of coat is my concern. Like I understand that it's cold and you need a coat. I get that. That specific coat, like, it's reminiscent of SS uniform.
I saw the same guy on video last night on a news video, and he was wearing a kind of greenish army uniform, or
yeah.
I don't know what kind of
Well,
uniform it was,
it's like I don't know. I don't think that's standard issue in the Army. And also ICE agents aren't Army officers, but he just happens to have this coat. Like
he's basically dressing in a uniform.
A long coat, like
it's not unusual,
same
or
fabric, but
in the past it wasn't unusual for officers to kind of make up their own uniforms.
So I have here, let's see here. I have a person who is in the military here. Who you cannot hear him, but he is here.
Mm-hmm.
The chat can hear him. Hopper, you said that they do get a coat like this?
Yeah, we have coats like those. They're issued with dress uniforms. They're purely for dress.
Well, I don't know what kind of military it would be.
It's just a standard long coat for cold weather.
Okay.
So federal
my
state
suggestion is that
police usually have them
dressing
especially
in a uniform
like
of some sort, whatever it
more of a
is,
statement than anything.
to indicate his intent and his position. In other words, he's not a disco dancer. He's not an actor performer. He's doing an official job, and he's wearing some kind of official uniform to indicate what he's there for and why he's there.
Okay.
Which is a good thing. For example, you get plain-clothed cops working under cover. Sometimes they get themselves in trouble because nobody knows they're a cop.
Uh-huh.
So most cops, most of the time, wear their uniform.
Yeah. I guess, like, I'm just concerned of, like, the exact, like, just, like, that specific outfit, I guess.
How much authority does it give him? If he was wearing a
I don't think my concern is
uniform.
I don't think my concern.
If he was wearing a blue policeman's uniform, you would know a policeman in Minneapolis has the following authority and obligations, and you would define him more easily.
Yeah, I don't think my concern is his authority. I get he's got lots of authority.
Well, if he was wearing one of those uniforms which are covered with bulletproof, like elite combat troops wear, with their bulletproof jackets and their vests and their helmets and their that would tend to indicate to you that he's the kind of guy who's likely to shoot you. All I'm saying is he's trying to give some indication of who he is and what he's doing by wearing a clothing that's appropriate. He's not wearing a swimsuit.
I mean, are there like different sweaters, I guess? Like, I don't know. Why that? Like, I don't know if it's a good look. Like, especially with all the tensions rising, right? Where they're like worried about there being like effectively like a fascist system, going into their state. Like, if people are worried about that, wouldn't it like help in terms of rhetoric to like not wear a coat like that? It's a little on the nose.
Okay, let's pick some alternatives. If he's wearing a plain blue business suit, you might think he's a banker.
Well, but I'm saying like he could wear like a sweater or something to help with the cold, and not
This
look
is
like
literally what he chooses to bitch about. Holy fuck!
And not look like a Nazi.
Well, I was out yesterday and I was wearing a black parka because it's cold as hell here. I'm in Canada. But if he was walking around in a parka looking like an Eskimo, you wouldn't know who he was or what he was there for.
I mean, like, the other officers aren't wearing that. Like they have sweaters. Like, look, they have like standard.
Amanda,
here, you could see like the
Amanda,
regular sweaters.
You have to remember too, right? Because
hold on. So this guy, he can't hear you guys. Just FYI. Just if you like chime in, he cannot hear you. Sorry. Go ahead, caller.
All I'm saying is that he's dressing to indicate he's got serious intent. He's doing a serious job. What the other guys... I have been a little concerned watching videos about these ICE agents that they do not dress up in uniforms, and you cannot tell instantly who they are. At least I couldn't from looking at the video, what I've been seeing. A lot of them are wearing green uniforms, and if that is the official ICE uniform, I wish they would all wear it. And the uniform should be designed to take the cold if they're working in Minneapolis. But you want official people.
So hold on, I'm looking at. Okay, so I look at the guy on the left here, right? He's wearing a sweater. It's blue.
Sweater,
looks like a police sweater, and it looks like that there's others in green. They've got coats.
Yeah.
You can see that they're dressed for the cold, dressed for the occasion. Some people got hats on. They've got masks. Some of them, they have face masks. But this guy chose specifically, I'm going to do a long trench coat with like the golden buttons and the sweater, or I'm sorry, this scarf. I'm asking you, right? Hey, we should probably tone down the rhetoric. Like, this is coming from the left and the right. I think if like you have a bunch of people in Minneapolis that are like, hey, we're being taken over by a bunch of fascists, and then the leader of the ICE operations in Minneapolis is wearing a trench coat like this. I'm saying, like, in terms of rhetoric, it's not a good look, right?
You're concerned about his style. I'm looking at the blue uniforms, and for me, either the blue or the green would do. I wish they were all the same.
But the trench coat is like long, and it's like with the golden button, very similar to what was issued by Hugo Boss for SS officers.
Okay, I would have offered a guess. Is it common in the American military to wear for an officer to wear that type of coat? I'm asking.
No,
I don't know.
No.
Okay. Well, I look at him, and my first impression is that he's probably an army officer of some kind of military. But if you want him to be dressed like the guys beside him, I've got nothing wrong with that.
So did you Did you also know that he also released photos of him in black and white wearing this coat?
Colored uniform?
Yeah, so like what he did is that
he
has the photo, like he has a picture of him. It looks like he's standing in some sort of a lobby or something. I'm assuming like maybe it's an ice building. And he's standing there with a black and white filter of him wearing this long coat.
Oh, I see.
Like, like he did that. Like we didn't ask him to do that. He did that.
Oh, well, I'll tell you the truth. It wouldn't be my first choice of uniforms if I was in his position. What would I wear?
Thank you. I agree. I wouldn't want to wear that either, especially knowing that people in Minneapolis are justifiably upset about what's going on in their town. And they're like, hey, like, I mean, think about like from like a leftist perspective, like they're thinking of this, like, oh, a bunch of fascists are coming to our state to wreck things. And the leader of the people that are wrecking things is dressed in a trench coat that looks very similar to SS officers of the time. And he's showing on his page him dressed in black and white, LARPing as a Nazi.
What does General MacArthur or General, I don't know who your current general is. There was a General Milley running around a year or two ago. How do they dress?
What did General MacArthur dress as? I don't know.
I'm just wondering how a paramilitary officer is supposed to dress. Like, I off the top of my head, I don't know. But I had a comment about the people of Minneapolis. They elected a lying crook for their mayor and a lying crook for their governor. And in a democracy, you're allowed to do that. The people are allowed to choose whatever kind of lying crook they want to represent them. But if they do that, they are going to suffer consequences, which they are doing now. And I feel sorry for the...
Would it help to know that prior to the that Nick video that was released to uncover the quote unquote fraud, that there were already active investigations? Would it help to know that happened, that was in process under Tim Walz?
Okay, well, but the speculation is that Walz is involved in it up to his ears. He's been taking kickbacks and campaign contributions from the money that was being defrauded. And we're talking, I think, $9 billion, if it was the last number I heard.
Yeah. Like I said, they're already investigating. I'm asking because you said that he was like a lying crook. And I'm telling you that they were actively investigating the quote unquote fraud.
Well, Walz didn't have to investigate very far. He's one of the leaders of the scam that was going on. And,
where did you get that?
And what's this? Faces. Straight off videos on YouTube. People going.
So you're looking at videos on YouTube, and then you're determining that he's a crook based off of videos on YouTube?
Well, if they got away with $11 billion over a period of something like 10 years, that took a lot of cover up.
Well, I guess my concern is now like it's more towards like what it is that you determine something to be fact versus fiction. If all it took for you to determine that Tim Walz is a crook under the basis of you watched a YouTube video, not like an actual legal injunction or an actual real investigation, like at a legal level. I mean, if it's $9 billion, I mean, sure, go ahead and do your investigation and confirm whether or not that he is, he is in fact a crook, great, then he goes to jail. I'm in perfect agreement with that. I think people should go to jail for committing fraud. It doesn't matter if they're Democrat or Republican. But I'm just saying, like, maybe instead,
I'm not saying...
try not to get your facts from a YouTube video, because anybody can make a YouTube video. You don't have any fact checking at all.
I also watched him debate during the election.
I did too.
And I knew the guy was a crook then. Yeah, I mean, he is phony all the way through.
I liked him.
He wouldn't have run with Harris if he wasn't. I
liked Tim Walz. I thought he was a good guy.
And at this point, I'm not suggesting that on my opinion, you sentence him to jail. But boy, is it time for investigations? Yeah.
Sure, I think everybody...
There is an additional... There is an additional problem in Minneapolis in particular. If you have three guys who go and rob a bank, I expect them to be charged appropriately, and they should go to trial, and the trial may run, around here it would run for 3 to 5 years. In the U.S. it's a little faster. But they should be given a full trial with every possible avenue of defense and competent lawyers and a proper investigation. Okay, no shortcuts. But in this case, Biden let 12 million people across the border in 4 years. There's no way that the U.S. can hold 12 million full trials on everyone who's charged. In other words, if you want a proper legal system, everybody in the country has to cooperate to make that legal system effective and workable.
Well, so the 12...
When you're dealing with 12 million people.
Yeah, so the 12 million number is mostly asylum seekers. And I personally believe, like, in the United States, we have been involved in foreign policy that has destabilized a lot of nations. And so I'm of the opinion that we must have we morally need to take care of people whose countries that we assisted in taking down. We've destabilized the Middle East. We've observed Middle Easterners coming to the United States for stability. We've destabilized many South American countries with the CIA. And lo and behold, you have South Americans that want to come to the United States and make a better life for themselves. I think that we have a moral obligation to take care of people that we have destabilized their countries.
Well, on the other hand, you've had 80 years without a nuclear war, which is quite an achievement, given some of the people that are going nuts in this world. And you have stabilized more countries than you've destabilized. Like,
what are the under editing right now?
Acted as the world police and pretty well maintained law and order.
Live.
So it's very mixed. I know, like, for example, in Japan, success, I guess. Chile, kinda not. It's up in the air. But I mean, if you look at, like, Guatemala, Mexico, Colombia, Cuba, Argentina, we destabilized all those countries.
I thought Argentina had a new Democratic guy who's somewhat like Trump. He's trying to bring the country back from the brink of destruction.
He's a hardcore, like a libertarian anarchist right wing.
Yeah, well, maybe he is hardcore, but Argentina was going bankrupt.
that are
and you have little things like Venezuela. I don't know if the Americans were responsible for the nutcases that took over Venezuela, but what I've heard was a third of the population of Venezuela had to leave the country, and the remainder of the population was so close to starvation for a period of years that the national average weight loss per person is measured in kilograms.
well,
Like you can actually walk
I
into
mean-
the country and say,
I mean, prior we had lots of countries that would that where we would destabilize Venezuela as well. And I'm not saying like just now, but even in the past. I think the whole purpose of it was to try to stop socialism from spreading on our side of the hemisphere during the 20th century.
it certainly was in Cuba, and look what communism or semi-communism has done for the Cubans.
I mean, you're not going to find me arguing in favor of communism of any kind. I'm simply saying, like, hey, people are coming to our country because it's stable, and we have personally destabilized tons of countries. And so it doesn't surprise me that they show up to our border seeking asylum. I think we have a moral obligation to take care of these people.
Yeah, but how about India and China? You have millions of people coming in from India and China, and
People
the
come in
Americans
from
didn't
India and China
destabilize.
using work visas. This is a legal strategy.
Yeah.
And you usually have to be very highly educated, extremely specialized in your field. Usually, a lot of the times, it's like you're in tech. You're in like a very high producing job. But that's
Correct.
beside the point. I'm saying, like, we have a moral obligation. Would you agree that we have a bit of a moral obligation, knowing that we've destabilized a majority of South American countries?
I would have thought the problem that was that you didn't destabilize them enough. Cuba, again, is an example. It was taken over, or the Russians tried to take it over. The Americans opposed that.
So we
Not
should
that
destabilize them
American
even
government
more.
is
We should
perfect.
make it even worse for South Americans.
Well, is it the fault of Americans that South America was colonized mainly by Spanish and in the case of Brazil, Portuguese, which did not really contribute to stable democracies?
Have you ever heard of a banana republic? Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
So the United States did destabilize country, and it only exacerbated things even further when you're talking about things like the drug war, which destabilized Colombia and Mexico.
Sure, but were those countries stable before the U.S. destabilized?
Yes.
Like, did
Yes,
the
they were stable.
U.S. interference?
They were stable.
Mexico? It's
Yes.
been through revolutions and wars since it was founded,
Yeah.
and it was extremely unhappy for the peasants.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. But the U.S. coming in and further destabilizing it is probably not a good. Like you're talking about countries that are born in blood and fire here.
That is the problem, and
I mean,
You're
like,
saying
well, what
that
do you
the US
expect
should
to
have
come
stayed
out of
out.
a country that's born in blood and fire with the assistance of the West destabilizing them? So, I'm saying, like, you're trying to absolve responsibility on the United States' perspective, but I'm saying, like, we should be responsible, right? We
if you're going to
helped
be
cause the problem.
responsible- Okay. If you want to be responsible, there's 8 billion people in the world who aren't American.
Uh-huh.
How many of those people are you going to take in?
However many need to be taken care of.
Okay, how about 3 billion?
3 billion people?
Yeah, you'd have 15
Sounds like a
new
pretty
people
hefty
for every
logistical
existing
project.
Okay, how about 1 billion?
Sounds like a pretty hefty logistical project.
The thing is, if you only take in 1 billion, you have to keep 7 billion out. So pick any number you like, 1 million, 10 million, 1,000 million. When you assign a number,
Well, it can
this
be
number
fair.
we're going to write in.
So if we didn't destabilize all of these regions, wouldn't there be less people wanting to come to the United States?
No, I don't think so. No, take a look.
It would be the
China,
same.
India.
So like all these countries are stable, then they would actually still want to go to the U.S. Like in maybe is it more people?
What I'm saying is that the only government in the world out of 200 nation states, the only government in the world that has the slightest concern for people who are Americans is the government of the United States. The government of the United States has to look after Americans first because there isn't anybody else who cares.
Well, I think the EU cares. The EU is a longtime ally. Those countries are longtime allies of the United States. I think the EU is, for example, seeing us sliding backward towards like a more of a I don't want to say it, but more of a fascist state. And they're seeing what, the destabilization being created by the Trump administration, and the hope that EU countries have currently is that, well, we're only going to get another 3 years of this nonsense, and then it will go back to normal.
Actually, it's backwards. You remember that 80 years ago, the United States was at war with most European countries, Germany, Italy, and Czechoslovakia, and everyone else that
I suppose
Germany
prior to
controlled.
World War II, you'd be correct.
Well,
First
yeah,
Amender, can
during,
you ask him a question for me?
So, like these long-term buddies of the United States, including today when they're having a fit because Trump is putting tariffs on them.
Yeah, because it's just nonsense.
Over the last half century, all of the industry in the United States has been hollowed out and shipped to Asia. So you have the Rust Belt in the U.S., which is the American middle class has been decimated, and the reason Trump exists is because he said he would try to reverse the destruction of the middle class by the American elites, the coastal elites, who want cheap labor to do their gardening and want cheap TVs from China.
Well, we're going like a really in all sorts of directions, right? And I haven't gotten I genuinely want to hear it, right? Don't you think that the United States should be responsible for the countries that we've destabilized, the people?
No, because you didn't create those countries in the first place. So
you can go to. So it's in your opinion that you can go to a country, destabilize it as much as you want, hold zero responsibility on yourself and your country, and that's it, and then no consequence for you, right?
You would have to pick country by country. I don't know the history of every country in the world.
Are you are you in favor of self-reliance and responsibility?
Well, certainly the Americans should be in favor of self-reliance and responsibility.
Okay, so we should be
You mean
responsible for these
independence
countries. You seem to be contradicting yourself. You're saying on one ear, you're saying that we should be responsible, but then another, when I bring up a very clear thing that the United States has done and how it's a negative thing and that we should be responsible, you're now absolving yourself of that responsibility.
Well, usually when America gets involved in a foreign country, people on the left say that they shouldn't be involved in that country, that they're being too oppressive, and they shouldn't control it.
I couldn't agree with that more.
Today would be
but the problem is that we've already done that. We've already destabilize these regions. But you're just obfuscating, right? Once again, I am asking you, if you're in favor of self-reliance and responsibility, then shouldn't we take care of the people whose countries we destabilized? It's our responsibility. We destabilize them.
The U.S. can't run every country in the world, right?
I agree.
Having enough trouble
I agree.
running.
Maybe not have a foreign policy that specifically destabilizes these countries, which causes there to be more immigrants coming to our country.
Well, you're using the word destabilize, but give me an example of a country that was destabilized. Right now, the issue is Greenland.
Man, you're going in all sorts of directions. I don't know what.
Okay. Let's take an easy one. Japan. Did the U.S. destabilize Japan in 1945? Absolutely. And then MacArthur went in and ran Japan personally for a number of years. And Japan has come out in extremely good shape as a result.
I agree. We held ourselves to a responsible metric where we helped rebuild their country. We invested billions of dollars in that country to rebuild where it was rubble. Now it became an actual town that people want to be in. So yeah, I agree with you. We were held responsible for destabilizing that country, but that's not true for every country. Most countries in South America have been destabilized by the West or the United States. And when you inevitably have immigrants coming to our country wanting something stable, for some reason we absolve ourselves of that responsibility.
Take Cuba as an example. Have the Cubans invited the U.S. in to run their country? They kind of did at one point before the communist revolution, but that was done by criminals, not by the government.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
How about Venezuela today?
I mean, again, you're not really addressing anything of what I'm saying. You're just kind of bringing up more topics to avoid talking about the topic.
Okay. Well, in general, I will say, no, the U.S. is not responsible for everything.
But you're all about that self-reliance and responsibility, am I right?
The United States is responsible for the government of the United States and for taking care of the American
Yeah, so if we
people,
destabilize another region, we
rest
should
of the world.
be held to no responsibility whatsoever. I understand your position.
No responsibility whatsoever.
Well, that's what you said. That's what you argued.
I don't know. I don't know what I said in the past, but this is what I'm suggesting now. That no, the United States tries to maintain peace in the world, but it is not responsible for a country like Iran.
It's got a funny way of showing it.
A funny way of showing what?
Wanting to establish stabilization and peace throughout the world. You should look up what CIA actions the United States has done in South America and then realize that, oh, we kind of have been deliberately destabilizing it for our own personal interest. And then ultimately, when we have these destabilized, destroyed countries and that they show up to our borders, it kind of doesn't, it makes perfect sense.
Well, the U.S. did not destabilize Venezuela. The Venezuelans did it to themselves. Well, the Venezuelans should have kept the CIA out. Like CIA goes in numbers. There are hundreds of people. They don't send in armies.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Earl. I hope you call back. Are you subscribed?
Discussion. Thank you. I don't think so, but I'll see if I can find the description thingy here.
I appreciate it, Earl. You have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Also, if you are not subscribed to my channel, consider a subscribe. Costs you nothing. It's free. It helps out my channel a lot. And if you would do me a favor, hit like on that video. If you enjoy debates and discussions, and this is the kind of stuff that you like to listen to, hit that like button. I appreciate y'all very much. What did you guys think of that? What did you think, Hopper?
Hey, so I know saying it's not going to change anything, and it's just going to feed more fuel to the fire. But that guy's long coat, right?
You're on
I
that
mean,
long
if you want to
coat.
call it, no. I mean, that's because I'm a realistic person, right? You can call him a Nazi all day if you want, but I really wouldn't stick to the long coat because I don't know whether people want to accept it or not. Long coats have been in the United States military history for a long time, and I
All right.
know. I know maybe someone in the social media department or some shit should have told him not to wear it that day. But at the end of the day, right, when it
Well,
comes to
not only
commissioners,
did he wear it that day, but also he took it upon himself to put a black and white filter.
so
See this-
that's fucked. That's fucked. Sure.
I agree.
Like,
It's like,
I guess,
I
guess
what
it-
are you doing? Why?
It depends on how you look at it in the context, right? But like for a person in his position, it's not uncommon to wear that attire. It's a status thing. It sounds dumb, but like it's the equivalent to like an admiral or a captain. right?
I get you.
In that
I'm just
They
saying.
have
Why
A little
why
on
the
the nose
black
is
and
all I
white
would say.
filter? Why the black and white filter, bro?
I haven't seen
Yeah,
Trench
black
I
coat
and
with
agree
the
here.
black and white filter.
I have
I
I have to agree here with Hopper. It's like kind of like a captain, an admiral, an Obersturmbannführer. You know?
I don't know what that is. What's in the Ubens?
So-
Whatever that is.
It's
Obersturmbannführer.
basically a leader, but yeah, it's just on the nose. That's all I would say. Whether it was issue to him or not, I would be like, yo, time and place, guy, read the fucking room. But if he's not going to do that, then oh well. But I don't know if you heard me. I wanted you to ask that guy a question, but
Yeah, you got to write it in. You got to write it in chat because if you talk like in front of then he can't hear you interrupting. By the way, he cannot.
yeah, that's why I wanted you to ask him for me.
Yeah.
Commander has a short attention span too, so he can't hear you either.
So the question that I had is it was based on a statement he said where, well, America has to care about Americans because the rest of the world literally does not care. And I go, okay, well, what would help that situation? Warmongering with NATO allies or not doing that?
Yeah, it's wild. It's insane. I don't know. I felt like I had a good position there. I don't know. We'll see.
Amender.
CB2033 says leftists have no clue what serving is. I mean, like, are there people on the left that serve in the military? Probably.
Yeah, I mean, we
there are.
don't know anything about serving, and guess what? Neither does Trump, but you elected his sorry ass to the White House.
Eddie says I studied the Bible for many years.
I'm sorry, but
I attended
I
church
served
twice a week, and
Amender.
then I began to think of myself and stop eating other people's cooking. Okay.
Amender.
Holy crap.
Amender, I'm pretty left. I served for 2 years in the German military.
We are taking
I don't
calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion? I want to hear you out. I really do. Let's see here. Vinny says, Amender, I'd like to hear your take on the WEF conference this week. How do leftists feel about microchips in humans, cow farts causing the apocalypse and making us eat bugs? What is the WEF conference? I have not watched it. Technically says, all right, from wrong aside, the big push into Venezuela is to take oil from China. Let's see. CB says Trump respects law enforcement. You do not. Well, I mean, considering he's like a felon, like an adjudicated felon. No, he doesn't respect the law.
Oh wait, what was that? What was that saying? January 6th, where he pardoned all the cop beaters,
Yeah.
and they still want to harp on that.
Don't forget that some of the Proud Boy members are part of ICE too.
I mean, I'm not going to come at you with all that rhetoric. Like I genuinely want to have a conversation with you. I want to hear out what you have to say. I think like we got to start like pulling away from this like left versus right mentality and start to like look at things in terms of like we need to look at our humanity here. Like, what is currently going on? Is this really what you want? Like, really? Is this actually what it is? Like, what you want the United States to be? Like, I have a feeling it's like you're probably invested in whatever it is that Trump is doing. And it's becoming less and less justifiable in your mind. It's getting to a point where it's like, okay, this is like really hard for me to have a conversation about this. And I think it's like, well, because I'm in it this deep, I think I have to keep doing what I'm doing. And it's like, can we just like look at our humanity and be like, hey, this is not good? Like, let's see here.
It'll always be left versus right, no matter who's stirring the pot. That's
Yeah.
how they want it.
Hopper,
Yeah,
did
and
you read Trump's newest comment?
Oh, the one that you
I-
posted?
Yeah, with the
Yeah,
only
yeah.
criminals carry guns.
As a registered law-abiding citizen gun owner, fuck you. Because
Oh, yeah.
I carry a gun everywhere I go.
By the way, we are
Wait.
we are currently taking calls. The people that you guys hear are people that are just hanging out in the Discord. But if you could call in, I'd be more than happy to hear you out. We'll have a full discussion. Just give me a call, 202-998-5218.
And I mean, fuck
It's still
Trump, not
it's
fuck
really
you.
hilarious. It's really hilarious that he is now supposedly anti-gun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I carry a gun.
He's like,
everywhere
why
I go,
was he
too.
carrying a gun? Yeah, I thought that was
I
interesting. I was
genuinely
like, so
believe-
wait, are you guys like, anti-Second Amendment now? Like, what?
Hang on. I genuinely believe that he didn't mean to say that, but if he did, he's a fucking idiot. Because, like, everyone read the news, unless they were wrong, right? Like, he was, what, a VA nurse? Licensed to
ICU
carry?
nurse. He's a VA ICU nurse.
Yeah, but he was licensed to carry, right? So therefore, he wasn't a criminal. So that comment was not only inappropriate, but wrong. Like, the fuck?
Bulk Broman 88 says, are the other people in the panel also gay men? Some of them are.
Wow.
Oh,
I
so
would say
bro.
I'm bisexual, a little bit.
No, you're not.
I mean, anybody
All
can like
Germans
walk
are
in here
gay.
and have a conversation. Like,
I'm
if they
not
wanna
gay.
Have a
All
conversation.
Germans are
I'm
gay.
here.
Anyways,
you out.
what does the fuck's the matter if people are?
Well, people like to kind of focus on personal attacks instead of like actual conversations, but you know.
So we
Oh, someone
and
new
this
joined the
this
channel.
is the caliber of that they bring to us. Fucking pathetic, honestly.
Amender, there's
Hmm.
someone new in the Discord. Maybe you want to engage that person.
JoJo's store?
engage them to death.
I don't know if
What's
they want
up?
to talk. Did you want to have a conversation?
I wasn't too far into it. I just simply joined.
Yeah, I'm Magus. I am Magus. I am possibly bisexual, just a little bit. No, you're not, proclaimed Holden as he protests to First Amendment that Magus is not homosexual.
No. I said Magnus is homosexual because he's
Shut
German.
the fuck up,
But-
divorced stepchild.
Poon, we're live right now.
Yeah, I know. Why are people talking during your lives? I literally got off of here from YouTube because Magus's voice interrupted yours.
I see.
Bro,
Yeah.
no fun.
And what are you spelling, though? Because I don't know how to spell the word you're spelling. Call your taxpayer.
All right.
What the hell?
It's
So this is a public service announcement. Yeah, sometimes it's okay to seek psychiatric help.
Oh, thank
Well,
you.
now, that's a strange thing to say now. I mean, so you're saying we should bring the asylums back?
Uh,
Hyper America.
sometimes the crazy just gets too much.
bro. This
Hey, didn't
dude.
Trump say he?
It
wanted
is
to bring
odd
us
that we
back?
let the we get rid of asylums and now everyone needs extra pills.
Asylums. I think that was under the Reagan
yeah, good old
administration
days.
that they got rid of mental health asylums. To be fair, right,
Correct.
there was a huge amount of like humanitarian issues like mostly regarding like treatment,
Right.
and you know, and like what was ethical versus unethical, and work needed to be
Right.
done on that. But I don't think closing it down and just like making them effectively be just like let them loose out on the streets. There was this idea that the community would take care of these people, and they didn't. The community never stepped up to take care of these people at the level that the state was capable of taking care of it. And so like you end up with, it's actually kind of a shame, because it's like you'll have, for example, you know, a Vietnam War vet with like genuine like mental health problems that's now like homeless, living under a bridge, because that they're just completely unemployable. And yet we've got like murderers and people that sexually assault people, and they get 3 hots and a cot. And a lot of the times, like, our prisons are being used as effectively mental health facilities, because what happens is that these people inevitably get into trouble, and then they go through the legal system, and then boom, they're in prison. And it's like, so we're making prisons now our mental health facilities. It just doesn't, to me, I'm like, that's insane. Like, why are we doing this?
And I got a long one for you too, man. So what I would present also, you know, if we can't rehabilitate those people, we can't rehabilitate any asylum seekers that might cause trouble in the country either.
Are you equivocating an asylum seeker to having a mental health problem?
I mean, it depends on the person, doesn't it?
Do you think, yeah, I mean, like, do you think that those are the same thing? Or comparable?
But, I mean, I'm just explaining that we clearly have much more mental problems than we once did, especially in the, I don't know, probably mid-90s at least.
I'm saying, like, is it comparable? Like, is being an asylum seeker and, say, for example, having like a schizophrenic disorder, are those comparable?
It's comparable if we're bringing them into our country so that they can thrive. If they can't thrive in their own country, it'd be difficult for them to come here just so we can rehabilitate them, for them to then cause havoc.
Well, okay, so
the reason why they can't thrive is because the area is destabilized, and not really because they are acting weird or anything like that. It's just the situation that they find themselves in.
Right. So would we would then ideally everyone would agree that we should take care of everyone here long before anyone else in any other country.
Well, as we said previously, if we were primarily responsible for destabilizing the area, wouldn't that kind of fall to us?
I mean, I'm not saying that some of it didn't fall on our hands, but ideally, and, you know, over 40% of the presidents who have taken office absolutely use ICE to take everyone that shouldn't be here out.
So here's the thing, right? I'm not against like immigration enforcement. I just want to be clear, right? A lot of people think that like, oh, if you're a woke liberal, therefore you want to like abolish all of ICE. I think like we can use ICE for its purpose. I just think that like what they're currently doing in Minnesota is just retribution for perceived ills. The fact that they voted Democrat and are a heavily Democrat city. And they're trying to sow chaos or enact some sort of retribution upon the people of Minnesota. That's what I think is happening.
To back that up, you can look at what Pam Bondi was saying to Governor Tim Walz. One of the I guess there was this deal that could be made where, oh, if you surrender the voting machines, we will have ICE leave or something along those lines. I'm like, oh, so this really wasn't about immigration enforcement. Imagine that. It looks like you're trying to cause chaos and then using that as a leverage point. I mean, if this was really about immigration, what then why would we even bring up voting machines? I understand Trump is still butthurt about losing that election against Biden, but holy crap, move on.
It was good talking to you, Joe. Yo, dude, these scorpions are freaking tough, dude. They paralyze you and then you're just dead.
Yeah, I see you dying repeatedly on the scorpions. Let me see if I can pull up that.
We've got
letter.
Leah Bobega tipping $2 through Super Chat saying, "Did you see the name DHS released that I shared? The names DHS released? No. No, I'd love to take a look at it. Appreciate the $2 Super Chat. By the way, if you guys are not subscribed and you're listening, consider a subscribe. I appreciate you guys very much. And also, if you have not liked the video and you like these kinds of discussions, consider a like. I appreciate y'all very much. It's a Rubik's has become a member once again, a member for 3 months, Soy Boy supporter. I appreciate that.
There it is. Okay. Let me just read this out. It was the third point that Pam Bondi put in her little letter. And it says, third, allow the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice to access voter rolls to confirm that Minnesota's voter registration practices comply with federal law as authorized by the Civil Rights Act of 1960. Fulfilling this common sense request will better guarantee free and fair elections and boost confidence in the rule of law. And this is to do with ICE being in your fucking state. What? Wow. Okay. So making it about voting machines or records or whatever. It's like, this was supposed to be about immigration enforcement.
So let's see here. It says here, because somebody had said that there is no credible evidence showing that Pam Bondi asked for voting machines. So this is Bondi outlining the terms to Walz to restore the rule of law. This is from The Hill. It's relatively center-leaning. General Pam Bondi on Saturday outlined terms to restore the rule of law in Minnesota just hours after a second person was fatally shot by federal immigration agents in Minneapolis. You and your office must restore rule of law, support ICE officers, and bring an end to the chaos in Minnesota. Bondi wrote in a letter to Minnesota to Tim Walz, obtained by multiple outlets. Fortunately, there are common sense solutions to these problems I hope we can accomplish together. In the letter, Bondi pressed Walz to hand over information about the state's welfare programs amid mounting scrutiny over a massive fraud scandal, get rid of immigration sanctuary policies, and let the Department of Justice voter rolls to confirm that Minnesota's voter registration practices comply with federal law. So they are asking to see the voter rolls.
Yeah, they're asking to see a voter thing. Either they were asking for machines or I don't know the exact wording that they were using, but it had something to do with the vote. And the thing is that the reason why they're doing this is because Trump is again still very butthurt that he lost.
This is all to bring back what they said that they want to bring back law and order in Minnesota, which has a lower overall crime rate than most right-wing states. Like the violent crime rate, theft is lower. Virtually every metric is lower in Minnesota than it is in any of these like Bible Belt right-wing states. I mean, we've looked up these stats in the past. This is empirically verifiable. I am not making this up. This is the reality. If they're worried about like crime, and go to the Bible Belt and figure out what's going on there.
Yeah. Oh boy. And also, if they want to look at who was trying to push the most amount of fraud, just look at Trump. All I need is like 10,000 more votes or 11,000 more votes. Can you just find them for me, please? That'd be great. Thank you.
By the way, chat, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I do want to have a conversation with you. I don't want to listen. We got to get away from like this. Oh, we're going to like dunk whatever. Like let's have like an actual like where we just talk to one another. Like, just call in. I'll have a conversation with you. I want to hear what you have to say, and let's go over it. I do think it's good.
Are we? Would you say that we're all like y'all would be happy with the statute of limitations?
In what way?
Every way, no matter who's in charge.
No, you happy with the statute of limitations?
Right,
regarding what?
like if the crappy things were going on and Obama was in charge, or if crappy things were going on and Bill Clinton was in charge, or if Trump was in charge, or anyone else for that matter.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So then we don't really have to like change policy so much in that regard.
In terms of like the statute of limitation, I don't know. Maybe there's
Correct.
a policy that's like pretty poor, or maybe it's outdated.
Well, I mean, just about
you always reserve the right to like change policy, you know, with like a vote, and yeah.
So,
may I ask what's prompting this question?
well, because just like everything, our appeals process takes so long, and then we expect good results to come from it. And don't get me wrong, I realize that's been our system for decades, maybe 100 years or more. But, as far as I can tell, if that policy works well enough, then we're still doing good. But just like he was mentioning earlier about, or like I was mentioning earlier, if our health is indeed deteriorating around the country, whether that be mental or physical, over time, that's definitely going to reflect on our own communities.
Yeah, but I don't see these solutions that the left is putting out there being either taken all that seriously or implemented.
Well, that's true. And while I agree earlier, we kind of have an obligation to help countries we've destabilized. Clearly we can't take everyone.
Yeah, that's true. And I don't think anyone reasonable on the left would want open borders. What we're saying is that there is more than one way to skin this cat. You could have a reasonable path to citizenship and become a contributing member to our country and pay your taxes and that kind of thing. And right then and there, that would make you instantly more of an American than Elon Musk, who refuses to pay any of those taxes.
I could see that. I mean, he doesn't. Well, I know he has money. It's just not on. It's mainly on paper, though.
Well, what is it, like 600 billion or something like that? I haven't looked it up in a while.
It's not. But it's not on. It's not his physical money. It's just a bunch of
assets.
I mean, I get it, man. It's just shares. It's just like equity.
That's how the ruling class works, though, right? Where it's like it's an asset ruling class where you don't have to anymore.
But
you could just like use assets as collateral.
So y'all seem like you're fans of old type stuff like Game of Thrones.
Quiet down. We're getting a phone call. Sorry about that.
Are you good?
In that
on
case,
the line
I'll
with
head
First
out.
Amender.
Peace out, everyone.
Hey, how you doing?
Can I get your name?
This is Brad.
I'm
sorry,
Joel, man.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
This is Brandon.
Joel.
Brandon. All
No,
right, Brandon.
He's talking to a caller.
Sorry, you can.
What would you like to talk about, Brandon?
Basically, the immigration issue.
Okay.
And what's happening in Minneapolis.
I'm ready to hear you out.
Well, let's say that you, being privy to state information, you knew for certain that another country had actually opened up their prisons and let out rapists and murderers who really should be in jail.
Mm-hmm.
And you knew for certain that they had crossed over the border and they were living in the U.S.
Okay.
How do you think it would look to deal with such a situation?
That country should be held legally responsible. We need to have a negotiation with that country and have a dialogue into why that they would be doing that, trying to destabilize our country.
Do you think that we could get the rapists and murderers out of the country?
Sure.
Does it appear like that's what's happening now?
No.
Except for in the sanctuary cities where the city government is actually helping again. Like,
yeah, because
okay, so when
because I don't believe that they are rapists and murderers, just because they come from another country.
How about the people that they've picked up so far that they are charging with rape and murder?
They are not charging people with rape and murder. They are charging people with not being legally here in the country.
How many people do you...
Also, ICE is not in charge of stopping rapists
that
and murderers.
maybe perform...
That would be law enforcement. Law enforcement deals with rapists and murderers. ICE is just...
law enforcement has decided because they're an alien, they don't want to deal with them.
All right, hold on. This doesn't work unless if we have a conversation, right? I'm not here to try to bulldoze you, and I'm going to hope that you're not going to bulldoze me. So, ICE doesn't stop rapists and murderers. ICE deals with immigration and customs enforcement. They are not they are not the police.
Okay.
So they wouldn't deal with a rapist and a murderer. They deal with your citizenship status.
Okay, now let's say this person that, let's think of a hypothetical illegal immigrant who was actually an insane person who has killed multiple people and has raped women and children.
Yep.
And he's here in the U.S.
Yep.
Okay, let's imagine that person.
Put him in jail.
Put him in jail. Well, he got picked up because he got in a stupid bar fight 3 months ago, and they did have him in jail.
Okay.
And they released him because there was not going to honor any ICE detainer.
You released
How would you then go pick
a
up
rapist onto a murderer
Are
or
they?
a rapist? No.
Well, the charges, the murders and rapes he did was in the other
typically,
country.
if I'm not mistaken, if a person is here into the country illegally and they're raping and murdering, immediately they'd be in jail. It would not be very long before that they get eventually caught and put in jail. And then you would be able to get with immigrations and customs enforcement and talk to the country that they're from. And you would then be able to move that prisoner to that country where they would be prisoner there. That's typically what would happen. And I'm not against that, right? I think it's important.
Venezuela.
If you want like a working country, right? If you want like a country that functions, you need to take people who are like that and put them in jail. They got to go in a box.
Okay, this hypothetical person, he was locked up in a prison in Venezuela and was let out to politically as like a weapon of the state against the U.S. He was let out on purpose and told to leave the country or else he'd be killed.
Who is this guy? I've never heard of this.
This is a hypothetical person that we're talking about. Let's say that there was a person who was a gang.
I asked for like, I don't believe that they are rapists and murderers. And
I'm telling you, in actual fact.
Hold on. No. Hold on. You're not giving me an actual fact. You're giving me a hypothetical. That's not a fact. Hypotheticals aren't reality. Yes. So.
Yeah, as a part of the hypothetical, it's a fact that this person has killed and raped.
Yeah. If under a hypothetical, I gave you what I would want to do under that hypothetical, right? Just because they're an illegal doesn't mean that they get a free ride to rape and murder whoever they want. That's not how that works.
They did commit rapes and murders as part of the Trinidad gang in Venezuela.
Yeah, they got to go to jail.
They were arrested in Venezuela for rape and murder.
Fair enough. If that's
and then they were released from the prison.
I don't know where you're getting that.
As a political move. as a geopolitical tactic, they were released from the prison.
So who's doing this geopolitical
So
tactic?
they crossed the border completely unvetted, and we don't have any information that they're a rapist or a murderer.
What if
But ICE discovers that.
What if I told you that there have been independent analysis of people who look at people immigrating to the United States and find that the propensity of violent crime is lower among immigrants coming into the country than native-born citizens? Did you know that?
How did you record the data? How did you record the data if they didn't talk to anybody on their way in
Crime
and
statistics.
are completely unvetted?
Crime statistics. So I'm asking you, I think like the whole illegal immigrant, therefore committing crime, therefore violent criminal, therefore rapist, therefore, I think all of that, it's just rhetoric. It's not the reality.
They're completely making it up when they say that they picked up a child sexual assaulter.
I'm not saying that, I'm sure you could probably find somebody like that. I'm saying that, overall, immigrants
on ICE's front page.
So overall, immigrants aren't committing more crime than native-born citizens. It's just xenophobia.
I agree. I agree that people that are coming over here wanting to assimilate, fleeing a communist country, they're absolutely great Americans. And if they came to the port of entry and filed their paperwork, I'm very happy to welcome them.
Great.
And I love having them here.
Then you would be in.
That's not who we're going after.
Oh, okay. Well,
we're going after people that had a work visa and then they didn't honor their part.
Well, just so you're aware, right now, what Donald Trump had said that he's going after is that they're going after the 12 million illegals that flooded this country under Joe Biden. What if I told you that those illegals coming in, flooding into the country under Joe Biden were asylum seekers who did go the legal pathway?
And then until a judge has ordered their removal.
Judges have ordered that, yes.
Oh, their cases, I've heard, like my brother argues about this. They picked him up in immigration court. He was trying to get his paperwork right until a judge closed his case, and now it's over with, and he needs to go.
Okay, fair enough.
So what's wrong with picking him up then?
I'm just sure. Go ahead. I mean, again, I'm not against. I just think that the way that we currently handle it here in the U.S., I think it's and honestly, this is both at the fault of Democrats and Republicans, where they have steadily made the process to becoming a citizen of the United States more and more convoluted. A lot of the times government, what it'll do is that they'll have a good idea or a bad idea, introduce convolutions, and then rather than kind of consolidating or making it work better, they just make it more and more complicated. And as a result, now it appears that nobody can even properly follow the documentation, and you often need an immigration lawyer. And what makes matters worse, even immigration lawyers miss paperwork. Even they mess it up because it's that complicated. And in my opinion, I think if you want to have less illegal immigrants, I think if you made it easier to become a citizen of the United States, or made it easier to understand, and that the process is plain as day and doesn't require a lawyer to interpret, I think that you would have less illegal immigrants.
I've never gone through the process. I sure wish we had a recent citizen, someone who's just declared their citizenship, to let us know how bad it is. But I'm on the front page of ice.gov. I see here, ICE arrested convicted sexual predator who was allowed to roam free in Minneapolis because Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey sanctuary policies. Is ice.gov making this up?
That, uh, that, 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 that might be the Trump administration applying their rhetoric?
Do you think it's just rhetoric that the person is charged with being a sexual predator? He's convicted sexual
No,
predator. You think that
the Tim
that's
Wall,
just entirely rhetoric?
no, the Tim Walz thing. Right, because they're like under the Tim Walz administration because he couldn't stop anything, and we're the ones that are stopping stuff. It's rhetoric.
So that to me implies that he was picked up by police and then let go because they would not honor the ICE detainer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I need to read into that. That's just the thumbnail, headline. But that's what that would imply to me, saying Jacob Frey's sanctuary city policies is what made him free on the streets and why ICE had to be there to go pick him up instead of picking him up from a facility.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, I think if you have people that are in the country illegally and they're committing violent crimes, I'm perfectly okay with rounding them up. Sure. That doesn't mean like, hey, we should stop all brown people, or like there's an instance, for example, of there was somebody who barely spoke English, but that they were naturalized in the United States. They were born here. I believe like at 1 year old, they went to Peru and then they came back, but they were born here in the United States. And there was a minor traffic stop by a police officer, and the police officer basically alluded, saying that they think that they're an illegal immigrant, even though that they had an ID, they had a valid ID, a driver's license when they were stopped. And they wrote in the report that they were probably an illegal immigrant because they didn't speak English. And it was only until shortly after that ICE Immigration and Customs Enforcement decided to pick them up and detain them. And they were in prison for several days. And they were there in a state court proceeding to try to adjudicate him. And the mother was sitting there crying in the bench, holding up the birth certificate of this person that barely spoke English, and saying, look, he's naturalized. He is from this country. Like, he is a citizen of the United States. And
was that the point of the hearing?
Yeah. No, she was just in the she was just in the audience. Where like all the benches
we're having a hearing to determine if he's a citizen or not, huh?
Well, and get this, here's the problem, right? During that hearing, they could not exonerate them, and they put them back in prison because it was under ICE custody, not state custody. So despite
that court didn't have jurisdiction.
Exactly. Despite having the physical birth certificate of them, they were still in prison for weeks. It's not right?
And then when it went to the correct court, it was straightened out.
I think it was straightened out later on. But it's like, I feel like this shouldn't happen.
Well, thank
it's
God
like
for that.
The whole thing started all because they racially profiled this man.
Well, the Supreme Court did back up that if an officer thinks that they can't speak English is what tips them off, that that's okay to check them out then, didn't they?
I don't think that's cool. Do you think that's cool?
Well, I mean, the best way to tell somebody's not from America is if they can't really speak American English. Is like one of the most obvious tells.
If you're in a Spanish community and you're just surrounded by Spanish people and you just speak Spanish, like, that doesn't mean you're not a citizen. It just means you're Spanish.
Absolutely. But is it possible that an illegal person that perhaps was released from a prison and never could go to the port of entry because they would discover that he deserves to be in prison, and that person is in that Hispanic-speaking community?
Sure. Again, I'm not
would
against.
it be prudent to check out?
I'm not against ICE going after violent criminals. I just think that, hey, one, simplify our immigration process. Two, don't racially profile people just because they don't speak English.
Well, the Supreme Court did. I mean, they wrote their opinions on why an officer should be able to use that as a tell.
Okay. So I don't. Then if what you're saying is true, that the Supreme Court ruled that you can racially profile based on whether or not I sincerely doubt that, but presuming
we're not trying to determine their race, we're trying to determine their citizenship.
If that is the case, then I would disagree with that. I don't agree that the law should say, hey, you can racially profile based on the language they speak. It's completely inappropriate.
That's okay. If we don't, that's the thing. I believe the ISO officers are upholding the law the way it's written.
I don't think they are.
And that
the way the
what
law
are they
is
doing
written,
outside of it?
Just so you're aware, right? Federal agents aren't even allowed to go into a state without permission from the governor. The governor has expressly said that they do not want federal agents there, but the federal agencies are doing it anyway. And just so you're aware, that is not legal.
You say, okay, you think ICE agents are there in Minneapolis, even though it's extra legal?
It's not legal. It's explicitly what they are doing right now is not legal, but they are doing it anyway.
Well, I'm not a law expert where I could.
Several legal scholars agree with what I'm saying. I've looked at this and looked at the relevant case law. I mean, we can go over it. It's a little boring, but for sure, ICE agents,
they got Trump in court right now about it
because Trump doesn't have any legal jurisdiction. They can't do anything about it. The Supreme Court just
it
recently
seems to me
ruled,
Walls and Frey are doing any legal move they can right now.
The Supreme Court just recently ruled that he can basically just ignore the law.
Because there's a national emergency due to invasion.
Yeah,
that's
more rhetoric. It's not the reality. I don't believe that there's
an
invasion.
What do you call it when over 1 million people enter a country?
Immigration.
In a short time span.
Immigration.
Just regular immigration.
Uh-huh.
The caravans.
Sure.
Were just regular immigration. It's not regular immigration.
Yeah. I think if you destabilize a majority of South American countries as well as the Middle East, and then lo and behold, you've got a bunch of Middle Easterners and South Americans trying to come into this country and have a better life for themselves. I think that I don't think that that's an invasion. That is a consequence for the actions that the United States has created. And I would say it is immigration. They are specifically going to ports of entry and claiming asylum. Right? They're going the legal pathway. That is a legal pathway.
Claiming asylum, see, do you think when activists teach immigrants about claiming asylum, you think they actually have an asylum case because they just want a better economic opportunities?
Yes.
That's the grounds for asylum because they need to be protected.
Yes.
Well, that would be everybody in the entire planet.
It's based on Geneva Convention standards.
Okay. Would that be pretty much everybody in the planet then could claim that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
If asylum works just because it's not good economic conditions in your country, and America's got better economic conditions, is that actually asylum?
No.
Well,
you have to be
I think ICE is doing a great job out there.
Dangerous conditions.
I think if it was truly illegal for federal, it seems like the Supreme Court has made a decision here. Their opinion is that there's an emergency situation that needs to be handled by federal authorities.
Agree that I think if you are able to get enough Supreme Court judges that are a member of the Federalist Society that like to interpret an originalist.
So now it's just because Trump has stacked the court.
Yeah. Yes.
So the way to fix that as a leftist is we need to stack the court.
Kinda. Yeah.
Good idea. That would be democracy for sure.
Well, I mean, I believe that we should have a system that enables people to thrive and succeed, not a system that goes after people for xenophobic intent. There's no checks. We have eroded away the checks and balances of power in the United States. The Trump administration has been successful in doing so, and I think we need to go back.
It looks like they've reinstated a lot of state powers.
They have.
What do you mean he's eroded? He's strengthened the country.
No, he's not.
We're in a much better position now.
No.
Did you see him go to the World Economic Forum and tell them all how it's going to be?
Yeah.
And tell them all how they messed up to their face.
Huh?
He told them all how they've been screwing up right to their face. And then Gavin Newsom said that he should have bought knee pads because of the way they was all fawning over it.
Yeah. So the Eurozone countries. Here's the thing, right?
They're just cut now.
Eurozone countries, the way that they behave is that they understand that Trump is not forever. The EU will last longer than Trump. Any tariffs, any trade deals and negotiations that get passed will last longer than Trump. The alliance of the United States versus EU powers will last longer than Trump. And so Europe is playing this very, very carefully, where they're trying not to upset the Donald Trump and have some sort of retaliation.
Like, you're upset about the way he's taking Greenland?
So
y'all say that's a violation or somehow?
Yeah, I mean, well, the Greenland thing is just idiotic. It's just pure idiocy. But here, listen. Here's the thing.
You think it would be important for us to have Greenland, or for China and Russia to get a hold of it?
Well, you don't actually have to worry about that, because Greenland is already protected by the largest military on planet Earth. It's called NATO. Right? So Russia and China already will not be taking Greenland because it is protected by NATO.
The largest contributor to NATO?
The United States.
Okay. So, yeah, you're right. They're never going to take it because we're going to put on Greenland whatever we want to put on it.
They already have military bases. You do not need to physically own it in order to put military bases on it. They're allowed
and
to
they
have
were
military
getting
bases. In fact, the United States already has military bases
They were
in
getting
Greenland.
blocked to build what they wanted to build out there.
They're getting what?
Denmark wasn't letting us have the military base we wanted to have, or else we wouldn't even be talking about this.
What?
If Denmark was...
The United States
voluntarily
demilitarized down to, I think, like 1 or 2 military bases in Greenland. And this was done post-World War II. All voluntary.
Now there's a new geopolitical order.
No, so again...
Now there's a new...
So here's the thing. If China came in to attack Greenland and take Greenland, then all of NATO would respond. You don't need to have the United States owning Greenland. It's already secure.
The CCP was already doing soft power over Greenland and Cuba and Central America.
It was not.
And Venezuela.
It was not. That's wrong.
It was not.
That's correct.
All right, they get sanctioned, and then China's still trading with them. It's basically they get sanctioned like Cuba gets sanctioned for being communist.
That they're trading? Sure. I mean, I'm sure they're trading. What's the problem?
Yeah. And we don't want China opening we don't want China getting a hold of the rare earths in Venezuela or Greenland.
Let me ask you this.
Why would you want?
Let me. Here's the thing, right? rare earth minerals is not going to happen in Greenland. I'm gonna just tell you that right now, and I'll tell you why.
Rare earths are a big deal.
Well, so just so you're aware, a lot of people have misconceptions about what a rare earth mineral even is. A lot of people think that
It's mostly to do with the lithium.
So a lot of people, what they think
We need lithium for these batteries. For these lithium-ion batteries, need lithium. But there's going to be new sodium batteries that sodium's far more abundant. This is not. This,
All right,
you know,
I need you to listen though.
rare earths isn't going to be as big of an issue as people have acted
I need
like.
you to listen.
All right, listen.
So a rare earth mineral, it's actually not lithium, by the way. A lot of people, what they think is that
That's
a
just
mineral,
one of them.
a lot of people, what they think is that a mineral is like you're going to have like, I don't know, let's say, we need to get a strontium, which is a rare earth mineral. Strontium, it only exists in Djibouti, for example. And so it is rare on Earth. No, that's not what that is. A rare earth mineral is simply you have to go through a lot of material to get a small amount of X. That's what a rare earth mineral is. Greenland, the land most of it is covered under anywhere between 1 to 3 kilometers of ice. Once you have gotten to the land itself, it's not like that the rare earth mineral content is any different from any of these other countries. You can actually go to a country with temperate climate and get the same rare earth minerals that you would get in Greenland, except it's a temperate region that isn't a death hellscape nightmare to be in, with no roads, and has nighttime for 6 months out of the year.
More difficult, much more costly.
There is oil drilling in Greenland. Greenland oil drilling is some of the most expensive drilling ever. You could go literally anywhere on planet Earth and it would be cheaper than to do it in Greenland, maybe save for Antarctica. It is incredibly dangerous and once again, I want you to imagine nighttime 6 months out of the year, and stepping outside is literal death. It is your death if you step outside. It is horrible to be there. It is not a good time. Nobody wants to be there. The idea that we're going to go to Greenland to get quote unquote rare earth minerals when we could just go to a temperate region that already has the rare earth minerals, it just doesn't make any sense. Let me give you
it's destructive to the area.
That's another thing. Let me give you a more realistic idea. I think Donald Trump legitimately fears his own death. I think his mortality, he's concerned. He wants to leave behind a legacy. And so what he wants to do is everything in his power to bolster his own character. That's what I think it is. Do you understand?
Do you think it's only for Trump's ego, nothing to do with national security, like he keeps saying?
Yes.
You don't think that we need to put new air denial systems at Greenland, because now it's a tripolar geopolitical situation, and we need to be able to block that zone.
Well, it's already blocked. It's covered under NATO. We don't need to take.
Sounds like we want to put more on it.
We don't. It's not necessary. We have NATO. We have all of NATO.
The whole
Canada
thing
is there.
The whole thing is Trump
the
is.
EU zone is there. Denmark is there. And if there was an attack on Greenland, then they would just NATO would just respond.
So what would you do
We don't need to
if
worry.
your Euro allies were completely cucking out to the enemy? What would you do then?
They're not cucking out to the enemy. I would engage in trade negotiations with the EU and have prosperous trade negotiations between both allies, because I don't think it is a zero-sum game. I think if you help enable the market do what it does, I think you would end up with better trade relations, which would encourage job growth and better opportunities for people.
See, there's a point. I can find common ground with you on letting the market do what it does. I like free markets.
I agree.
I like the most economic
Maybe not
freedom.
piss off our largest allies, and literally the largest military.
They're kind of weak allies who are cucking out.
It's not. They're not.
You see
They're
that
not.
there was a globalist.
You're just hearing that. You're hearing that from. I don't know if you listen
What do
to
you
like
call what's
right-wing
happening in
podcasts
London?
or what?
What do you call what's happening to England and Scotland and Ireland?
I don't know. There's a lot of things happening in those countries. What are you talking about?
There certainly is. There is a lot of things. Have you seen the Amelia meme?
Are you talking about the girl that Are you talking about the girl that was like on a subway and got killed by a black guy?
No, that was. No, I'm talking about the meme
The
where
girl with the purple hair.
the UK, the UK government tried to tell everybody how to be careful about radicalization.
Yeah.
But they ended up. I love Amelia so much. I love the meme. I think it's great. You don't think that's showing that our European allies are cucked to the globalist idea, and that they're just going to have? I mean,
well, you said that you're in favor of
the goal was Western decline.
So you said that you were in favor of free markets, which I believe
Yes.
that means that you're going to trade with other countries. That's free markets.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's not being a cuck to other countries. It's realizing we're all on this planet together and that we need to work together.
They're actually replacing the culture of England with other cultures on purpose to weaken Western culture. And they're giving in to the globalists. You remember that they told us we were going to own nothing and be happy, right?
That is a mischaracterization of the own nothing and be happy.
The Great Reset. What do you think the Great Reset was really about?
I don't know what you're talking. You're going in all sorts of directions, and I can't concentrate on one thing.
Yeah, somehow we moved off of ICE in Minneapolis and we started talking about how, y'all just have a hate and vitriol for Trump. That you're making me defend Trump
I don't have a
left
hate
and
and
right.
vitriol for Trump. I don't like what Donald Trump is doing. I think Donald Trump is destabilizing our country. He's making it worse. Right? And I would like to live in a country where people are able to succeed in their life and live higher quality of living standards, have decent jobs, have better health care, enable their life to live a fulfilling life.
That's absolutely what I want.
Yeah. And I think what Trump is doing in Minneapolis isn't that. It's the opposite of that.
We want people to have safe, healthy lives. You can understand how crime is a major factor on that.
Yeah. Minneapolis, prior to all this ICE stuff, had lower crime rates than a majority of the of other states.
I would argue we can't trust any numbers coming out of the state because they're they're covering up fraud left and right. Who knows what they're lying about?
You can look at the federal numbers. I mean, it's across the board. Minnesota and Minneapolis is a very low crime rate.
Again, with those crime rates, I would point to the fact that under Chris Wray and other FBI leaders, they were covering up the numbers and lying about the crime statistics. So I say we can't count on any numbers anywhere. They've all been lying so much. There's no counting on numbers.
So then, it doesn't matter what number I present to you. You're just going to self-affirm. You no longer have a falsifiable condition. You can't
Well, see, this is what
confirm whether or
happens
not
when-
you're
when
right or.
they-
Here's the thing, right? The difference is
There's no trust in the sources.
Hear me out. If somebody said to me, that hey, the numbers don't agree with you here, X, Y, Z, and it's a credible source, I'm just going to immediately change my opinion. Like, I have to abide by some
Not a credible source.
by some empirical standard. I have to operate on that.
But I'm telling you, your sources have been corrupted. The
I don't
FBI's
even know
numbers
what my
were
source
lied
is.
about for decades.
Okay, so FBI numbers, you can't trust them. Crime statistic data based in Minneapolis, you can't trust them.
The crime statistic data out of blue cities, I wouldn't trust at all.
You have more faith than I do, I suppose. I would have no reason to doubt crime statistics numbers on a state by state basis. I just don't have a reason to say.
You want to talk about Tim Walz?
I mean, if you want,
Are you proud of that kind of leadership?
I think Tim Walz is a fabulous leader.
Yeah, when he went to China,
He went to China.
you heard about him going to China, and
No.
it's unsubstantiated. Nobody's proven this, or I guess he would have already been arrested. But it looks like he sold state secrets about the military to China.
He did.
He went to China. Remember, it came up during the debates about him going to China. It's because he went over there and sold out while he was in the National Guard.
Mm-hmm.
I also heard that he drinks gallons of horse semen. Those were so funny. Those were good memes. I don't know how true that is.
Yeah. So I'm seeing that Walz visited mainland China in 1989 when he participated at a Harvard University affiliated World Teach program, teaching English and U.S. history in the Guangdong province shortly after graduating college. This is from Time magazine.
Remember Mike Pompeo giving a speech to all the governors of the states?
He talked
telling
about
them that they're in trouble for what they've been doing.
Being in Hong Kong and China in 1989, and acknowledged some details of timing in his past statements were imprecise. And that's CBS News. Walz has returned to China many times over the years. He claimed about 30 visits. Through his campaign, more recently described the number as closer to 15 trips. He said some visits included his honeymoon in 1994
he just loves China.
and educational trips with students in the 90s as well as the early 2000s. He had a
He just really likes
stay
China.
back in 1989 and continued to visit. Well, I mean, like,
I'm telling you, he's a globalist cuck.
all right, but can we like chill on the rhetoric? Like, can we just have a conversation? Like, I've not
I'm telling you that he has an agenda.
Okay, but if you have something like that, actual evidence, I'd be glad to hear you out. I really would.
I don't have actual evidence. I have suspicion.
Okay. Well, what if I told you, okay, so at the time that he had been in China, he didn't have government office yet. He also had no security clearance either. And as well, no access
what gives somebody the idea that they're
to classified material when he was visiting China. Walz became a member of Congress in 2007. We're talking about visits that he made in 1989.
continually through the rest of his life.
No, to like 1995. And also members of Congress, he didn't even have top secret intelligence.
Okay, I will going to point you now to a speech given by Mike Pompeo he called all the states' governors to come hear him speak. and he told them that they're in awful lot of trouble for what they've been doing with China. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was 2018.
Okay.
They're all in an awful lot of trouble. He explained
But
how
this dude was in China in the 80s and 90s. Like, he wasn't that.
I'm telling you, he was groomed for statesmanship from his trip where he got radicalized. He's a communist.
Have you ever stepped outside of the United States before?
No, have you?
Yes, many times.
Haven't been lucky enough to do that yet.
You should.
Have you?
Yeah, multiple times.
Excellent.
What I find is that when you leave your country of origin and you experience different things, your perspective, it gets rewired. You realize things could be one way or another way. It could be better. It could be worse. You're able to establish real perspective and not just what you hear on Fox News or some podcast.
You get a sense of why so many people try to come to America.
Well, a lot of people are actually leaving the United States because of what's happening right now.
I think a lot of people are leaving because they've been told they would rather self-deport than be dragged out in handcuffs.
Yeah.
Excellent. Go get your paperwork right. What's wrong with that?
Well, because there are people that are here legally. Right. Again, I have to keep reiterating this. An asylum seeker can 100% be legal here in the U.S. So the 12 million quote unquote illegals aren't actually illegal.
If they're here legally and they've got paperwork that shows, then there's not a problem.
But there is a problem because we're just kind of profiling people.
Yeah, but if they show a judge, no, sir, I have my citizenship. If they say, no, I do have a legal, a serious asylum claim, then we're not deporting them.
That's not true.
That's not true. Show me one person that has a real, actual claim and has been deported. The Maryland father, that guy.
Okay, I'll show this up. Trump administration transforms asylum with deportations. Sweeping new investigation by the Associated Press.
Some asylum cases are fraudulent.
Please just listen.
All right.
Sweeping new investigation by the Associated Press raising serious questions about what's happening inside America's immigration courts. White House correspondent Liz Landers reports on how administration has short-circuited the asylum process.
So you're listening through a leftist lens.
This is PBS.
Who wrote that?
PBS?
Absolutely, communist.
All right, bro. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, if PBS is communism,
if all of your sources are leftist,
then I don't know what to tell you. You asked for an instance where they are specifically taking people that are asylum seeking and sending them to prison. I give you valid evidence that that's the case. You then say, well, that's communist. Okay, well then you are in
no. I wasn't
in
refuting the
self-affirmation world, and I'm in reality world. We have to depart ways. We've talked for about 45
minutes. I hadn't dealt with the
about
case. I was just saying. The first off, it sounds like a leftist spin on that headline.
It's PBS, dude. It's a central source. It's literally just as it's about as centrist as you can get. It's not a leftist.
They're not.
It's not
They're far from center.
It's not true. That's not true. Look,
they're far from center. Can anybody want to tell me PBS is in the center? Really?
So I'll pull up the Ad Fontes media bias chart so you can see it. This is a third-party entity that doesn't have a political affiliation. They have a panel body of equal amount of right-wingers and left-wingers that then assess factual statement and reporting, as well as that they are on the center, the right, or the left. PBS, specifically PBS, while it is slightly that to the left of the center, it is literally a centrist source. You can see it right here. PBS's rating as a reliability score of 43.3 out of 50 with a bias rating of negative 4.28. So a slight left bias akin to like an NPR or Foreign Policy or Financial Times or PolitiFact. They are right about smack dab in the center. They're about as close to the center that you could possibly get.
Okay, I'll tell you where PBS lost my trust is their PBS NewsHour with that anchor lady. I've seen her say stupid things.
Gotcha.
And so therefore I said, wow, they are cucked and communist.
Yeah.
I'm not going to listen to them anymore.
Well, just so you're
anyway, about the case you were talking about.
There is no communism in the United States, nor is there anybody trying to push communism. Communism is arguing the classless, moneyless, stateless society. Nobody is arguing to have a classless, moneyless, stateless society.
Except for Antifa?
Including Antifa. I guess if you find the most radical red-haired feminist to like use as your like personal punching bag, sure, I guess. But I'm coming at you as just like an honest interlocutor. I'm just I'm looking for
glad that we can
facts.
Actually talk.
I'm not interested in. PBS is certainly not communist. It's not. It's not even under Mao Zedong. It's just not a thing.
I would
doesn't exist.
We can agree to disagree. That's it's good. I actually think it's good you're doing this and speaking to people. I'm glad that you could talk to me. Thank you. I appreciate you.
I appreciate that. Are you subscribed?
I got subscribed yet. I've seen your show once before.
I'd appreciate it if you would subscribe.
Sometimes, it makes me question, why do you think the algorithm is presenting this on my suggested feed? Your show, I get interesting suggestions on my algorithm.
Well, I mean, it's because you're clicking it and engaging with it.
Well, sometimes I get channels that have literally 700 subscribers, and it's a fucking CIA agent talking mad shit. I've said that a couple times.
Yeah, they probably have. They notice that you engage with small YouTubers. I'm a small YouTuber, so that's probably why it's showing me to you.
Yeah, I don't mind engaging with small YouTubers. I think it's good work that you do, just to show that I can speak to a person that's on the left. It's okay. And, really, they've been right-left marching us for more than, since the Civil War or before. We do need to get over the right-left thing.
Yeah.
I hate, there's plenty of Republicans I dislike tremendously.
Yeah.
In the political.
No, I agree.
But you got to agree also that who do you got on the Democrats that's really somebody good to look up to? AOC? Is that it?
I like AOC.
Bernie Sanders?
I like Bernie Sanders.
Joaquin Jeffries?
Yeah, I don't know enough.
You really like that guy?
I don't know enough.
Have you seen the guy on CNN that's the numbers dude?
I don't watch.
He says,
I don't watch TV.
I don't watch TV either, but I see clips. But the numbers guy on CNN that's always clapping his hands and he says the Democrats' approval among Democrats is way down.
what do you think is going to happen during the midterms?
I think y'all are all going to be surprised.
You think that the Democrats will get washed away?
Like, there's really no telling what's going to happen, actually. But I think you're going to be really surprised if we have election integrity. You'd be tremendously surprised.
Well, I appreciate you calling in.
I think
Brandon.
that you're. Hey, I appreciate you talking, buddy.
You have a great
Thank you.
day. Bye-bye.
You have a good day.
We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I want to hear what you have to say. Looks like we got some other people in the Discord.
I just want to say, I don't want to interrupt you necessarily, but I appreciate your no bad faith argument, man.
Oh, thank you. Oh, we got a phone call.
Anyway, go ahead.
You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what's up, man? My name's Elijah Rivera. How you doing, buddy?
Sorry, one more time your name?
Oh, Elijah Rivera. How are you doing?
All right, Elijah. What would you like to talk about?
I don't know. I guess we could talk about this. I guess the current events that just happened recently, from Venezuela to we might go to war with Iran, send an aircraft carrier out there, to this ICE shooting.
Let me see if we can try to focus on one topic at a time. Let's do one topic.
What would you suggest? What would you like? Let's go with what you like.
I always defer to the caller for that one.
Okay, cool. I don't know, I guess we go off the ICE shooting. Want to go on that one?
Sure.
All
Do you
right,
think ICE is justified in what's happening? Like, do you think that they're justified? In
Hell no.
Okay.
Not a chance.
Tell me your perspective.
Yeah, no, I think it's like 6 officers. They couldn't even take down one guy. It's total nonsense. Like, they did not have to shoot him. It's ridiculous. But I think, like, it's just not a smart plan to get in front of these officers either. Like, why would you do that? I know you're a nurse and you want to help this person that just got pushed by the officer. That's just not, I would not do that. Like, these are some kind of deranged guys in ICE. Like, there's just no, why would you get in the way of their field operations? Don't. And it's actually even more beneficial if you do, like stay away, or even if they do approach you, you could just sue them for excessive use of force. You're more profitable and you can keep your life if you do get out of the way, or if they do use force on you, just stay calm and don't do anything. You can sue them back. So, I don't know, just, again, this seems like a total distraction as well from, like, the bigger story of Venezuela and the Epstein scandal. What a coincidence there, huh? And now everybody's talking about this. Again, like, if you want to cut illegal immigration or go against the illegal immigrants, you got to cut the NGOs and the local state welfare programs for them. It's not like sending out a bunch of agents or paramilitary and say, we're just going to arrest them all and send them away. No, that's ridiculous.
Do you think that states have a right to, like, let's say, for example, they have illegal immigrants and they decide, hey, we're going to, we actually want to help these people.
If the certain states want to, yeah, but, like, you have to make that a priority in your political statements, right? If you're saying, like, well, we're going to just send a bunch of agents to go, no, don't do that. Be like, look, your state program has this, and that for these immigrants or these asylum seekers.
Well,
which most of them are just claiming from, like,
a lot of these left-wing places have done that, exactly that, and they got voted in.
Yeah,
because people had. I would like to say that. I mean, me personally, I think that immigrants, legal or not, in my opinion, they're people, and it is unto me to say, like, what if they come to this country seeking a better life, what makes me more deserving of a good life than them? Is it because I was born in the U.S. that makes me inherently of greater value? I personally don't think so. I think it's like, we need to look at this from, like, a human standpoint and be like, maybe somebody could make an argument and say, well, we don't have enough for all of these people. In which case, great. I just immigrated a bunch of people that are willing to work in this country. They're young, hardworking people. Why can't I have a big, giant infrastructure project that builds up my infrastructure? Boom. I got a big, nice, big, booming economy. Immigrants, non-immigrants, everybody would do just fine. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, well, most people, I do also agree from the human point of view, but I think humans are not as positive as you think they are. I think humans are way more greedy. Like, that's why a lot of people don't want these immigrants coming in, is because it's like, well, why can't I just have that wage job or that supply side construction job or whatever for just a higher wage? And like, that's why, because people are naturally greedy. All humans are. Like, I don't think it's from the perspective like, well, we have a chance and we're going to be beneficial too and help out. No, I think humans are a little more greedy and a little more negative on that stance. So again, like, you can want to help immigrants. That's fine. I understand your side. You're seeking asylum, and most of the asylum seekers are saying it's from persecution from organized crime or some cartel members, some kooks, or some persecution in their home countries. But no, humans are greedy, and I think it's actually a little bit wrong to send them here because, first of all, our wages are crap, and like, what are they going to do? They're going to stay in hotels. They're going to stay in like these local, relief centers. That's kind of messed up. You're giving them like, it's just like from out of organized crime, poverty to just poverty. Like, you didn't really move the needle that much for them. It's kind of, I don't know. I feel like it's disrespectful, not just to the immigrants, but to the people as well, because you are going to change the culture. You're going to change the language. You're going to change the activities. Maybe it's just you're going to change the local lobbying. It's like, no. That's why a lot of these people don't want immigrants coming.
Give me one quick second. Hold on. Hopper, you can't hear anybody in my stream?
No. I can now. I guess I just had to leave and come back. You just went.
Strange.
I saw your voice clicking, but it was just being weird.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so you're saying that it is not fair for the immigrant, or it's not fair for American citizens to have to take care of immigrants?
I think those are two negatives, and they don't equal a positive. It's not like math. Because if you are sending them in here, you also are increasing the what's it called? You're increasing sorry, it's a little stuck right here in my head. The electoral ability to electorally vote, because if you like, the more people you have in your state, you get a little more electoral votes locally, I believe, or federally. I forgot how that works.
Well, what makes them like I guess more valid or less valid in terms of voting?
Well, for the citizens, they can't just like have kids and increase their population like that.
So your argument is
if you start shipping in a bunch of immigrants, then yeah, you're going to increase the electoral vote for whoever's going to ship them in to get the beneficiaries out of it.
Yeah, I understand that. Like, that doesn't bother me though. Like, I'm okay with the idea of immigrants coming into the country.
No, I understand that, but that's what's going to piss off citizens. Like, I'm trying to explain to you that is why a lot of people don't want those immigrants, because people are greedy.
So they're worried about like, the fact that they'll vote differently than them, and that's why
they're going to vote. No, not they're going to vote, right? Because it sounds like you're illegal or undocumented, violating the Section 8 U.S. Code, whatever it's called. No, they can't vote. But you're saying you're going to increase the electoral vote for that area, and that benefits whoever is shipping the immigrants in, so they can get in power and stay in power for a while. Now, you're also kind of screwing them over. You're saying, like, look, we're going to have these immigrants here and work a $7 minimum wage job when housing prices are going through the roof, inflation skyrocketing, commodities, services, utilities, you name it. And you're not able to fix those problems here. So you're kind of just screwing them over twice, except they're not being hunted by some cartel members or the local state. So...
Well, let me help.
It just seems very disrespectful, not only to the immigrants, but also to the citizens. Maybe if you hear out
my argument, then maybe it'll make more sense. So let's say we got a sudden influx, I guess, of immigrants. Well, they're probably looking for work, right? Right.
Okay, this is a hypothetical, right? So yeah, sure.
I mean, they're probably looking for work, right? They're willing to do manual labor, right?
Okay.
Great. So I just got a bunch of construction workers. Fabulous. So I can go ahead and take these people and I can have like a big infrastructure project, build more houses, build more schools. I can have specific stipulations that says big giant multinational corporations can't control those houses. It actually has to be by people who are there to live in it. And then the value of those houses would be relatively inexpensive because of how many I'm building, because I just brought in an influx of immigrants. I'd continue building up the schools, and because of the additional increase in property tax, I would have more money coming into the government coffers. So this would be totally paid for.
In this hypothetical world, that'd be great, but it's just not how that works. Like,
why not?
That's just not reality of the situation.
We can do
because
that. What do you mean we can do that?
No, you can't, because that's not even the issue with housing, number one, and that's not even the issue with why immigrants are coming here.
What's the
They're
issue
coming
with
here
housing?
mostly for the welfare benefits. Well, the issue with housing is the National Association of Home Builders is telling that the Traditional Association for Development and Buildings it has excessive
the
regulations.
zoning laws?
You're following these stupid.
I agree with you. I don't like NIMBYism.
Well, if you agree with me, you just used a stupid. I'm not going to be disrespectful. You used a really bad hypothetical. Like, that's just not the reality of housing, or what's going to help increase housing supply.
So for starters, at no point was I ever disrespectful to you.
I'm not trying to be
Your response
disrespectful. I'm sorry about that.
To call me stupid, that wasn't disrespectful?
No, I'm saying the hypothetical. That was a very bad one. A stupid hypothetical. Because
I mean, if you're concerned about NIMBYism, then you could rest your head, because I'm in favor of YIMBYism, as in yes in my backyard. I think we should go lax on our zoning laws and zoning ordinances. I think result in a great deal of negativity towards working class Americans. I couldn't agree with you more.
No, we could probably agree a lot on housing, but that was not part of the hypothetical. Your main hypothetical is
well,
bringing some immigrants into
you said as a rebuttal.
Wait. But I'm telling you, your hypothetical is not based in reality. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And so you're saying that these increase in immigrants are going to help construction of housing. That's not going to help, because there's a lot more issues with housing.
We did do exactly this post World War II, and it was radically successful. So I don't know where you're getting the idea that it's not realistic and it's dumb and it doesn't make any sense. And, but we can do it. I mean, it is possible. We could just do this.
No, that's possible for citizens to change the law, not for just shipping in a bunch of immigrants.
But I'm okay with immigrants coming into the country.
They're still having to follow the International Energy Conservation Code, ASHRAE 90.1 2019 for multifamily. Are saying these codes are adding substantial costs and making it harder to produce attainable and affordable homes. Immigrants are doing those construction for that, following those certain laws, are not going to help. Like, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. So the hypothetical is wrong, and so it's not going to convince like American citizens to have immigrants come in if you're going to use a totally wrong hypothetical. Like that's just not a reality.
Again,
the reality of why most of these
have
immigrants
done
are
this stuff
coming
in the past. It does work.
Persecution. Okay,
we have done this stuff in the past. It works.
No, in the past.
What do you mean?
We didn't
no,
have immigrants
we
building.
We have. We did giant housing projects as an influx of immigration. This is really, really typical across any country. We do this all the time.
No.
Yes.
No, they were not. These immigrants were not. They were building housing on different codes, different regulatory codes. The current regulatory codes make this housing more unaffordable, adding 17 to 30,000 plus per home in construction cost. Like, that's not going to help. If you just have a bunch of immigrants coming in building expensive housing when they can't even afford it, or American citizens can't afford it, you're not adding and helping the housing crisis. You're making it worse. That's what you're not understanding. Like, your hypothetical is it's not going to convince people because it's wrong. It's not based in reality. Like, do you understand that?
So you say that it's not reality, but I'm pulling up articles to show that it can be the reality. I know you're saying it, but the evidence doesn't show what you're saying.
The evidence shows you are still wrong.
So, I have here, this is how 40 million immigrants create housing wealth and stabilize communities. This is by the American Immigration Council. Yep.
So 40 million immigrants are helping to combat the International Energy Conservation Code for multifamily houses that are making these codes
let's be honest, right?
unaffordable.
Like, do you really care about energy conservation codes?
Yeah, you got to get rid of these codes. It
Oh,
mandates
okay, you
more
gotta get rid
expensive
of the
materials
codes.
like
Got it,
better
got it, got it.
insulation,
You-
windows,
like, you're
high
not worried
efficiency
about the
HVAC,
planet.
heat
You're
pump water.
worried about the fact that there's regulation.
It's not about the planet, dude. These are stupid codes that are requiring you to have better insulation, windows, HVACs, requiring advanced air sealing, testing,
We
lower
need
door
to do
tests.
that. Those are
Add
important.
compliance hurdles
Yeah,
like
those are
third-party verifications.
Yeah, those are
It's a bunch of
important.
nonsense that people are following. You didn't have these housing codes back in like the 40s
But if, like,
and
we
50s.
have air
Yet you
conditioning
still have,
standards
let
that
you,
like,
listen,
end up
let you
using
still
up
have
more power,
houses
then
today
it's,
that are
it's not
built from
good
the
for the
40s and
environment.
50s that are still affordable that you could have
So
built now, but
I've
you can't now
tried
because you got to follow these codes.
I've tried multiple times to have a decent conversation with you.
No, you're trying
it
to
doesn't
interrupt
appear
because you
that-
know you're wrong.
All right, good talk, Elijah.
You can talk about something else.
Yeah. That guy was definitely interested in just being a giant douchebag. And I'm just not going to have it. I do want to have a legitimate conversation, not an attempt to, I don't know, just filibuster the entire time. I mean, you just waste my time. Call in. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I am currently a werewolf in Daggerfall right now. And I don't know how to not be a werewolf.
You can be a werewolf in that game too?
Yeah, it's not good.
What the hell? This game is still way ahead of its time.
AWOL says that was a quick call. Yeah, man, I wanted to hear him out. It was clear to me that he wasn't interested in having a conversation. He just wanted to filibuster the whole time. All right, let me see here. Trying to tell me, but hold on. All right, I think I just have to like walk around as like a lycanthrope, and then until I can get. That is not good. It's going to be really hard to find where I need to go. Did I ever get my... Let me just travel back and forth. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to travel. We're just going to like go from like one location to the next. No letter? All right. Actually, I think this is a timed quest, so we're just going to travel back. That's why there's no citizens, Hopper. It's because that they're all hiding because I'm a monster.
But yeah, sure, totally. You turn into a sexy werewolf and they're like, nope, not today.
It's funny.
That was the full intent.
I think I just need to travel.
I think you just need to stop bullying people. God. Such a bully.
AWOL says, "Oh no, you are good with ending that call first. Thank you. I appreciate it. If me and AWOL agree, it's probably right.
Wow.
We disagree on literally everything. We do. We disagree a lot. We do.
America.
Can I get or is the letter already there? Maybe I already have that. You cannot access your inventory while supercharged. Great. Awesome. Fabulous. How do I get rid of lycanthropy? You must act within 72 hours of infection. If it becomes permanent, you must wait for a letter, usually after a year. A year?
Dude, you're gonna be a werewolf for a year. Well, update your resume. You're a werewolf now.
So I'm just going to be a werewolf now?
A sexy werewolf.
Wait, a year in game
Yes,
or a year IRL?
in-game year.
What's the timestamp like? Like, how long is that really, though? Is that like quarter?
They won't help. The temple won't help. I think it's already been more than 2 days.
Well, you're fucked, Billy.
Amender, how long is a year in game?
365 days, I imagine.
So that's 300.
Maybe if I just travel like a lot, just like travel to like places that are like really far. Like if I travel here, for example, this costs 400 to travel. I'm going to camp out, so it costs nothing. And it's 108 days of travel? Okay.
Oh, what the fuck?
50, 40, 30, 20. There, I've traveled. So then I could just go back.
You're screwed, Billy.
And just keep traveling until I...
You gotta do that 3 times.
Yeah. Let's just do that. We're traveling. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I want to hear what you have to say. Let's have a conversation. I guess like that guy did not like my idea that, hey, if we take in a bunch of immigrants, we can have them help build houses and infrastructure, and it'd be great.
Well, Amanda, all right. No one likes an immigrant lover. All right.
But hold on. I just got the letter, but how do I view a letter when I'm a lycanthrope?
You need the reading skill.
Huh?
You need the reading skill.
How do I open up the letter? Hold on. If you're you will notice one thing odd. Okay.
I don't want to make you
check
sound
your
old,
inventory for the letter and read
what
it.
game is this?
But I can't check my inventory as a lycanthrope.
It's Elder Scrolls Daggerfall. It's Elder Scrolls 2. Elder Scrolls as in like Skyrim, Oblivion, all that. This is before Morrowind.
I know.
Then enter a town. You can then change back into your werewolf form and slaughter innocents. Then, if you don't wish to continue being a werewolf, once a year you will receive a letter with instructions. But how do I can't access my inventory. Just type add book into the Daggerfall Unity console. This will add a new spell book. You should be able to access magic then. What? What? I can't read the paper because I'm a lycanthrope. How are you supposed to fix that? How do I stop being a lycanthrope?
Oh, Billy.
What?
I don't know.
I feel the need to hunt the innocent?
Oh.
Do I have to kill somebody and then I can turn back? Let's do it.
If you have to kill someone, just kill a poor peasant.
Yeah.
I'm into it.
No. Kill a rich noble, all right?
I can't.
No, poor peasant. No one gives a shit about. No one gives a shit about Joe Schmo, the dirt farmer.
Yeah, the innocent.
They're already poor. Amanda, don't oppress them. Very unattractive.
Immigration, Forever Rain says, immigration increases economic health. It's possible that I might suffer some negative consequence in the short term, but mitigated by good governance, it causes everyone's economic situation to become more robust and secure in the long term. I agree. Now, I could cure lycanthropy by just cheating.
Could you?
I could. Just type in a console command.
Couldn't you shapeshift back to human form using the spell?
I don't have a spell.
Well, now Google it. There must be a way to turn it off.
Wait, this is it. Yeah, you did it. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Welcome.
Dear Lil Goober. Yes, I have named my character Lil Goober. Or should I call you Helurog, as you are known in the common folk of Gavaudon, who bar their doors against you in fear each night. Yes, I know who and what you are, and your days of terrorizing the Iliac Bay are numbered. I offer you a simple choice. Renounce your lycanthropy, or be hunted down like the wild beast you are. Let no one say that Morgana Wicksmith lacks compassion. I offer you one last chance to save yourself. Go to Barbola Master Wing of the School of Julianos in Cromwood Hall if you wish to live. She is wise in the ways of lycanthropy, and anyone can help you, she can. I will wait 60 days before sending my hunters after you. Okay, let's go to Cromwood Hall. See. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Video.
Ah, there it is. Excadriller says, dang, you guys type a lot when I'm gone. CB says they drain billions from the economic system, harming taxpayers. That's wrong. They actually contribute a lot. Like more than you think. You should look at economics papers on this. I mean, you'd be surprised just how much economic contribution there is coming from immigrants. All right. Temple of Julianos. Well, there's only one place that's got a blue building, and that's this.
Fox News tells me they're all evil and bad.
But Fox News tells me they're bad and evil and wrong. They're bad and wrong.
The immigrants just want my monies, all right? Fuck the immigrants.
But
no,
they're bad.
But my dad tells me. Immigrants want to steal my car and jobs.
That's why my
dad
said he left.
Badong.
They took his job.
Barbolda Master Wing. Barbolda? No. Barbolda? Nope. What about in here? Barbolda? Nope. Barbolda? Nope. We will find Barbolda Master Wing. Ah, there you are. You must be Lil Goober. Morgana Wicksmith said that you might be coming to see me, although she doubted that you would heed her warning. Sadly, most do not. Already too befuddled by the beast within them to save themselves. Yes, the curse of lycanthropy can be lifted, although I hesitate to speak of it, as the cure may be worse than the disease. We must lower our voices. You may not be aware that lycanthropy is a hereditary condition passed on in certain families, although it can lie dormant for generations before reappearing. This is why the great crusades against lycanthropes led by those of Morgana Wicksmith are ultimately futile unless the families who carry the bloodline are exterminated as well. You now understand why I'm reluctant to share this knowledge. As you know, the bite of a werebeast can pass the infection onto a new victim. However, if you pass the infection to a latent lycanthrope, the curse will be lifted for you due to the intensity of the blossoming in the victim. My studies have recently uncovered a family which I'm sure carries the disease. If you wish to proceed on this dark course, I can tell you where to find the last survivor of this ancient cursed bloodline. Yes. I cannot blame you for wishing to live. I comfort myself with the thought of Peror Mastersmith, the last of a doomed family, best ended before the curse renews itself. He is the one. As far as I know, he still lives in Mastersley Hall, a family home for generations. But first, you will need to see Peror Mastersmith in Galvadon. He's assisted me in such matters before. The surest way to pass on the disease is for the victim to drink the blood of the lycanthrope. Peror Mastersmith will ask no questions and tell no tales of your strange request. May Julianos guide your steps. Need to see Peror Mastersmith in Galvadon? Aren't I in Galvadon? That was a lot.
It was a lot.
Am I in Galvadon? I think I am. Let me step outside. Let's see.
These textures for this game is old.
It's great. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I want to hear what you have to say. Give me a call. Let's have a conversation. Can we also just like argue like from Elijah Rivera's perspective where they were saying that guys, we can't build more houses. There's too many regulations on housing. It's impossible to build any houses. Like his argument is literally it's too hard. We can't do it. It's too hard. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just sit here and do nothing, I guess. People. Location. Let me look at that map one more time. Only way I can myself is find Peror Master.
Why build houses if everyone can live the RV camper life?
The last latent lycanthrope family that's transferring. An alchemist named Peror Mastersmith in Galvadon can prepare a vial of my blood for this purpose. Peror Mastersmith in Galvadon. Alchemist. Alchemist. No. People. Pull up the map. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, this town is huge. Bruh. It doesn't show me. This guy's mean. Doesn't like me. Good day. To him normal, I guess. All right. Lord Tinctures, Odd Potions, Dark. There's only 3 of them. So, Peror Mastersmith, I think. Do you realize how much it costs in bureaucracy to build a house? Oh wait, you've never built anything in your life. Yeah, there's a lot of bureaucracy. What do you want? Yeah, houses should be safe. Like, if you're saying like the only way that we should build houses is like in an unsafe way, then have at it, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. We should probably build houses that are good for people to live in. Ah, there he is. That was easy. Info dialogue. So another visitor from Bolda Masterwing. Yeah, I know what you want, but it ain't cheap. It's 1,000 gold up front. Take it or leave it. All right, hold on a minute. There you go. Didn't hurt a bit, did you? Now get out of here before your respectable customer sees you. Okay, bye. Told me the only way to cure Peror Master Smith and the last light and force him to drink, thus transferring my disease completely from him. Okay, Bolda Master Wing. Find Peror Master Smith in Mastersley Hall. Wait,
I wish the housing market can go down.
No, they built houses that are safe without paying $10,000 for a septic permit ban. Yeah, I agree. You know, yeah. Well, I mean, septic systems suck. They're awful. They're terrible for the environment, and they're also just terrible in general. Like, that's why like municipal sewage systems are great. Wait, let me look at that. This is so confusing. Hold on. Mastersley Hall. Mastersley Hall.
Ah, fuck.
There it is.
Just have to build it with this option.
Yeah. Cowcrapper says septic systems do suck ass. My ex-girlfriend had a septic. Never again. Yeah, it's awful. Yeah, it's not fun when it backs up. Ugh. CB says, no, they don't. What the fuck are you lying about? I've had a septic system for 30 years. No issues, no environmental problem. You know nothing about anything. But septic systems do cause environmental damage. They do. Just because you're not aware of the environmental damage doesn't mean it's not causing environmental damage. Jesus. I'm trying to be nicer. I'm going to try to be nicer. I really am.
Commander, you should just get your facts straight, all right? Stop talking out of your septic ass.
How do I find that?
Perfect. There you go. At least someone thought it was funny. God.
Ah. Oh, it's right here. All right. All right, here we go. Became very moody, began disappearing for days, left a note saying something that he couldn't live with himself and didn't want Victory or Masterham to find the truth about it. I never figured out what it was all about.
The wrong hand.
Was his only child. She was taken by a family from the Masterhead farmstead after a farmer's death. Hold on. Victoria Masterham was his only child. She was taken in by a family from the Masterfield farmstead. Damn it. Masterfield Farm? Farmstead. Yep. What a pretty little farm. Sorry.
Yay.
You're gay.
I can't believe you said that.
Wow. Using childish
Doctor, I
insults,
haven't
I
been
see.
feeling very well. Is that medicine you have there for me? Yep.
See, this is why people say you're a meanie, All right.
Since you were afflicted, but Victor cries out in agony and changes form right before your eyes. No! We gotta leave. Where's my weapon?
Where art thou, weapon?
But I got a problem.
You have a lot of problems.
I don't have enough health. Can I hit him through a wall?
I love the smell of Warhammer plastic glue.
Alright, I'm dead. They like landed like this crazy crit on me. Ah, well, we're good. Let's just... Alright, let's go. We got this. Believe in the heart of the cards. Hello, little girl that will become lycanthrope, and then I will fight you. Die. I died. That was... Damn, she deals damage. Bruh. Alright. What? Going the wrong way. Is it here? Okay. Ah, there we go. That was easy. All right, bye. Am I done? Did I finish the quest? Wayrest, if I end... Yeah, we're done. No more quest. I'm no longer a lycanthrope. Yay!
Congratulations. You won.
Let's see here. CB2033 says this NPC gets all his facts from the NGO Soros-funded organization.
Ha! He got you. Fucking nerd.
Don't you know that I listen to Timcast and I know more? Unlike... I listen to unbiased Timcast, unlike your Soros-funded NGOs.
What is Soros for context?
George Soros.
Oh.
It's like this Jewish guy that he basically he basically became like he was like a Democrat and argues for like socialist values, and he's also a billionaire that funds like for like leftist organizations. And a lot of the times the attacks come from people that are just like genuinely anti-Semitic. But I mean, if you could look up like his work from Open Societies Foundations, honestly, I don't think it's bad at all. But I mean, a lot of people, they look at Soros and it's like, oh my God, he's like the demon. I read his book, Open Societies and Its Enemies, because I was like, why does everybody hate George Soros? So then I was like, okay, let me read what it says. And like, I understand, like he basically, he made billions of dollars fucking over all of the UK with its banking system by exploiting an investment strategy. This screwed over a lot of people in the UK. And then he used his billions of dollars to help fund anti-authoritarian organizations throughout the globe. And also the ultra based, just FYI. That's probably the only instance where you're going to see me like talk about a billionaire like in a good light there. So
Sure.
America.
He funds left-wing NGOs. Yeah, he like believes in leftism, and so he funds that with his money. Yeah. Like as if that there aren't giant right-wing establishments doing the exact same thing Wasn't Tim Pool found to have been funded directly by the KGB? And he was like, I didn't know. I just happened to receive $100,000 paycheck a week. Unironically, Tim Pool was receiving like $100,000 paycheck a week to argue. And then they were just like, can you just like argue pro-Russian propaganda? Can you just like say pro-Russia stuff?
That's wild. Well, I'll do that.
He's like, that sounds like a great idea.
Okay, I have a question.
I don't need to question at all where that money came from.
Right, who do I need to sell my soul to get 100,000 a week?
Give me one quick second. I'm gonna just grab some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Coffee. Getting cold outside. Time to turn on my heater. Stand by to die. Rum rum. Oh, god damn America.
I thought it was hot where you are.
Ah, dude, it's fucking, it gets, don't say where I am, but it gets, it's like the winter rainy season. So it's like fucking, let me double check. Yesterday was 35. It's 40 degrees out right now. It's actually 39 degrees. But it's cold as fuck outside. It's like a nasty, dry kind of cold.
Ooh.
It's just, yeah, it's no
No, that sounds better than the 11 degrees that's outside in Texas.
No, that's fair. It's fair. It's just honestly, I guess it's not really that cold, not from where I come from anyways, but it's the temperature shock. Like especially since it was really hot today, it'll be really warm out. And then at nighttime, the ground holds no heat. So it's just like, cold shock. I actually had my door open for the last like 2 hours and the heater off. And then finally, like the temperature changed, just got too fucking cold. Today on the M. Enders Show. Fuck you. Let's see.
How long does it take for someone to get some coffee? They should just keep a coffee maker in their room.
He's got to go all the way downstairs.
Anything exciting? Any exciting debates while I was gone?
Sorry about that. I'm just making some lunch. I'm still not done, but just letting you know. Everybody can hear you, so be on your best behavior. I appreciate it.
Oh, always. Definitely wasn't yelling racist things. America.
Not yet, anyway.
Yeah. No, Amander's definitely the best at whatever he does. America. And
What
stuff.
does he do?
I don't know. Stuff I can neither confirm nor deny. Yada yada. words and stuff.
Does my microphone sound like crap?
Oh, it sounds pretty good.
Perfect.
I mean, it could always be better. Dun dun dun. What else?
Okay.
They're pretty solid.
Okay. No, option good.
Do you guys invest into stuff?
I wish. I'm just not. It's not that I'm not smart enough. I genuinely don't have the time to play the game.
You
I
don't need
probably
to.
should.
You can just trust a firm to do that for you.
You know, I've considered that too now that I'm getting older, but I probably should. I mean, that's not completely true. I do have some stuff invested, but I could probably do better.
What do you have What do you have invested, Grandpa?
Grandpa?
Fuck you. I'm 35.
Yeah, Grandpa, don't break your hip on me.
If anything, I'm the grandpa here. I'm older than you.
How old are you? Like 45?
36.
Oh, you're ancient.
I know, right? What was the internet? The internet? Did they run out of the internet?
I remember dial-up. You had to crank start that thing. Back in my day.
Beep boop. I buy up a lot of precious metals. It's climbing like crazy under Trump.
No, that's fair. Yeah. Oh, I guess I do have to get into that too.
Oh yeah, once you become 45, once you become 40, I'll go buy you like one of those walking canes.
Yeah, right. I'm in the best shape of my life. I'll never need a walking.
I don't think a beer belly counts as being in shape.
Hey, if I had a beer belly, I wouldn't be where I am. That is actually heavily debatable because I've seen plenty of people with beer bellies.
I don't drink beer.
I redact. Whiskey only for me.
I don't have a beer gut.
Yet.
Or ever.
How
Too
old are
skinny
you?
for that.
What?
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 23.
Oh.
I'm
I
sorry.
see. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Ow.
The words you speak and the manner you speak them. I get it now. I are the smartest.
All right. I'm back. I'm so sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey, welcome back. What's up?
I'm so sorry. We are taking
Everyone on
calls.
the internet.
Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to have a conversation? I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you.
What did you make? What did you make for lunch?
Ham and cheese sandwich and a yogurt.
Sure.
It's a diet day. I ate way too much yesterday.
Can't be getting fat now.
Nope.
Yesterday was cod day, so it was just salt, pepper, olive oil, fried. And then the pan deglazed for the sauce.
Helios.
The spam goes here. Says, yeah, big slab of sugars and fat on diet day. So this sandwich is probably about maybe 350, 400 calories. This Chobani is another 100. This is 0. This is 500 calories. roughly this meal, and I have 2 meals. That's 1,000 calories. I lose weight. I've been doing this for years. Everybody like my whole family is fat. Well, I don't know the whole family. A lot of the family is overweight. I got a lot of friends that are overweight. I'm not overweight. What I do works.
I just do intermediate fasting.
Sometimes I don't eat on breaks at work. I just work through the whole day without eating.
Actually,
quiet down. We got a phone call.
I went about 4 or 5 days without
You're on the
eating
line with First
anything.
Amender.
Greetings, First Amender.
Hello. Is this AWOL?
Yes, it is.
All right,
So,
AWOL. What would you like to talk about? What you want to talk about?
In?
Nope.
Well, I got a multiple subjects, but
I'm
are
in
you
Florida.
snowed in? So nothing there.
Yep.
You lucky bastard. All right, cool, man. So I kind of like this conversation format where we don't have to debate. We're just bouncing subjects around.
Yeah.
But I did want to bring up that this new softer version of you is kind of like, you don't have to be a chew toy. Like, you can actually still have that fire you had before, just for the right reason.
I just think it's, I don't think I could change minds if you come at them with fire like that.
Well, I do agree with that from all of our debates. But what I'm saying to you is that, like, occasionally you do need that fire. You do need that little extra spark. Like, don't be a punk. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Speaking of punks, so that kid who was talking about fighting you in an MMA fight.
Yeah.
All right, I have to admit that's hilarious. But you're a pacifist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, how are you going to truck this kid and you're a pacifist? The two don't go side to side. What?
I mean, it's all agreed on.
Oh no, I really want to watch it. I think you should actually charge something for it. I pay to see it.
Members only. I get like 1,000 members in like one day.
Actually, you're laughing, but I think that's possible. Not 1,000, but you would definitely get some viewership and some money off of it.
Probably.
I'm curious though, how old is the kid who wants to fight you?
I don't know. I think he's in his late 20s.
Well, damn it, bro. Don't you think you should know?
I think it is in his late 20s. He's around my age.
You haven't read The Art of War yet, have you?
Know the enemy?
Yes. Have you read it?
He has to give me a time and place.
No, don't deflect. Have you read it?
No.
Come on, man. Get on the same board as me. You should at least read that. It's a classic.
Okay.
Okay. Well, anyway, don't underestimate your opponents because it makes you look bad when you do that. And this is a physical altercation, and you don't really strike me as a physical altercation kind of guy. So you should really be doing your homework.
If he gives me a time and place, I'll train. I'll do everything you're asking.
Cool beans. All right, so let's just get into the political things for fun. Random question. If 1 million people enter your country in a year, hypothetical, what percentage of those people do you think would be a minor criminal? Misdemeanor type criminal things.
Very low. Less than 1%.
Less than 1%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so off of 1 million, you give me the number. I'm horrible with numbers, so give me a number.
Sorry. 500.
Okay, 500. Now, out of that million, how many people would commit a major crime, murder, robbery?
Out of the 500?
Another 500.
No, I said out of the 500.
No, wait.
I think like
Stop,
if you
man.
brought in 1 million people.
You said out of 1 million people, you think only 500 people will commit a minor crime.
So, okay, I misheard you.
Okay.
Like traffic violations and stop sign.
Okay.
I don't know. Probably half.
All right.
Probably half.
We could say traffic violations. I'll even throw up shoplifting or something like that. Out of 1 million people, what percentage do you think would be guilty of those type of crimes?
You're throwing out traffic violations?
No, I said that's fine.
Probably about half.
So 500,000 people are doing minor crimes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We can stop right there. So now add people who are committing major crimes out of that million, and that includes murder, SA, robbery.
Yeah, like a violent offenses, probably about 500 total.
500 out of 1 million people.
Mm-hmm.
First Amender, come back to reality with me for a minute.
That's about accurate to the real numbers.
Well, that doesn't even sound like human nature. Out of 1 million people, you think there's only 500
Here, I'll pull up
murderers.
violent crime statistics and I'll show you.
Oh, shots. Pulling up. Hold on. Before you pull up your statistics, really, think about it for a split second. Out of 1 million people, you think there's only 500 murderers in general.
Yeah, I'll show you.
No, don't show me. Answer my question. I want you to think with your own logic, please.
Let's take a look.
You're still taking a look, though, buddy.
Yeah, just give me a second. Like, give me a moment.
Take your time first.
As immigration has increased, the crime rate has declined, according to the American Immigration Council's analysis of demographics and crime data. Between 1980 and 2022, the immigrant share of the U.S. population has more than doubled, from 6.2% to 13.9%, while the total crime rate dropped from 60.4% for 5,900 crimes per 100,000 people to 2,335 crimes per 100,000 people. Specifically, the violent crime rate fell by 34.5%, and the property rate crime fell by 63.3%. Same pattern holds true for data of most recent years. Between 2017 and 2022, the immigrant population grew by 1.7 million, with its share of total population increasing by 13.7 to 13.8%. Meanwhile, the national total crime rate dropped by 2,758 per 100,000 people to 2,335 per 100,000 people, a 15.3% decrease.
Oh, I'm sorry, were you finished first?
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for pulling that up, but I want your own personal point of view. I want you to really walk me through this logic. You're telling me if 1 million people are randomly put together, there's only 500 murderers within that number.
All right, I mean,
Does
fair
that
enough. It's
sound-
probably it's
Don't
higher than that in
survey,
reality.
please. I just want to know your personal point of view. You really believe that number seems logical to you?
Well, based on actual crime statistics, obviously the number is higher.
No, not statistics. Your own point of view, man.
I was wrong. It's higher. I thought it was lower.
Okay. Here's a random question for you. If you didn't have social media, the internet, TikTok, YouTube, all of that, if you had to base your views on race relations and hatred in the United States just on what you experience in your day-to-day life, wouldn't your point of view be radically different from what it is now?
Probably.
All right, so would you freely admit that like social media is kind of like a virus that helps you to lean into what's negative, even if it's not affecting you directly?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you could admit that first. The step, man. So, you want another random question?
Sure call.
Cool beans. What makes something rhetoric, in your opinion?
When you start like appealing to like emotions, you know, get people all riled up. That's rhetoric.
All right. You would agree that both sides use rhetoric all the time, right?
Yes.
Are you guilty of rhetoric yourself?
Yes.
Okay. So how do we correctly judge what is and isn't positive rhetoric?
Well, I think like if we want to get to the root of an issue, if we avoid the rhetoric and just talk, is probably better than to not do that.
Mm.
I just think you'll
So
lead
how do you
with
break
better
yourself of
outcomes.
speaking that way? How do you excuse me? How do you break yourself of speaking in rhetoric?
I don't know for other people, but for myself, because of all the time that I've spent talking with people and reading books and articles, I can kind of tell when there's a bit of, when it's like, okay, this is rhetoric, you know, like,
okay. All right,
and
well,
I look at that, I'm like, okay, well, I'd rather just look at the facts, right? I'd rather look at the facts instead of like, all right, well, what is the, you know, what is someone's opinion on the matter, right? Like, I think if you say, you know, Tim Walz is horrible crime riddick state, and it's like, all right, but what are the actual numbers regarding the state? Okay, it turns out it's actually quite low. They're doing quite well for themselves, like comparatively speaking. Do you see what I mean?
I get that. But like the fallback is that like racist facts can be rhetoric, right?
Racist facts can be, yes. Yeah, facts
It's
can
kind
be
of a
used as
slippery slope
rhetoric.
thing.
Like, for example, you could use a fact to poison the well.
That is true.
Here, I'll give you an example, right?
But that fact could be also true, though,
there was
right? That's the problem with it.
What was that time I was debating Rob Noor, where I used a bit of rhetoric here, where, you know, he was sitting there saying that people, you know, shouldn't be using their food stamps to be drinking sodas. And, you know, and then my response is, I'm like, well, you are overweight. It's kind of weird that you're telling people how they're supposed to eat when you yourself don't follow your own advice. That's rhetoric for sure.
Well, it was. And also, he
It was also
roasted you
really
on that
funny.
debate.
It was really funny. Let's be honest.
It was decent, but like, yeah, he kind of beat you in that debate, not because of the rhetoric, but because of the whole, your dependence on surveys actually hurts you sometimes. For some reason, you seem to discount
My dependence
people's
on
real
the way
experience.
the way that reads to me is like your dependence on surveys. No, my dependence on well-studied facts. Yes, I have an unfortunate dependence on well-studied facts, and I don't veer off of it, because if I veer off of it, it is not akin to reality at that point. It's just my own personal feelings, as opposed to like, what can I empirically show to be the case?
That is a good point. First, I'm curious, when you come across someone, back when me and you first started debating, I once told you that I want you to talk to me like I'm a complete MAGA supporter. I have flags. I'm rocking Donald Trump gold sneakers. I don't give a shit about your surveys and your reports. How do you connect with someone who's not going to accept that? I'm just curious, because sometimes you have to use life experience to get through to someone too.
So
And
the
that's
way-
where it seems like your debating style loses me.
The way I think I can do it is I try to talk to them like that they're human beings. I can talk to them at their level, try not to be so much in on like specific empirical analysis, but then just talk to them about their own life experience.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be what I would do. And try not to make it combative
so
where it's like they start closing up.
Say that again.
Try not to make it combative where they start closing up.
Okay. Is it possible that some people only respond to combative language?
So I know psychologically, if you come at somebody that way, it's akin to like getting a fight or flight response, which means a person will physically not be capable of understanding your perspective.
Okay. Is that based on a survey or a report that you read, or is that based on interactions you've had personally?
It's psychology. And also I've had personal interactions where that's the case.
So it's both of them.
Yeah.
All right, let me give you a hypothetical situation. For some reason, a weak chin like you is in a rough part of town. Yes.
Yeah.
Like this. I'm just messing with you. But a local thug approaches you and like he's just measuring whether or not you're a good victim or not. Do you boister up to him, or do you try to connect with him on an emotional level or a factual level?
I try to connect with them on an emotional level. You want to know what I would do?
Yes, please. I'm curious.
I would reach into my backpack and I'd pull out a White Claw. Want a White Claw?
First, stop, pause. I'm going to let you retract that because I have more respect for you than that.
Wait, they would love that. Who doesn't like a White Claw?
Stop.
I'm going to beat you up.
For your own sake.
Want a White Claw?
For your own sake, that did not happen.
Oh, shit, I'll take a White Claw. Why not? I'll have a White Claw.
Viewers, listeners, he didn't really say that.
Just so you're aware, there was a journalist that was out in like a riot like location. I think if I'm not mistaken, it was a BLM riot. And like this journalist was like, had like a backpack and was like just trying to get, footage and whatever. And there was a mob of people that wanted to like, beat him up just for being there. And he offered a White Claw, and then he just like powwowed with them.
Interesting.
It was great. It worked.
But no, seriously, that really would be your solution in that scenario.
Yeah. Sure.
So first, like what? Okay, if I'm a social predator, what stops me from just taking your whole backpack? Because you haven't shown.
Well, yeah, I mean, I suppose they could. Sure.
So you don't have self-preservation.
I mean, if I have to, like, if it's that aggressive, then I gotta run. I'm running.
Wow, stellar. Yo, whatever his name is, Stinky's gonna kick the shit out of you in that ring because there's only so far you can run.
I don't know. I can run kind of fast.
In a ring, you're gonna look like Adam 22. By the
All
way,
right, no. Hold on. Wait, hold on. But when we're talking, I was talking in the street, and now you're talking about with this kid that wants to fight me.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. I already admitted I'm a little buzzed. But no, seriously, the street scenario. I don't understand how you missed all these after-school specials, but sometimes the only way to repel a bully is to meet them on their own terms. Not everything is solved by rationality and feelings. I'm not advocating for violence. I'm just saying that some people have to be met on a certain level.
Like, should I beat him up?
What, the thug at the store?
Or whatever. I mean, you're saying like,
well, in
you gotta
the
meet them where
scenario with the
they're
thug
at,
the
right?
store, no, because he's probably used to actual violence, so he beat your ass. What you could do, though, is put up enough of a front that he figures you're not worth the time. That's all. But I mean, being completely trying to connect with him with empathy just isn't going to work.
Don't hit me. I'm too soy.
Exactly. Oh my
I'll
God,
fall
you're
apart.
asking for at least a 2-piece. Okay, I'm sorry. I have one more random question for you, then I'm finished. Well, not a question, observation. Have you seen? There is a independent reporter who is going to anti-ICE protests, and he's asking them like if they were willing to support him if he got some guns and explosives. And he's talking about we should shoot and kill them. And they're like, yeah, hell yeah, let's do this. And he did like a 20-minute video on it. So if you get the chance, you should look that up and maybe comment on it.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm finished then. First, I enjoyed the conversation, man.
Appreciate it. You have a great day.
All right. Enjoy your day.
Two 202-998-5218. By the way, if you are not subscribed, please, if you would be so kind to subscribe. I appreciate you guys very much. And also, know that a subscription costs you nothing. It costs $0 to be subscribed. And a like, if you would. I'd be very, very appreciative if you did both. If you like this kind of debate content, I love debating, don't you? I love having these discussions. Let's get rid of the, how we're all at each other's throats with this stuff, right? I mean, I think we could go back into sanity world. It's possible. Let's see. Diddy says, you sound a little slurred, my brother. I'm not slurred. I got coffee in my mouth, though. So maybe I gotta... No, I'm not drunk at all. Let's take a look here. So I think what I'm supposed to do right now is I've got to find a tiger? Pet tiger? Saber-toothed tiger in the ruins of Moorhart Farmstead? Okay. Supposedly the tiger is trained to respond to a bell I was given, but Arguer Gerhardt warned me that it may not really be trained very well. I'm to bring the tiger back to its owner. Okay. Oh, Daddy says, no, not you. Thank you. I think AWOL admitted that he was a little drunk. I might join you in that later today. Maybe have a good cigar. Is this a dungeon? Like, is there an entrance? I want to do a dungeon, find tiger. Where's the door? Let me read that closely. Supposedly the tiger is trained to respond. Let me look at my inventory. Do I have a bell? I do. Okay, suppose a tiger trained to respond, but Gerhardt warned me that it may not be really trained very well. I'm to bring the tiger back to its owner. I have hired Dagger Falls Finder. It's run off into the ruins. There's got to be an entrance. It's like nighttime. I can't see. Oh, found it. There it is. Entrance. Yes. We are taking calls still. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I want to hear what you have to say. We are currently playing a game called The Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. Fun game. Great times. +1 to armor. Ooh, elven boots. Equip that. Give me that. Technicalist says, so crazy how little gameplay has improved in Elder Scrolls since Daggerfall. Honestly, this gameplay is freaking awesome. This game's so fun. It's fun. It's fun to play. It's fun. If you like dungeon crawling, this game is for you. This game has got the dungeons to be a crawling. I hope y'all hit that subscribe button and you hit that like button. I hope you did. I do. It means a lot. It really does. Daggerfall and Morrowind were way better than Skyrim, in my opinion. Dude, true. Morrowind is an amazing game. Dude, I love Morrowind. I am a Morrowind fanatic, fanboy. Huge Morrowind fan. I could show you my game. It's actually pretty wild how good it looks. I've modded the hell out of it. Rat! So we're currently looking for a pet tiger. And what we're going to do is we're not going to kill the pet tiger when we see it. We're going to be good. There's a bunch of little animals in this dungeon. Modding scene keeps Morrowind bleeding edge. I've had over 1,000 hours before I even knew about striders for fast travel. What? That's wild. You looked at that giant flea-looking thing and you're just like, whatever. I'm going to bother. I don't even have gauntlets. I think I'm going to equip those. Nice. Very nice. Steel Waikazashi. That's wild. All right, let's take a look at where we're at with this map. Ah, damn. Joe Pio says, first reminder, but you're only 3 times his age. What? Technicalist says, I spent a year figuring out starter exploits, like getting into the tower right at the start. That's funny. One of the best places to go to if you become like Murder Hobo, which you inevitably do become because it's the Elder Scrolls Morrowind. You end up inevitably becoming Murder Hobo. The way is make your way to the Dren Plantation. Yo, the Dren Plantation. Oh my God. There's so much good loot there. There's so much good loot. You get so rich. Oh, this doesn't lead. Try to turn around. Yeah, we can't post links. Only mods can. I wonder if you're a member of the channel, do you get to post links? Nope, that's not where I need to go. Ah, I see another entrance. Right here. Getting a message. Jopio. Watch from 10 to 30 seconds. Even a child understands women are worse at chess. What? All right. They're asking me to watch this short.
Oi, bля. What's that?
That's for me to better sit. I'm small.
How old are you?
11. And I'm a master.
I'm small too. And I'm a grandmaster.
Yeah, but you're a woman, yeah. That's only 2,300.
I saw that. Still higher than you.
Who cares about that? No, but I'm much younger.
It's very annoying.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Great job.
Don't be shy. One day you'll be happy that you even played me.
Say again?
I hope one day you'll be happy that you even played me.
Well, you're a future world champion.
Thank you.
Can we just like be honest that this kid is a super dick? Wait, dude, look at this. Look at the comment. Oh my god. What a dick. It's okay to beat him up in the parking lot, bro. 11 years old and he's trash talking. Bro is playing with a very fine line between confidence and arrogance. That kid is a real life South Park character. Why is this the video you wanted to show me? 11 years old, plus trash talker, plus already a master. This kid is going to be the walking rage bait for his opponents. Even if you win, he's just got the, yeah, but I'm 11 in the chamber. Admire this woman's self-control. Yo, true. True. I didn't know. It seems more like a future Reddit mod that peaked in childhood. Yeah, bro. Dude, this comment thread is brutal to this kid. Ah, dang. Wow. Hannah says most likely is on the spectrum. Maybe. Jopio says, see how demented you people are? That kid could be a world champion. But I'm saying, like, why trash talk, I guess? Why the trash talking? You're on the line with First Amender.
Uh-huh.
Whoa. Okay. Bye-bye. All right. Yeah, I don't know about that trash talking, man. It's kind of messed up. People aren't gonna like you for doing that. You're on the line with First Amender.
Yo, my bad, brother. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you. Is this Joe Pio?
No, this is James.
James, what you want to talk about, James?
So, man, I've been kind of holding off on giving my opinion about the whole ICE thing, especially when it comes to Renee Good. I think all of us could agree that was tragic. It definitely could have been avoided, but it was tragic nonetheless. But I'm curious on what your opinion is on where are we going from here. So the way I look at it, I think the leftists, they want to fight. The powers that be in the Democratic Party, they want to fight. And I think what they're waiting on is a dead black guy. You know,
is it
we
dead
have Renee
what?
Good. We have the other gentleman that was shot and lost his life, but none of it seems to be holding the same weight.
Well, I'll be honest. I don't want anybody to die. You know,
Me too.
I'm pretty heavy on the left. You know, and I wouldn't want that to happen.
Yeah, it's interesting. You could watch. I've seen some like TikTok videos and YouTube videos of white liberals calling out, the black constituents, saying, "Hey, you're not doing enough. They're going to come for you next," and that seems to be a common talking point. What do you think about that?
When they're saying that they're going to come for, like, are you referring to like a white liberal is talking to what, minorities, and saying that they're going to come to, I don't know who's talking to who here. I guess in your question,
It's the white liberals saying that ICE is going to come for Black Americans next.
Okay.
What do you think about that? You think that's true? Do you think they're just kind of trying to stoke the flame? What do you think?
I think there's a strong probability. I do think that a lot of people on the right have a general disdain towards minorities.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
What makes you say that?
The racism.
The race saying that ICE's tactics are racist, so black people should probably be a little skeptical.
No, I mean, like,
about
on the right,
ICE's
there's
intentions.
like they seem to like play a bit with racism.
Oh, so to give an example, kind of like how Democrats, they say,
Well,
if you're black, and you vote Republican, you're voting against your self-interest. So that kind of tactic, you mean?
No. I think like MLK, for example, right? Like, I think if you're against MLK, I think it's pretty racist. It's like, because MLK is like known for he's the guy who paved the way to the Civil Rights Act, and super beneficial for minorities everywhere. But like, I think if you got like groups of people that are like, well, MLK, he's terrible. He paved the way for DEI. It's like, it's kind of racist.
What do you think? I'll give you that point. What do you think about, there's another trend going on where white liberals were openly advocating for divorcing their husbands and breaking their families apart because their spouses were not as opinionated about ICE as their wives were. Do you think
can't
that
speak
families
for-
should get divorced over that?
No.
Neither do I. That's good. What do you think about so did you get to watch the press conference yesterday with the mayor of Minneapolis?
Yes.
Yeah, and did you like the comments that his chief had to say? He was like, "Hey, we're concerned about the safety this is now an unlawful, protest, go home, and stop, disrupting peace, only for the mayor to come right after him saying resist, resist, resist. Do you think that's making things worse or better?
It's making things worse.
I agree. What do you think the message should be coming out of Minnesota right now?
To resist.
To resist?
Mm-hmm.
And resist in the same way they've been resisting, or they need to resist more?
Yeah, I think so.
They need to resist more.
I mean, non-violently, but yeah.
Seen the left's definition of non-violence. Do you think maybe they need to come to the table and say, all right, we need to, totally revisit our tactics, because it's not working. People are dying, and it's only going to make, the midterms that much easier for Republicans when all Republicans have to do is point to countless hours of footage. All Republicans have to do is, listen to, or not just the countless hours of footage, but just the countless protests that have gone on, and nothing's been accomplished. Things have gotten worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do believe that we should resist and resist more. And the reason why is it's more of a principled stance on this. The problem that I'm having is that I have to ask myself, like in situations of tyranny, what would you do? I think most people, when you ask them, like, what would you do during Nazi occupation? Would you resist, or would you argue in favor? And I think most people, what they do is they say that they would resist, right? Because in hindsight, we're looking at, what the Nazis had done and go, okay, well, that was bad. And so, of course I would be on the good side, where I wouldn't, bend over to authoritarians. I would resist them because I'm a good person. But I think it's like one thing to say, to resist bad people doing bad things. And it's another to actually do it when you're actually in the moment, when the decision making is very difficult. Keep in mind that the United States and its founding is founded on resistance of authoritarian rule. And I sympathize with that. I sympathize with the idea that if you have instances of tyranny, and what I see what is happening with ICE wanting to single out minorities, you are either in favor of that, or you're not in favor of that. And then that tells me where somebody would be in their portion of history. Me personally, I think we should resist tyranny. I don't think tyranny goes away by just following the rules.
Oh, I 100% agree. I was along the same path with the COVID lockdowns, when they were shutting the churches down. That was tyranny. I was against all forms of tyranny, so I think we're on the same page there. Maybe our definitions of tyranny, it seems to be, or displays of that, differ, obviously. What do you think about that church protest that went down? See, I believe they purposely signaled out a white church to go to. Their tactics were to disrupt. Much like you said, we got to resist. So they follow your same sentiment. But they went to a white church and did this. God forbid if Republicans or anyone on the right went to a mosque and did the same thing and stormed inside and yada yada yada, we'd be having a different story.
If it makes you feel better, I didn't like them doing that.
Well, that's what I was saying with the resist, so the left can't even get on, seems to be the same page with what do they mean by resist and what are
I can't speak with the entirety. Resisting. I can't speak about the entirety of the left. I can only speak on my behalf. And what I think is I wasn't in favor of them going into a private church and protesting.
Yeah, me either. Okay, at least we're on the same page there. So I guess I'll wrap up so you can get time for other callers. I'll ask it again. What do you think the end is going to look like? Obviously, ICE is not going anywhere. We can't have violent illegal criminals in the country unvetted. So there needs to be some type of we have to come to terms on a few things. So how can
Ideally
we
or
go about doing
realistically?
that? Well, realistically, we have to concede. Realistically, we have to follow the law. So if we could start there.
So I'm saying, like, ideally or realistically, I guess.
Well, realistically, by following the law,
I'm
how
asking,
do we put
what
it,
should
put it
I
into
go
this?
by? Like an ideal situation or realistic situation? Because there are two different answers for me.
Realistically, given we're following the law.
I think more people are going to die. I think the midterms are going to come around. I think there's going to be a very strong effort by Republicans to gerrymander as much as they can to hopefully hold enough seats. I think there's going to be a really nasty blue wave that is going to just show that the Republicans are not doing what people want. And I think from there, you're likely going to see efforts at impeaching Donald Trump. Genuine, very real efforts to impeach him.
What issue do you see the Republicans losing? I mean, Democrats, they have nothing to stand on. There's evidence. Go ahead.
In statistically right-leaning districts and areas, they've been losing hand and foot. And I think that by the time, if nothing changes regarding the Republican Party, and it's just more of what's currently going on, I'm telling you, y'all are going to lose the midterms. It's going to be bad.
Well, I mean, historically, there's been a couple of issues, that determine an election, obviously. A lot of times people think it's reproductive rights, people think it's, I guess I'll just throw in national security, but a lot of times, national security is a big one. But I think national security and specifically immigration is going to be the topics that are going to get Republicans, not just because you have to understand the Republican base, if we get all these boomers, need your help, boomers. If we get all the boomers out again, if young people, I think they care, especially, young people who are maybe 22, 23, they care. The ones that got to, had to grow up through COVID and miss their graduations and all that jazz. And now they're dealing with, a media that's perpetuating all these falsities about them being male and them being white and so on and so forth. Everything that got us to this point here. This is just going to be another thing that makes the right say, you know what, like, we're not scared. We're not ashamed to say that, yes, we're for legal immigration and illegal, people that are in this country need to be kicked out. That's something I think that would unify a base. And especially looking at social media, looking at the videos, the protests, history is not going to favor your side.
Have you ever observed a situation where when we start rounding up people and then sending them out of the country in the sense of millions, that's historically seen as a good thing?
Well, we're not at millions yet, so we're nowhere
But
near
we're
that.
trying, right? I mean, it's an effort. I'm saying,
No.
have you ever observed a situation where that has been seen as like a positive thing, like historically speaking? Like, I mean, think about like Manifest Destiny or the Trail of Tears, or really just about any situation in the United States where we had a forced mass migration of people. Where do you see that results in a positive, like being looked at positively?
I mean, if we followed our laws and we actually uphold and the system worked. The way
Well,
that it
I
was
mean, let's be
designed,
honest, though,
where
right?
states would work with the
Apartheid
federal
was
government.
legal, and so was the Trail of Tears, but that doesn't mean.
But that's not the same thing as our immigration policy.
So it was a forceful mass migration that forced people to the west of the Mississippi River, indigenous natives, out of their property and their land, so that way we
But you
could take
understand
it.
it's not the same thing as.
I
as
agree
our
with you. I'm
immigration
just
policy.
saying, like instances where there have been mass migration. Obviously, it's not a 1-to-1, but I'm not aware of a single instance of mass migration, forced mass migration that we look at that historically in a positive light. I mean, you were saying earlier that my side will not be looked at positively in the future. And I think it's the opposite. I think you've got a genuine rhetorical problem here that I think there will come a day where we will have to look at what has happened under the Trump administration and what went wrong.
Well, I don't think anything's going wrong per se. I mean, you talked briefly about mass migration. I mean,
Well, you don't
could look
like
at
their death of
instances
Renee
where
Good.
That's been done before, and it's totally ruined cultures. I mean,
Yeah, and
we
you-
have to talk
well, you
about
didn't
where
like,
where did our hang on, please, real quick. Where did our forefathers go to before they got to America? It was Holland. They didn't like it there very much, so they went on to greener pastures, as it be.
Why did
look
they?
at
Why did they leave? Why do
hasn't-
you think they left Europe?
It was culturally. They wanted to have their own culture. They were less Swedes, even though, or less what's it be from Holland? What are you called? I forgot.
That's not the reason.
But no, they didn't blend with the culture there. Long story short, it wasn't a culture that they were familiar with. They were European, but these people weren't as European as they were. And even
Well,
if you look
so-
at like
so as
the
it turns
fundamental
out,
question-
it was-
hang on, wait, please. My last point on that. So you can look at Arab countries, and the question is, why isn't these Arab countries accepting Palestinians? Well, there's a history that whenever Palestinians, a different culture, Arab culture, comes in, it doesn't go very well. They try overthrowing the government, PLO, for example. So the history shows two different sides of what happens with unfeathered migration and what happens when you don't enforce your borders. All I'm saying is we need to follow our laws and enforce our borders, and we wouldn't have this issue as big of an issue.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to unpack, I guess, all of the things that you have said there. There's so much that just flies in the face of what I know that it doesn't really work. Number one, the United States wasn't founded on like some ethnic culture. It was founded on as an experiment of secularism. The United States wanted specifically to not allow a particular religion to be the ruling authority, but rather it is a secular system based off of Lockean perspective. That's the first thing. It wasn't because of some sort of ethnic or cultural identity. It was more to do with the fact that religion and government had intertwined across Europe.
Okay, I'll yield to that then.
And then I guess the second, I mean, you were saying, well, if we just need to follow the law. If I don't believe that what is right versus what is wrong to be dictated on what is the law. Apartheid was legal. The Trail of Tears was legal. The Maoist and Stalinist purges were legal. Certainly legality does not equate to morality.
I don't think you can have a conversation about morality, but that's a different topic. But no, getting back to
I'm saying just because something is legal doesn't make it. Just because something is legal doesn't make it right. Wouldn't you agree with that?
But enforcing the border is not the same thing as an apartheid.
So I'm not against enforcing the border. I'm not. There's
Right,
nothing
and
wrong with enforcing the border.
immigration laws.
I'm not against enforcing immigration laws. I think both Democrats and Republicans, they've both contributed to the problem. The problem is that
Agreed.
the immigration and the way that immigration works in the United States has slowly gotten more and more convoluted to the point that it is largely incomprehensible for most people. As a result, people end up missing deadlines. They end up not doing the right thing. Hell, even lawyers mess up the paperwork necessary in order to become a legal immigrant in the United States. And again, this has nothing to do with like right versus left. It's how convoluted the system is to becoming an immigrant. And both Republicans and Democrats have contributed to making it more complicated as time has gone on. And I think if you make a system where it is easy to follow and it's straightforward, and instead of treating these people as like common criminals, maybe we treat them with some humanity and give them the necessary things that they need in order to do well. I think that's what we need.
I disagree. That's an oversimplification to think that everyone that comes into the country, they have the country's best interest in mind. I was in a discourse, and there was a gentleman who was saying,
"Wait, I misunderstood what you were saying. What are you're saying? Who has the country's best interest in mind?"
I don't think that everyone that wants to come to this country comes with the best interest in mind. I don't think that they have a right. I think we get to decide, so to speak.
Who's we?
If we, the American citizens, if we say we're full, we don't want any more,
Do you think we're full?
immigrants coming into the country. Yeah, I think we're full. I think we need time to allow assimilation to happen and not have these enclaves of little Somalia, little Havana, little Italy, little China, little Korea, all of it. I think when and that's what has historically happened. You have an allegiance if you come to this country.
So
you want to call
speaking,
yourself an
like,
American.
Not just
you have an allegiance
just
to
from
us.
the get-go. There's nothing that impedes us from being able to grow further in the United States. We're not quote unquote full, as you're calling it. We're not. It's just not the case. I mean, I'm not saying that we're nowhere close to India or China for that matter. It's not anywhere in the ballpark. And also, just strictly speaking, like, we are getting an aging population. We are aging more and more. And so we need people who are working class in order to maintain our current quality of living condition. And the way to fix that is typically immigration. We are not full by any stretch of the imagination. And with that being said, like, this idea of assimilation, if you're talking about assimilation specifically, I am a second generation immigrant to this country. My parents came here from Chile, and they had me here in the state of Florida. And if you took one look at me, you never would have assumed that I'm an immigrant or that my parents are immigrants. In fact, if you looked at my parents, as long as they don't open their mouth, you would not assume that they're immigrants. They're hard workers. My entire family is hard workers. We're college educated. We're intelligent people. We contribute. We pay taxes. Why are you more deserving than, say, us?
Is that a question to me?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Why am I more deserving than us? You don't know if I'm also a second generation American. You don't know.
Are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So
but
why
my
would you?
mother is.
By your metrics,
my mother is.
You're more deserving than us. I mean, we're just immigrants, right? Who am I? to be taking your land away, or I don't know what it is that you think that I as an immigrant am doing.
Well, you're not an immigrant.
My parents are immigrants and my entire family
But
is
you're
immigrants.
not an immigrant.
But we are all immigrants.
I'm sure your parents are Americans, right?
Yeah. My parents are Chilean.
No, they're okay, but they're Americans, right?
Like, if they're in America, does that make them Americans?
They're American citizens, right?
Yes.
So I'm assuming their allegiance would be to America, right?
I don't know what you mean. Their allegiance.
Yeah,
you don't have an allegiance. You just live there.
Well, you. So have they ever put their hand over their heart, said the Pledge of Allegiance?
Is that all it takes?
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
I don't know. I know in grade school I don't know if my parents themselves have specifically done the Pledge of Allegiance. I know I had to a lot for some reason.
Yeah.
Even now I don't really get the ritual behind that. It's kind of silly.
Right, and your parents, they follow the customs. They follow basically when in Rome, right?
Sure. I think that's everybody.
Yeah. And they had to make they when they became citizens. I'm sure you're well educated to know what they had to the oath.
Yeah, it's a
essentially
fucking
that
pain
they
in
had
the
to.
ass.
Yeah. So there's a
Huge
lot
pain
of
in the
people
ass.
that work and pay and spend years and years trying to get to the position to make that oath, where they generally love the country. Do your parents love the country?
I don't think they love what's currently going on.
But you don't. You could love your child, but not love that they lie. Or you could love.
I mean,
your
like I
child
don't
and not love that they
place
steal.
an anthropomorphism on a physical, like a physical region, like what you're doing. It's very strange.
Well, a majority of Americans, have this sense of American exceptionalism, and they would consider themselves patriots. And it's part of that America first. I'm totally fine with
I disagree with
the
it.
immigrants that come into the country that want to see America do
I don't like
better
it.
and not
American
wanna carve out.
exceptionalism.
Well, a majority of Americans do. A majority of Americans believe that. And the people that we have a beef against are the people that
whether or
wanna
not like a
come here and
majority
not
of
follow
people,
that.
whether or not a majority of people believe in something doesn't make it right in my book. Like, I'm sure a majority of people like McDonald's. Does that make McDonald's good for you? No. Same thing is like I'm sure there was a time where a majority of Americans believed that slavery was good and it was perfectly fine and acceptable and that black people are inferior. I don't imagine that people would assume that's good.
Right,
Just
but
because a
what
lot of
happened?
people
We-
think a specific
we-
way.
we fought
I think
a
like if
war
you have an
on it,
American
and
exceptionalism.
100,000 white men lost their lives.
Hold on. I think if you have an American exceptionalism, what ends up happening is that you end up stomping on the rights of other people in order to make your American exceptionalism. So I'll give you an example, right?
That's not true at all.
I'll give you an example, right? The United States has gone out of their way to destabilize other countries, all on behalf of their
You
own
made
interests.
that argument earlier.
Yes. So that's an example of American exceptionalism that causes empirically a lot of harm to millions of people. Right? All for the benefit of what? For us, Americans. We benefit by the suffering of other people. And I don't believe that we should do that.
Yeah, and we
No,
don't,
it's
because we
not a
have
baby.
countless-
There's no
countless
baby.
examples.
It's just like a bathtub. In my opinion, there is no baby. It's just shit in a bathtub. And I'm trying to get rid of the whole thing. And you're saying, no, don't get rid of the shit. I genuinely, I don't see a positive to American exceptionalism. I think it causes untold death and suffering.
Well, then there was no point in, fighting the Civil War, the Revolutionary War. There's no point in trying to liberate people, who are actually living.
I feel like I
under
can be in
tyranny.
favor of those things without
No, you can't.
being in
You
favor of
can't, because
American
it takes-
exceptionalism.
It takes strong men to make that decision, to say that there's evil out in the world and we're
I
going
didn't
to
say
vanquish
strong
it.
men
That
can't exist.
That only happens when people stand up together and take
I didn't say strong
responsibility
men
and
can't
say
exist.
Yeah, but in
And nothing
going
of
by
what I
your
said,
going
nothing
by
of
your
what I've
example,
said that okay, therefore strong men can't exist.
Sure, fine. I'll rephrase it then. What was the point in 100,000, white men, and obviously there's black men in there too, but a majority of white men fighting, their neighbor dying over war to free slaves? If there was no sense of, we need to come together as a country and reach for something higher. That's that American exceptionalism.
Maybe there's a disconnect in what we're referring to, American exceptionalism.
Well, I'm sure you can probably pull something up. I know you're probably itching at the bit to something up. Yeah, I guess you could pull it up. I'm about to walk into Sam's Club here, so I just wanted to call.
So it says here, American
thoughts,
exceptionalism is the belief that the United States is distinctive, unique, or exemplary compared to other nations. Proponents argue that values, political system, and historical development of the U.S. are unique in human history, often with the implication that it is both destined and entitled to play a distinct and positive role on the world stage. Yes, I disagree with this. I disagree that, I think you can have a nice, big, strong country without the desire to conquer other nations.
Sure. And then when that nation tries coming to your doorstep, then what do you do?
They come to your doorstep because you're destabilizing those regions. You're self-affirming the logic here.
So the only person to blame is us. We are
to blame
the area and forced
for the harm that we have caused across
who were
other
never
nations,
even
yes.
alive during those conflicts to come into the country, and they have a right to that. Is what you're saying? That would be your immigration platform. Would anyone who we've wronged come here? Even if you weren't even alive during that time, much like reparations, even if you were never even alive during that time, it's up to us to be the sole proprietor of justice and accept all of these people into the country.
No, that's not my argument.
Well, thank God, because that's ridiculous if that was the case. But hey, first, I'm going to keep on listening. Thanks for taking my call. You had a good show, man. I was in here earlier. You had like 50 people all going. 57, I think, was the highest I saw. But stream's looking good, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Peace out.
You have a great day. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna drown. I'm gonna drown. I'm gonna drown. Don't drown. Get out of the water. I died. Dang. This game's hard. All right. That was a discussion with James on American exceptionalism. All right. Obviously, you'd be taking a siesta in Chile. Siesta? What are you talking about? That's Mexican. What, are you okay? Doesn't even know how it works. So, I found the tiger, but then I ended up losing the tiger because I thought I could step out of the dungeon with the tiger. I think what I'm supposed to do is just hit it once and then use the bell or something. I don't fucking know. God damn, they hit hard. JI999A James says, did First pull any studies? I wasn't watching the stream from my call. No, I actually don't think I brought up a single study. I brought up some articles, but no studies. Not this time. Culture Cat says, yo, good call, James. Gotta get to that Bengal. All right. Before, I tried to hit this rat and I ended up falling to my doom. Where am I? These dungeons are so complex. Actually, I've never asked what do you feel about reparations? I think we should do reparations. Towards minorities? 100%. Yeah. I think we really fucked them over. And we need to, like, pull back. Yeah. You are carrying too much to stay afloat. Will I make it? Will I die? Is the tiger still there? I hope so. Please be there. The tiger is there. I don't know now what a tiger is doing underwater. That's another question. But we're going to just... Come on. Get out of the water. All right. All right. Ow. The tiger's ears perk up at the sound of a bell. It shakes its great head from side to side. It begins emitting a low growl. Is it purring? The tiger pads over and rubs against your legs and nearly knocks you over. The tiger is now following you. Cool. We got the tiger. CB says the people who lost their lives to free the slaves deserve reparations. No, I mean, we kind of, white people got it, right? They got plenty. Considering that I think it was only until like, since the late 60s that they were able to go to the same school as white people. So I think we're good on the reparations part, right? It's very similar to like, I call it like the soup kitchen, having a soup kitchen for rich people. It's like, why do you need a soup kitchen for rich people? They're rich. They could just buy their own food. All right, now we got to get out of here. However the hell I'm going to get out of here. Oh, this freaking dungeon is huge. Cross the bridge, go this direction. I could also do this door here, I guess. Yep, go up the steps. Let's see. Oh, leaning forward, please, First Amender, tell us your plan for reparations. What race is, what amounts, how you would come to those conclusions. That really, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I don't have a number for you. What would be the amount? That is genuinely a good question. I found the tiger, the ruins. Okay, now it seems to like me. It started following me. Now I just have to get it back to Lara Mooresmith of Daggerfall. How did the tiger make it all the way over there? And how did you know it was even there? The Yoming residence. Where's the Yoming residence? Jeez. Where the hell over there? Northwest. Culture Cat says, First Amender, I like you, and I'm not a wanker. I'd love to do a friendly debate with you on reparations. Sure, I'd have to think a little bit longer, like on what exact reparations would be appropriate. I would probably want to do the math. I'm sure that there's probably some math lying around. Let's look. How much GDP was gained? Hold on. How much GDP was created by slaves? Jesus. That doesn't even seem right. That's such a high number. Research suggests over 222 million hours of forced labor, primarily in agriculture, would be valued at more than $97 trillion in today's currency. That doesn't make sense. That's so much. And then, like, just after that fact, then you would have to have, like, over 100 years of, like, discrimination. Man, it would be really hard to get a specific number. Quiggles. Hello, Quiggles.
Yo, what's up? It's me, Quiggles.
Hi,
What is
Quiggles.
Wait, are you on
We're
wait, what
live
is
right
this?
now.
Wait, am I supposed to call in or how's this work?
You can call in if you want, or you could just be here and talk to me.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool. Wait. What do you
Is there
this,
something you wanted to talk
Elder
about?
Scrolls?
Yep.
Wait, what are the topics? I actually didn't know what
Well, this is
what
the show, Debate a Woke Liberal.
Oh, are you a woke liberal?
Yep. If there's something that you
Nah.
want to talk to with me, then I'm all ears. I want to hear you out.
Okay, what's a topic you think you're good at?
I mean, I have a hot takes list, and it's in
Let's
my
hear some hot
description of the
takes.
YouTube
Let's hear
video.
some hot takes. Of the YouTube video? How do I get? Is that linked on your? Here, let me see.
Yep.
Here we go. Oh, we've got 13 viewers. All right.
It's not a lot, but it's okay.
That's a lot. Hot take. It's a Google Doc. Okay, let's see. Trans women are. Okay, that's not a hot take. That's just a position. Capitalism is the best system with social safety nets. I mean, I'd actually agree with you there. Okay. It's unlikely the aliens have it. Okay. Jeffrey. Okay, these are great. I love these. What do you mean? What is a woman is a question of sex or gender. What does that mean?
What is a woman? Yes. So it depends
for 26,
on if you're
you said
referring.
what is a woman is a question of sex or gender.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is that? What does that mean?
So if it doesn't, the question, what is a woman, doesn't acknowledge the difference between sex and gender. If you're referring to gender, it is entirely predicated on an internal feeling of your sex. Whereas sex is predicated typically on chromosomes that then result into specific hormones and gonadal structures.
Okay. If it has no interaction with reality, it doesn't exist. What does that mean?
As in, if we can't empirically show it exists at all and it doesn't interact, then it doesn't exist. You need to actually
Doesn't interact
show
with what? Our
it.
senses?
No, it doesn't have to be senses. You could use a machine, which in turn uses our senses to read the machine.
Yeah.
As long as we can empirically show its existence, that's what's important.
Yeah, how can we like empirically verify something like logic?
Empirically verify logic? It's axiomatic.
Yeah,
it's not something you would empirically
It's axiomatic?
verify. Yeah.
Can you ground that?
Yeah, it's based on predictive outcomes.
Predictive outcomes? Yeah, but if you can't ground logic as universal, you can't make any sort of like probabilistic claim.
Yeah, it's an axiom. That's what an axiom is.
Yeah, why should I hold to the axiom? I can just say it's an axiom that God exists, but that doesn't actually get me anywhere. It's arbitrary and ad hoc.
Yeah, so the problem is that if you choose that, okay, well, what if I presuppose logic does not exist? Then basically what you have is just kind of like a dead air hard solipsis position that doesn't actually do anything,
No,
as opposed to like something that actually provide predictive outcomes.
Doesn't that presuppose that we ought to do anything? That's a value claim that you're also yet to ground.
Whether we ought do something is something that I have to ground.
It's a value claim. So you're making like yeah.
I mean, I think
So
like
again,
the
if you
act
can't ground these
of
things as
change
universal,
and,
you can't make any
and
sort of
temporality is that in and of itself is effectively doing something. And so it's like it wouldn't even be us; it would actually be inevitable.
What do you
So
mean?
that would mean that it doesn't actually exist from like a like it requires a grounding. It in itself would be axiomatic.
Okay, yeah, I'm asking how can it be that logic is axiomatic? Because the second you try to justify it's no longer axiomatic.
Then you don't know what an axiom is.
Well, an axiom would be a self-evident truth, but if you have to justify it,
so I don't need to justify. I don't need to justify it.
Okay,
It's
well, God's
the
a
axiom.
self-evident truth. Well, no, God's an axiom, so God exists.
Okay. I mean, the problem that I have with like that is
Well, no,
that
it's an axiom.
I would
so I don't
require.
need to justify it.
Okay, sure. I'm not asking you to justify God.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, you understand that if you're having a debate, though, right? There's two conflicting positions. You can't just declare either of your positions to be axiomatic, right?
Sure, you can. We do it all the time.
Okay, but if you do that, then there's no debate. You recognize that?
No, you can actually
it's
have fruitful debate with axioms. In fact, starting
if
off
we're
with
holding to
axioms
do
that you agree.
contradictory axioms that neither of us have a burden
So starting
of, like,
off-
justification for.
So starting off with axioms that you agree with, that's actually a really good way to start a debate. But I'll be honest, it sounds to me that it looks like that you're looking to try to do some form of presuppositionalism. And I'm just going to be honest with you. It's kind of, it's really,
wait, that's precisely what's the issue.
all right, hold on. You're talking over me.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the issue I'm having with the statement on 32 is that it's presupposing that reality itself is material, right? For something to have interaction with reality. I mean, obviously,
is there an instance of reality that's not material that we can show?
That we can show? Okay, again, you're presupposing empiricism. Can we show that logic is
there instances of is there any instance of things that are not in reality that exist?
No. Again, though, you're presupposing that there are only material.
Wait, but you just presupposed it.
Reality is a metaphysical claim in itself. No, you're presupposing that there's only metaphysical realities. You understand
I just got
that, right?
you, dude. Come on.
No, you didn't. You're question begging. Question begging is not a gotcha.
I asked you, and then you said no, you can't determine it in reality. Yeah, okay, so
there's
then
no such thing as if something isn't real, it doesn't exist. That's a tautology. But the issue is that this is trivial because you're presupposing that the only things that exist in reality are material. You're presupposing that the only reality that there is material.
It's just presuppositionalism. Again, you could just have axioms.
Is
there any way that we can have an actual conversation though? Like I really am interested.
We can't have an actual conversation if you're question begging because that's a fallacy, right?
Right. Well, if you can't have a conversation, right, understanding basic axioms, we have to move on.
You're question begging. That's a fallacy.
All right. Well, I guess that's it. I don't know what else to tell you, Quiggles. That's it. It's good talking to you.
So do you admit that you don't have like a justification for your position?
I did.
It's not even that I'm challenging your axiom necessarily that logic. Yeah. So if you want to hold that logic is universal, that's fine, right?
All right. We're just gonna do that.
Out of curiosity, what was the?
I have them server muted. I apologize. I had to server mute them. I mean, if they can't acknowledge like the concept of axioms, and it's like you have to ground axioms, despite that's not what an axiom is. And it's just presuppositional logic. We have to move on. I'm sorry. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Please give me a call. Don't waste my time with presuppositionalism. It's just stupid. To me, it comes off as like very debate bro. Instead of like wanting to have a real conversation. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey.
Can I get your name?
Yeah. So when I'm asking you to prove that logic like holds universally, I don't understand what's the issue with presuppositionalism.
Is this Quiggles?
I don't know who that is. He sounds pretty smart though.
You're not the same person?
I don't know who that is. He sounds pretty smart, though.
All right, well, you sound exactly like him.
No, I don't.
All right. Okay, so I'm gonna...
Wait, what's wrong with presup? What's wrong with presup? This is like basic
philosophy.
Because
it doesn't take into root axioms, and it basically requires.
Wait.
It's like one of the laziest ways of having a conversation. It's really
an assertion. An axiom is just an assertion.
It's not.
There are no self-evident truths.
I have to move on. I do legitimately want to have real conversations.
It's not a coherent position.
So I'm going to have to block your number and remove you from my Discord. Have a good day.
Oh my gosh, you're okay. Whatever, dude.
Culture Catz, can you you can send me a message on Discord and I'll get you in.
I'm just gonna get rid of precept trolling. No precept trolls.
Are you seeing that Culture Catz is trying to get in?
Is Culture Catz trying to get in?
Yep. So let me. Try
They're
to
waving at
walk
me.
through it if I can.
Let me here.
Culture Catz, if you go to your Discord
I sent
server,
them. Yeah, I sent them a link. And if they scroll down, they should be able to see recording live.
Yeah. On the left side, if you hit that little plus button, add server, you can copy and paste the link there, and that's how I got here.
Troublesome werewolf, wearable, whatever in its lair. Ruins of Gerhardt Manor. Okay.
There you are. Hey, Catz, how's it
Hey,
going?
Catz.
Long time no speak.
Hey, Reds, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? You okay, mate?
I am okay, and I have to say it has been a while. Although I have to say I did receive your gift. Thank you very much for Christmas, and thank you for sending me the flavored variety.
Well, I wish. Okay, I think I know what you're hinting at with that. But yeah, was it very chewy and rubbery? Is that what we're? Is that where we're going?
It can go wherever you want it to. Anyway, man. Yeah, it's good to see you again. Long time no speak. We got to hang out some more, man. We need to hang out some more.
Yeah, it's good to hear your voice. I'm not sure. I've just clicked on my phone. Is my voice coming through okay? Am I on speaker on my end?
You are live. You are live right now. Everybody can hear you.
Yep.
That's cool.
So what I'm going to do, Catz, is I'm going to shut up and allow you to say what you got to say to First Amendment. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Red. It's good to see you again. Hey, First Amendment, listen, I'm not coming on here to argue with you. I've seen you debate various people, and I've been on your side in all sorts of other online stuff you've done. So I'm only here just to have a conversation. I'm not trying to provoke you or anything like that, mate.
Great, fabulous. I'm not looking to provoke anybody on the right. I legitimately want to have conversations. I'm not saying you're on the right, by the way. I'm just saying for anybody who's, opposed to me in their politics or whatever, we don't have to worry. We could just have a conversation.
Well, and I'm not. I mean, for me personally, I think describing myself as on the right or on the left would depend on the topic. I think on many topics I am on the left, and I think on some topics I would be on the right. I wouldn't describe myself as a person as a left winger or a right winger. But it was just the reparations thing I found interesting. And listen, I just want to present 2 points to you just to see. I'll present the first one, and then I'll present the second. I'm not interested in arguing with you, but I just would like to hear your opinion, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, so point number one, and I obviously live in a different country to yourself, and we have a very different cultural history with slavery, etc. So I totally understand that. But I would ask you this: right now in America, you have people of all different ethnicities working together in an office, for example, or in a factory. You have teams of people working together. Do you think if there was some kind of reparation put in place that then said, well, these people in our office are going to be receiving more money from the government, and these people in our office are going to be paying higher taxes purely based on skin color, do you think that will make things in the workplace better for everybody, or do you think it will actually result in racial tension in a workplace?
I think it would result in racial tension.
Yeah. I think that was my point, really. That I've got another point, but so as idealistic as it is and as nice as it is going to cause more racism, isn't it?
Well, I think if it's applied correctly, it doesn't have to. I think what you have provided, yes, I agree. It would likely result in racial tensions, unnecessary racial tensions. So I would not be in favor of that.
Because I kind of like just jumped in maybe 10 minutes ago, and I misinterpreted, because I thought you were pro kind of reparations, and
Yes.
I just wanted to talk about the logistics of it, really.
Yes, I am pro reparations.
And I like that. And I've just got one second point, and I don't want to get on my soapbox and monologue or anything. I'll get the point out, and then I'll literally shut up, and you can, tell me why I'm wrong or whatever. But I understand the sentiment. Like, the sentiment is this group of people here have been very harshly treated in the past, and as a result of that, they are now perhaps financially worse off today than they would have been because of the way the families have been treated. And you know what? I fully get that. I fully understand it. I'm not cheapening that. But what I would say is, if we're going to champion people who have been in the past harshly treated, then we could look at perhaps homosexuals in the past who were not allowed. Who were put in prison for being homosexual. I'm thinking more of my country than yours, perhaps. We could look at people who were forced to go and fight in wars and die, and then their families obviously lost a lot of money because of that. We could look at women who couldn't inherit when their husbands died, and then they got married.
I mean, so I'm sure there's probably like a level, right? Because there's like no end in sight in terms of like, who deserves versus who does not deserve reparations. And I get what you're saying. Black people in the U.S. are probably some of the most underrepresented, or they were some of the most mistreated out of most instances in history. And it's my opinion that we need to seek the wrongs of the past. And whether that comes in the form of reparations or diversity, equity, inclusion requirements to having taxes on wealthy areas and then pour it into areas that are poorer off, whatever it is, I'm in favor of that.
You know what? You're a good person, and everything you're saying is coming from a really a place of fairness and honesty, and you just want the best for everybody, and I can't knock that. My personal belief is that logistics would end up causing more hate, and for me, I just can't go with it. I'm a teacher. I've taught for 20 years, and I've always told my kids that I've been teaching. I teach in a very ethnically diverse area. It's not uncommon for me to teach classes that are like 60% black and or Pakistani, Bangladeshi, and I've always said it doesn't matter where you come from. You know, none of that matters. You can be whatever you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
But then to send an opposite message that suddenly you're a victim and you need to pay for it just based on it's just against.
Well, I would never argue that it should be framed as you're a victim. It's more of, hey, let's right the wrongs that we have committed in the past. That doesn't mean these people are victims. It means, hey, these people were hurt in the past. Let's assist that. You know, let's face it, like if we look at black households in the United States versus white households, overwhelmingly black households, I believe they make half as much as they do versus a white household in the United States. That's not to say that there aren't rich, black people or that there aren't poor white people. That is also true. And also what I am saying is true. And so I have to ask myself, okay, well, if we've gotten rid of, the Jim Crow laws and the redlining, if we've done all that stuff, why is that still prevalent? And there's various socioeconomic factors that contribute to that. And my seek is to repair that to where that is no longer an issue. So it can be legitimately meritocratic as opposed to like a situation where it's like if you're born at a specific zip code, you have a very high probability of never escaping those socioeconomic conditions of that zip code.
And I mean, I wouldn't even try and debate you on the statistics you're giving me because I'm not American and I have no idea. Again, very different social histories with our two countries, especially with racism and slavery. So, you know, I'll bow down to your knowledge on that. And again, big respect for what you're saying. For me, it is a form of reducing people down to, and I know you're not doing this. I know you're not deliberately doing this, but for me, it is a case of just reducing people down to the color of their skin and going, you can have this, you have to pay for this. And it, regardless of the family history and who's benefited from what, who's been privileged, who hasn't.
Hold on. So those are all for sure. Like, let's say you have like a, I don't know, like a diversity, equity, inclusion, you know, for college admission or like a subsidy to go to college, for instance. Of course, all of those factors would be taken into account. Like, obviously, like a poor white person, just because they're white doesn't mean that they don't get help. I believe everybody should get help. Everybody.
So what would be fairer, perhaps, would just be a benefit system that treats people as people, rather than taking skin color into account. Would you think?
So you're saying like just socioeconomic condition?
I think so, unless if we're going to go to the point where we're going to talk about historic injustices.
Well, that would overwhelmingly, just FYI, right? If you use socioeconomic condition to be the reason, then the result would be the same. Overwhelmingly, minorities would be the ones receiving benefits from that because they are the ones that are larger or worse socioeconomic conditions than white people. Knowing that that would be the case in the United States, would you still be in favor of it?
Absolutely. Look, yeah, if the decision is made for those people who are struggling, if the decision is made for the people who are struggling, and the people who are struggling happen to be, black people or then that decision is made purely on financial and socio-economic factors. My problem is when you say, right, I'm going to make a decision based on skin color, where that becomes regressive. But if you're going to put things in place and actually the people who are struggling are minorities and they're going to benefit more, great. You know, whatever. If that's the way it works out, that's the way it works out. Okay. But I wouldn't make my starting point the color of someone's skin.
I see what you're saying, and certainly that would be something to consider when drafting real policy behind this.
I guess what's being said here is that there's a better way of phrasing it, and it would be a distinction without a difference when all is said and done.
Yeah, possibly. And again, I'm not here to try and debate or put you to the sword. I'm big fans of both of you. I didn't realize you were behind this this stream, Rez. I didn't realize you were here until but both of you, I'm big fans of both of you. I'm not here to be a dick or anything. I just thought
Wait, Rez, do you have a YouTube channel?
What, me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 35,000 subs, somewhere around there.
Are you serious?
I'm not fucking with you, dude.
No way.
Yes,
Why didn't you tell me?
You didn't ask. And also subscriber numbers is just a number to me. Doesn't really mean anything.
It means a lot to me. I don't know.
You want to buy my channel for the right price? Anything's possible.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Reds is a legend. I didn't realize you didn't. So I don't know what's gone on here, but no, Reds is a legend.
You
do flat Earth stuff, or anti-flat Earth stuff, rather.
Anti-flat Earth stuff. Yes, that's my wheelhouse. That's my bread and butter.
That's
film
cool.
Rockets, I debate against flat Earth, and I'm known in that area of the internet. And
can I ask how did you find out about my me exactly?
Because you showed up on Yerba Mate Talks.
Ah, yes, Yerba Mate. I like Max. I didn't like that he invited Batman in the last. He's a guy on Discord. His name is Mr. Batman. I'm sorry, not the Mr. Batman, the guy who has like the brain worm or whatever, or the black tumor in his head. I don't. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, well, there's a moderator on the Modern Day Debate Discord that goes by the name of Batman as well. It's not Mr. Batman. Let me see if I can find him.
No, I did get that wrong. So it wasn't 35,000, it was 37,000. Man, I even undercut myself.
Damn, dude.
It's been a while since I actually looked at that number.
That's really cool, dude. We should collab sometime.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know what about, because I do everything in my power to keep politics off of my channel, because it's a dumpster fire right now.
Yeah.
But
gotcha.
if you're starting out and just starting out your channel and getting into politics, that's one thing. But I've made my name not bringing politics into the situation, just the stupidity of flat earthers.
No, fair enough. I get you. And certainly politics is not for everybody. It's not a topic that it can actually be pretty negative for an algorithm, right?
Oh yeah,
Because
very much so. Unless you're, secular talk or something like that, in which case it works out great for them.
Yeah.
But with me, no, I made my bread and butter with filming rockets, like for example, measuring the distance to the sun, capturing the International Space Station through my telescope, Titan shadow on Saturn, endless debates like against Jeranism and Flatzoid and all these other jokers that don't know their face from their ass.
Flatzoid. That's a wild name.
Yeah, we call him Catzoid now for extremely funny reasons.
Do you want to let me know about that?
Catzoid, it's a long story, and I don't want to derail the conversation.
I kind of want to know. I'm going to be honest with you.
Question, just be warned. I'll have to go into a bit of lore with that one.
Do it. I'm all ears.
Once upon a time, there was a guy with a lot of money, and he said to himself, you know what? I'm going to pay a bunch of flat earthers to come with me to Antarctica, and
The final experiment.
offers. And so I believe he was willing, or it ended up costing over $100,000 to bring a number of people down to Antarctica. And there were two big flat earthers in tow on that one. But anyway, Catzoid was given an offer, but he denied ever receiving such an offer. And he's like, oh, my email is in my bio. You could have just emailed me and blah, 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 blah. And they were like, no, your email wasn't in your bio. And as he said it, I guess he tried to change it really, really quickly to then add his email to his bio as if it was always there. But there was a misspelling, so he typed it out Catzoid, F-K-A-T, instead of F-L-A-T. And someone caught a screenshot of it before he was able to fix the error.
Oh, that's great. Great work.
Yeah, so we caught him on a lie when he was saying, you could have emailed me at any time. My email is in my profile, and we were like, no, it isn't. And then he tried to, pull a fast one there and screwed up the typing of it. So that was absolutely hilarious. So we
That's
called him
great.
Catzoid.
Fabulous work.
Yes, and he also dishonestly modified one of my videos to push flat Earth garbage, and now he's also known as Mr. 11 Frames. Yeah, he lies as easily as he breathes, which is quite hilarious considering he claims to be a Christian and follow the Bible and all this other garbage.
And then consistently lies. Classic.
If I remember correctly, I think the 9th commandment was like about lying and how you really shouldn't do that, but he does it all the time.
I mean, so here's the thing, right? Whenever I hear like a flat earther, like to me, it's not even something worthy of like having a conversation about. because it's like thousands of years ago, we already realized that the earth was round. Like we knew that from the get-go, because we looked up at the celestial bodies and observed they were spheres. We're like, okay, it's a sphere. We know it's a sphere. It's not a question as to if it's a sphere. It is a sphere, right? And so, like, what is the argument behind that? Like, they just, oh, it's all fake. Don't use your eyes. Like, what?
Yeah, it's all fake. That's what they'll say, and they refuse to buy telescopes to do anything about it. Also, somebody in your live chat was like, I'd love to quiz Red's rhetoric. You can quiz me anytime. My Discord is open if you want to have a conversation. I'm more than happy to chat.
And we are here. I wouldn't mind if somebody wanted to come in and debate you, and I'd let you have the floor. I've done that before with my co-host Daniel Hume, so I'm not against that at all. So if you want to come to my Discord, discord.gg/First Amender, I've got Reds here. So if you want to have a conversation, we can do it.
Yeah, when like for example with the planets, they don't think they're physical objects. They think that they're just points of light spitballed on the dome by God or whatever to fool us or whatever.
So like, if I'm not mistaken, you could go on Amazon and buy like a $300, telescope, and you could observe Saturn. You could observe the rings of Saturn. And you can see it's clearly got a shadow where it's very, very clearly a sphere.
Correct.
So what is their, I don't understand their argument.
They would immediately go to well, let me put it this way. They don't know how to use optics to save their life. What happens when you give them high-powered optics is that they always mishandle it. They always fail to use it properly. So a big problem with flat earthers is their ability to focus their optics. They think a genuine image of Saturn or Jupiter, for example, is an image that is focused like garbage. So it's unfocused, it's blurry as hell, but to them they say that's what it actually looks like, not what we see when you actually focus your optics properly.
So they see it blurry and then they're like, that's what it actually is?
Yes, correct. So they will defocus
even though you can make it clear and you can see it?
Whether it's on purpose or accidental, I don't think they actually care. I think for some of them it is on purpose, and they will purposefully defocus their optics to make the image worse. And then they present that as the quote-unquote actual image. Whereas if you were to just focus your optics properly, you wouldn't be having this problem. But they don't do that.
So, hold on. Then that means that they're not taking this in good faith at all.
I do not believe so, no.
I mean, judging by if they're going out of their way to unfocus, Saturn, to then say, okay, well then probably it's not, it's probably flat. To me that goes, okay, well you're just being disingenuous. You're not really taking this seriously at all.
I'll show you my screen here, and I'll show you what
Okay.
I have.
I'll share it with the rest of the class. We'll see.
Yep, share with the class, of course. So share entire screen. Okay, here we go. Okay, share. All right, that
Hold
should
on
be
a sec,
screen
let
share
me-
right there. You should see my desktop.
Give me a moment. All right, Reds. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second. I have to share my Discord.
Let me know when you can see my wallpaper.
Yeah, give me a moment. don't typically share things over Discord, but we'll do it. We'll do it this way.
And Catz will also tell you that, we put...
All right, I can see it. Go ahead.
All right, cool. So let me bring up my file here. So here's an image that I took of Saturn with the shadow of Titan being cast on it.
Oh,
So
that's
here you
really
can
cool.
see Titan, the moon, right there.
Are you able to make that bigger?
Yeah, let me zoom in a bit.
Is that some form of KDE that you're using?
This is Linux Fedora GNOME.
Ah, cool.
Fedora 43. But yes, here you can see Titan and the
That's
shadow
cool.
of Titan on Saturn, the surface of Saturn.
So, I mean, what did they have to say about that? They're just like...
They think I faked it, even though I live streamed it. I got images of the moon. Here's a close-up of the moon, so you can see it's actually a physical surface. You can see it curving away, so it's clearly round. Another image of Saturn. This is a star, Polaris. This is an image I took of the Orion Nebula.
Very cool.
You can even see a little bit of the Running Man Nebula right here. So that's pretty cool. Another close-up of the moon. Here is the International Space Station going across the face
Oh, that's
of the moon.
amazing.
Yep, so this is actually a series of individual images that I stacked on top of
Yep.
each other. I took this back in 2020.
That's very cool.
It is. It's awesome. I love this shot. Here's a close-up of the International Space Station that I took with my telescope. So in the front here, you can see the Dragon spacecraft. You can see the solar panels. You can see the radiators on the side. This is the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Yeah.
This is the Japanese module right here, and this is a external platform. That's another shot. So here's another shot of the International Space Station that I took with my telescope. This is actually one of the best shots. Here you can really see the Irosa solar panels right here. They're extra solar panels that stick off the side of the space station. So clearly this stuff exists.
Yeah.
They can't really argue against it. Of course, they will continuously try, and they always fail to
Wait,
do
they
so.
don't believe that the International Space Station exists?
Yeah, they don't think the space station exists.
But you can download an app to have it, like my mom showed me once. She pulled out like this app where she says, "Oh, you could tell when the International Space Station is passing over you. Watch, take a look." I was like, "Really? Really?" She's like, "Yeah, it's going to be at 8 o'clock this time. You're going to see it going from one side of the sky to the next, and it moves really fast." And I was like, "Okay." And it basically, what it looked like was a star that just streaked from one side to the other, but it was like slower than a shooting star, and it was certainly went for longer than a shooting star, and it moved very straight, like across the sky. And I was like, "That's freaking incredible," So what do they think that is then? If you can see that, like you could just pull up an app and like, what do they think that is?
They think it's a spy plane. Or some sort of balloon.
Going over 20,000 miles an hour?
Yeah, I was able to independently measure the altitude, size, and speed of the International Space Station with my own kit. Catz, I actually think you referenced that video a few times.
That's just a
Sorry.
That's just with trig. You just use some trig, right?
We had two observers spaced apart by a little less than a kilometer, and we were actually able to get parallax measurements. So
Very
yeah,
cool.
Basic trigonometry.
That's
I have
awesome.
2 videos, or 3 videos actually on my channel that go over that observation.
So, God, the amount of work that you would have to be a flat earther is just wild.
Actually, have you ever heard of something called Brandolini's Law?
No.
Okay, so Brandolini's Law states that the amount of effort it takes to debunk bullshit on the internet is way more than what it takes to produce it.
Yes,
So
that's true. I know that.
it's if they will come up with the craziest conspiracy theories if it means saving their flat Earth worldview.
That's so annoying.
I have traveled thousands of miles. I have filmed dozens of rocket launches. I've made multiple measurements. I've captured the station with multi-$1,000 telescopes, and it will never be enough for them. So the best that you can do is to basically use them as entertainment, which is what I do at this point. I
Nice.
show the weakness of their position,
Hmm.
but I don't try to change their mind. I just get them to trip over themselves, and it's absolutely hilarious when it happens. Like Catz was doing this, I think, longer than I was.
Oh no, you were the way before me. If I remember when I had about, I think I had about 300 subscribers, and I woke up one morning and I had 800. And you might not remember this. You might not remember this at all, but something happened. Maybe Simon Dan was on your channel, and he mentioned me or something. But you gave a shout out to all your subscribers to subscribe to me, and then, like I said, I went to bed with 300, and I woke up with 800.
That's amazing. That's super cool.
Yeah, but Catz did reference some work of mine when he was debating flat earthers, that's when he would do fairly often. But my goal in this was just to show that this stuff can be gotten by people who, quite frankly, don't really need to try all that hard. I mean, if I can figure this out, then everyone else can. Basically,
Can I ask?
with that excuse.
Are you or have you ever been a scientist, or do you have any training?
I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, I'm just okay. So you're just a regular, just a layman.
Regular dude that's somehow, for some reason, found a way to afford all of this really cool stuff. Yep, I was able to meet a lot of really, really good people, and they taught me how to properly use the optics that I acquired. And
Cool.
So when I did my measurement to the distance of the sun, for example, yeah, it gets kind of complicated at times, but it is actually achievable, and you don't need to have an advanced knowledge of, mathematics or whatever.
Yeah. No. You just need like just basic high school math.
And there's GeoGebra also helps quite a bit. It's kind of like a three-dimensional calculator, but I made a video about measuring the distance to the sun, and that video alone is like 45 minutes. So
Yeah.
there's clearly some work that goes into it, don't get me wrong, but it is possible. And so when flat earthers say that the sun is only 3,000 miles away, or whatever it is this week, you can just
This
easily
week.
point to my video and be like, no, it's actually around 93 million miles away, and it's been measured, independently, not by NASA.
That's just wild, man.
So and here's the ultimate, I guess, the power move that I always try to have in my back pocket, or in my front pocket. Actually, I don't hide it. I never reference NASA in any of my arguments. Everything that I reference whenever I'm debating against flat earthers is of my own work. So
That's cool.
I can personally
Verify.
information that I tell flat earthers. I don't take anyone else's word for it, and that is the strength of my position. I will never appeal to NASA. I'll never appeal to SpaceX. I don't need to appeal to them in order to show that
Yeah.
this stuff is actually real.
So I actually, now that you say that, I have a video here from SpaceX that just so it definitively debunks flat Earth so hard that, I mean, I've unironically have not gotten like a proper rebuttal for it. But I want to share it with you and tell me what you think. All right, here oh, you could just see it right now, right? Yeah.
I can see it. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
looking at it now.
So there's several reasons why this particular video out of all videos, but this video in particular, it is so It is so definitive, right? It just deals with all of the, okay, so number one, it's not NASA, so it's not government shill, right? It's SpaceX, right? That's number one. So you could see it taking off. There's no, you know, editing at all. You could see it's just them taking off. Let me turn it down because that's kind of annoying. All right. Now I know what you're going to think, right? They're going to say fisheye lens, right? But if you keep watching, right, you could observe right here. All right. It's beyond the fisheye lens. It's still freaking curved. It's still curved. You could observe a curve. That's VLC messing up. Sorry for that. Anytime I pause VLC, it does that for a little bit, then goes back to normal. But you could observe right there, despite, you know, a potential fisheye lens curve, it was beyond, I guess, like the center. And so you should be able to see a convex Earth, but you didn't see a convex Earth. It was very clearly curved. And then we once again watch it land, and it's like, yeah, dude, space. Like,
I may have filmed this one.
Huh?
I may have filmed this one from the ground.
Have you?
Oh yeah, I filmed over 80 of them.
Wait, you work for SpaceX?
No, I don't work for SpaceX.
How did you film it?
I'm just a Florida guy.
Florida guy. No, so okay, so yeah, so this video, I'm like, explain that shit. I have never heard an explanation from a flat earther, not a single one.
They say it's fake.
That's it?
Yeah, that's basically their entire argument.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to say I'm just going to drop because it's I live in the UK and it's late here. It's my bedtime. But it's been great to chat to you first, Amanda. Great to catch up with you again, Reds. And I'll listen to the rest of the stream upstairs. But thank you for your time, both of you.
You have a great day.
Yeah, I need to hang out some more. So let's see.
That's got to be like one of the laziest ways of argumentation. You just say something is fake and that's it. You don't have to. That's where you know that there's a problem, where it's like they're just saying it's fake and they have no empirical basis behind that.
That is correct. So I have a Falcon Heavy one here. So let me screen share real quick. Screen share window. There we go.
Let's see what you got.
All right, you should be able to
Hold
see
on, give me a sec.
I will full screen it for you.
All right, go for it.
All right, so this is my video. This isn't anybody else's. This is me recording. So I'm going to skip ahead real quick. So I don't know if this is going to come through, but you see, so here's the core stage right here. And these are the two side boosters that fall off the rocket, the Falcon Heavy. And as you can see from the ground, this is my Nikon P1000. You can see how they turn on. And what they're doing now is that the rockets are hitting the brakes. They're slowing down. And eventually they'll start moving back towards Cape Canaveral so they can come in for a landing. So I'm going to skip ahead real quick, but you can kind of see how I keep it in frame. And let me just tell you, this was difficult. This was difficult to keep in frame, okay? You know, sweat's dripping into your eye. It wasn't very fun. So I'm going to skip ahead to, this is entry burn. So there it is right there. You'll see. So to avoid burning up, it's going to turn on its engines. And this is what it looks like. About there, right there.
Cool.
So that's it hitting the brakes. It's slowing down so it doesn't burn up in the atmosphere. And so it's using its engines to do the slowing down part. And then the engine's cut off. So I'll skip ahead a little bit. So this is just before landing.
That's
Again,
cool.
This is my video. This isn't anybody else's. This is me. And I'm tracking all of this by hand. There's the landing burn. And what you'll see is that the legs will pop out. And that's when it comes to a landing right there. There's some power lines. Landing legs deploy. And touchdown.
That's so cool.
Yep, so I filmed that all by myself, and this one got 3.2 million views 6 years ago. Pretty neat. So I tell people, hey, listen, I filmed this myself. You know, this was not something I got from NASA. I filmed this on my own.
Yeah.
So you guys can't say that it wasn't real because I literally filmed it myself.
But they're denying that it exists. I just
they and so what they will default to at that particular moment is that they'll say that I'm part of the conspiracy, even though I don't work for NASA or SpaceX or any space agency for that matter.
So, okay. Have you ever been to Cape Canaveral?
Yes, as I filmed it from there.
Mm-hmm. So,
yep, I've been to Cape Canaveral.
Yeah, so when I went to Cape Canaveral, you know, I got to see the Saturn V rocket. And
at the Saturn V Center.
When I saw that rocket, I was like, yeah, it can go to the moon. Like, from then on, like, I remember people saying, have we been to the moon? We can't tell if we've been to the moon or not. I'm like, bro, have you seen it for yourself? And that is the biggest freaking thing I've ever seen. It's so big.
Yep, Saturn V was no joke.
That's what she said.
When I saw that rocket, I was like, if there's anything that can go to the, I'm like, not only do I think that thing can go to the moon, I think that thing could go to the moon twice over. I mean, it was the biggest thing I've ever seen. It was huge. Shut up, Hopper.
Power. You need a lot of fuel. A lot of fuel, a lot of power.
It's wicked delayed.
Sorry. I was just trying to get my thought off. But
the biggest rocket.
I'm just saying, listen, and I've said it before, and you could see it for yourself. The boosters, just one booster, right? Not like all of the boosters, just one booster is the size of an apartment room. It is insane. Just the booster. Forget about the engine and you know the actual whole rocket. I'm just saying just a booster. It's like the thing, it like you could live in one of those boosters. It's huge. It is insane how big those things are. And I was so impressed at the size of the thing. And I was like, yeah, we been to the moon, bro. That shit's fucking awesome.
I want to respond to something in chat. Oh shit, Reds, you use their Nikon P1000 camera. How dare you? Yep, that's the reason why I got that camera explicitly. It wasn't because it was the best tool for the job. It's because for some reason they have like a religious following of this freaking camera because apparently that's the only camera that doesn't fake stuff because reasons. So I bought that camera and yeah, the rest is history.
That's fun. That's funny. So you're just dunking on flat earthers at this point. That's great.
Yep. So my profile picture on Discord, it's literally that camera.
Nice.
So
camera that fakes everything.
Yeah. See, I'm not in the know on this stuff.
Yeah, it's you have to kind of get used to the arguments that they try to make, and because they'll try to trip you up on this shit, and it's a very dishonest way of arguing from their point of view, and sometimes they will try to trip you up, but you just gotta. I mean, flat earthers can be smart, but in a very dishonest way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like I've sat down and I've tried to listen to like Witsit. I have no idea what he's trying to say.
It is just the everything's a fallacy guy. you're committing this fallacy and that fallacy. It's like, damn, dude, I just asked what you had for breakfast. That's a fallacy. Okay, cool.
That's funny.
Like, everything's a fallacy. I actually called out Whitson a few times, and he has, to this day, refused to actually engage me in an actual debate. Imagine that.
Is he still around? Is he still like a thing? I haven't seen that guy in forever.
I think what happened is that he was forced to move back in with his mom, and his mom told him that he can't do any Flat Earth content, otherwise he's back on the street. And no, that's not a joke.
No Flat Earth content until you get your own job.
Yeah, I think that's legitimately what's happening, that he had to move back in with his mom.
That's hilarious.
So, that happened.
I am so glad I have my own place. Holy crap.
Yeah, and of course yeah, I heard that too, that I guess the Flat Earth grift is not really paying the bills anymore, and so, hence the situation he finds himself in. I think for a while it actually was paying the bills, sadly. But that well has
It
dried
shouldn't.
up.
Right?
Well,
I mean, if you...
He made an ass out of himself for that final experiment trip that he went on to, because he was one of the Flat Earthers that went to Antarctica.
Saw the 24-hour...
Saw the 24-hour sun, exactly. And, you know, he's been put on up in, like, a lot of shit lists because he actually agreed to go. Even though he's trying to save his grift, it's not really working out for him, to the surprise of literally nobody. So, needless to say, he's been in a better position, but not now. So he moved back in with his mom, and upon the threat of being kicked out of the house, he has decided to not do Flat Earth content, and nothing of value was lost. Go figure.
That was brutal.
I mean, he's just very good at spewing demonstrably incorrect garbage about the shape of the Earth, even though we've been educating him on this for years at this point. So it's clearly a grift. I mean, he doesn't actually believe this garbage.
That's sad.
I mean, it was paying the bills for him, and the dude had no shame.
I mean, there's other stuff that you could do that will make you a hell of a lot more money.
I'll tell you how pathetic it got. So one of the criticisms, or actually, let me find a different word to describe it. One of the claims, let's use that word. One of the claims against him is that he knows that it's a bullshit story, this Flat Earth nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
But he just sticks with it because it's easy. As I said, it's easy to make up nonsense.
I mean, if
Whitsitt
has no like morals behind him, he's like willing to just lie on the internet.
Correct.
Why not just like start by getting like a mail service to just start mass mailing fake bills to people?
So ever since he
you owe $4.99 for this.
Yeah, we're here to talk to you about your car's extended warranty.
Yeah, exactly. If you have no morals, like the sky's the limit. Are you kidding? You can make so much money by just being a lying sack of crap.
Yep. So the issue is that when he saw for himself the 24-hour sun, he immediately was faced with a problem. And that problem was, how can I explain this away? And unfortunately for him, he is not that creative. And so there is literally a video of him going on stream onto a different Flat Earther's channel, and he was begging this other Flat Earther to help him come up with some sort of story to explain it all away. I am not making that up. This is
That's
literally
pathetic.
on video where he was like, please help me come up with a BS story to explain it all away. And then the other guy was like, no, I'm not helping you. F you. You decide to go on this trip. You stabbed us all in the back and blah, blah, blah. But he was literally begging, please help me come up with a story to explain it all away. Like, bro, you're live on the air. People can see that you're intentionally being dishonest at this point, and you're working to keep the grift going.
That's so
Like,
sad.
he practically admitted it was a grift right then and there.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's recorded.
I got to get into some of this stuff just to listen in. It seems very interesting to listen to.
It is fairly interesting, but it's also quite sad because you're right. There are better ways of making money on the internet. You don't have to push geometrically incompetent nonsense. But that's
I like that. Geometrically incompetent nonsense is wild.
Yeah. They are geometrically challenged. They struggle to think in 3 dimensions. If
Nice.
you introduce a z-axis into a problem, they immediately start accusing you of being the Antichrist or some shit like that. I'm not exactly sure, but it's crazy. Like, you'll see their eyes go cross, and at that point, you know it's over.
That's just wild.
Yeah, but if you wanted to show up on stream one of these days, whenever we are debating a flat earther, you're more than welcome to join.
I'd
They
love
don't really
to.
show up all that often anymore because they kind of know better. But yeah, I kind of scared them all away. But I guess that just means I'm good at my job.
That is good. You let me know. Yeah. That sounds interesting. I think I'd be interested in that. I don't know how equipped I'd be with a flat earther. I mean, to me, it's so ridiculous that it's not even worthy of like a conversation piece. But I mean, I suppose if I had to throw my hat in the ring, I would be like, okay, well, look, like buy a $300 telescope from Amazon and look, like it's round. It's round. Do you see? It's round.
I got one even better. We've developed a piece of software that allows people to remote control my telescope over the internet.
What?
So they don't even need to make the investment.
They don't even have to invest in it. They just do it. You just do it for free. Oh, it's wild.
Yep, you just do it for free. I would, the way it works is that I set up the telescope on location, and then all they have to do is log in onto my laptop, which, is directly controlling the telescope.
Has anybody ever done that? Like taking you up on that offer?
No, absolutely not. They're scared to. Because the argument that they make is that, well, I would do it, but I don't have the money to do it. Not everyone has thousands of dollars to spend on telescope equipment. I'm like, fair enough. That's absolutely 110% correct. And I wouldn't shit on anyone for not having the money to buy a telescope, especially a really big one. So what I do is I take the cost out of it. I say, listen, we're talking over the internet. Clearly, you have a way of getting an internet connection and, utilizing it. So just remote into my telescope and just control it from your computer. You don't have to make any investment. If you have a laptop, that's all you
So what are
need.
you using? Like, are you giving them like a team viewer code or what?
It's not TeamViewer. It's something like TeamViewer.
Yeah.
But it's something totally different.
Is it
It's
remote
basically
desktop or?
It's kind of like a remote, but it only remotes into this particular program that allows you to control my Celestron telescope.
Okay, cool.
And what you do is that we're on stream, so everything's live streamed. It's recorded. I can't fake it after the fact, and that's why it has to be live streamed. So you would then, on my telescope program, you can then slew the telescope to any object of your choice, and you can even do it by name, or you can do it by right ascension and declination. You can literally type in right ascension declination, and it will go to that spot in the sky from my location.
Cool.
Yep, and then you can control the camera that's attached to it. You can take the photos, and then after it's done, I would send you the raw files, which are called FITS files. So I would send it to you. You would have access to the raw images. so that you know that this stuff is legit. You took the images; those are your files. You can't say it's fake afterwards. I mean, this stuff was live streamed, so I couldn't modify it after the fact, even if I wanted to.
Have you also talked with Fight the Flat Earth before? Because I know it's a Rubik's. They like to come to my stream every so often.
Yeah, I know of him. We used to be good friends.
Used to?
Personal stuff. It's not important.
Okay, fair enough. I will not delve further. I'm a bit of a bitch. I'm such a bitch. I love dirt.
Absolute bitch.
I love dirt. I just love like just vicariously living through other people and listening to their problems. I like just spill the tea. Just spill it.
If you wanted to
you don't have to. You don't have to. I'm not gonna.
My bank account. You can log into my telescope anytime. And hell, you can take control of it. Take a few images of your own.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not going to happen for a while because right now I'm in the middle of a blizzard and I'm not setting up in this weather. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
That is not happening.
I am trying to find my way out of this dungeon, dude, and it is ripping me to shreds.
You can do it. Just keep going.
Right now, but there's another launch coming up. It's Artemis 2, scheduled for the 6th of February. So I have my plane ticket. I'll be flying back down, and I plan on live streaming that.
Cool. That's exciting.
It's gonna be awesome. But yeah, you're more than welcome to take control of the telescope whenever the weather actually cooperates, but that probably isn't going to happen until the spring.
Hell yeah, man. You'd let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. And also to the other guy that wanted to have a conversation with yours truly. I don't want to step on your toes. Is it
they could come in here.
If I give you the link to my Discord server so you can pass it around?
Sure. Yeah, we can even partner if you want. If you have an advertising thing, like a banner or something that you want me to put on, I'll put it. I'll list it in the partner channels.
I sent. There it is. I sent you a DM right now on Discord.
Here, I'll give you mine.
So you can copy and paste that in the live chat for me, since I don't have mod abilities to do that.
There's his, and I'll go ahead and add you to the partner server. What is your channel called?
Red's Rhetoric. And the Discord server is called Red's Basement.
Great channel. Red's Basement. Control V that. There you go. I added it. All right, I gotta find my way out of here. How the fuck?
What game is this, by the way?
This is the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall.
Reminds me of the old school Doom game, but with somehow even worse graphics.
Similar.
Similar. All right.
Actually, I think this game's got better graphics because you could look up and down. Doom, you couldn't do that.
That is a benefit, yes. So,
how long have I been streaming? Wow, it's been 6 hours.
Guy in the live chat that wanted to have a chat, you can just join my Discord server and talk to me there.
Yeah.
I'm free whenever.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna call it. It's been 6 hours, man. I was streaming all day.
Yeah, he said he wanted to quiz me, and I'm curious as to what he wants to quiz me on. It's interesting. We'll see what happens.
All right. Well, everybody, I really appreciate y'all joining in for today. We do debates like this all the time, conversations. This was a great time. I really enjoyed it. Great stream. You're going to see more. So if you're not subscribed, please consider a subscribe. We're moving along, trucking along. We're doing great on the subscriptions. Hit the like as well. Very good. Good stuff right there. And that's what I got to offer you. Thank you. Thank you guys very much. Have a great